Honorable the President.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the Supreme Being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of the Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in the Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Oath or affirmation, announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator Faris Alwari, SC, Senator Michael Victor Simon de Labastide, SC, both of whom are out of the country, and Senator Melanie Roberts Rajman, who is ill. Honorable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from Her Excellency, the President, Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT. By Her Excellency, Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. To Mr. Larry Lalla. Whereas Senator Faris Alwari, SC, is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago. Now, therefore, I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44, 1A and Section 44(4)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of the Opposition, do hereby appoint you, Lalla, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 5th of December 2025 and continuing during the absence of Senator Faris Alwari, SC, from Trinidad and Tobago, given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President, St. Anne's, dated the 5th of December 2025. To Mr. Mustapha Abdul-Hamid, whereas Senator Melanie Roberts-Rajman is incapable of performing her duties as a senator by reason of illness, now, therefore, I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(b) and Section 44(4)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of the Opposition, do hereby appoint you, Mustapha Abdul-Hamid, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 5th of December 2025 and continuing during the absence of Senator Melanie Roberts-Rajman by reason of illness, given under the hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the office of the President of St. Anne's on this 5th day of December 2025. To Ms. Zola Phillips, whereas Senator Michael Simon Victor de Labastide, SC, is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago. Now, therefore, I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(c) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, do hereby appoint you, Zola Phillips, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 5th of December 2025 and continuing during the absence of Senator Michael Simon Victor de Labastide, SC, from Trinidad and Tobago, given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President, St. Anne's, on this 5th day of December 2025. Honorable Senators, Senators are required to take the oath of office. Can we all rise?
I, Larry Lalla, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by the Bhagavad Gita that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago and uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
I, Mustapha Abdul-Hamid, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
I, Zola Phillips, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
Honorable Senators, former Senator Mr. Gavin Simonet passed away on Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. I now invite members to offer tribute. Recognize the Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I rise to offer a tribute from this side to the late former Senator, Mr. Garvin Ignatius Simonet, who passed away recently. Late Senator Simonet attended All Saints Anglican Primary School and furthered his studies at St. Mary's College at Port of Spain. I don't know about that, Mr. Speaker. I don't know about that, but you'll ignore that. Mr. President, he obtained a Bachelor's of Law degree from University of the West Indies, Cave Hill in 1984, and he obtained his Master's degree from the London School of Economics and Political Science in 1985. He was called to the bar at Gray's Inn in London in 1987, and then called to the bar of Trinidad and Tobago subsequently. Late Senator Simonet practiced as a commercial lawyer in both contentious and non-contentious matters, and he was considered by his peers to be one of the senior practitioners in the commercial law arena. During his practice in Trinidad, he developed a robust insolvency practice, and he had appeared in some of our largest insolvency cases in the region. He was admitted to practice all across the Commonwealth Caribbean. Apart from England and this jurisdiction, he was admitted to practice in Barbados, Antigua and Barbuda, British Virgin Islands, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and the Turks and Caicos Islands. And he appeared as counsel in both the High Court and Court of Appeal, and also in major commercial arbitrations, and as an independent legal expert witness, and also in taxation law in the Texas courts. He also sat on the boards of directors of several significant private sector companies and was a proponent of the Caribbean single market and economy. He first entered this Senate as a temporary government senator during the 11th Republican Parliament until he was appointed a government senator in 2018, where he served until 2019. From the records we have, he debated 16 bills and added to our laws. And he was also a member of several committees, including the Joint Select Committee on the Cybercrime Bill in 2017, Committee on State Enterprises, the Committee on Public Administration and Appropriations, and the Special Select Committee of the Senate on the Sexual Offences Amendment Bill 2019, as well as the Miscellaneous Provisions Local Government Reform Bill 2019. Mr. President, at the bar, the late Senator Simonet was always known for his courtesy and gentle manner, not only to the court, but to litigants, witnesses, and opposing counsel. In the Senate, he was always well prepared, and his contributions were researched and scholarly. So, Mr. President, we remember his time here, and our deepest condolences go out to his family. May he rest in peace.
I recognize Senator Foster Cummings.
Mr. President, on behalf of the opposition bench, I wish to offer condolences to the family of the late Senator Garvin Ignatius Simonet. The former Senator Simonet was born into a family of strong activism and social consciousness. It was no surprise that Garvin's life would eventually lead him along the path of politics. In fact, he was the son of the PNM's first General Secretary, the late Senator Nicholas Simonet, and Hummingbird Medal Silver recipient, the late Simonet. His first foray into the Parliament was as a temporary senator in 2016. And in September of 2018, he was made a government senator and served in that capacity until August 2019. Former Senator Simonet died on December 2nd, 2025, and Sir had a distinguished professional career as a commercial lawyer. He, in particular, dealt with issues of insolvency and taxation. And during his time in the Senate, it is noted that he was a deep researcher who frequently presented scholarly discourses during his debates. Mr. President, he was well known for his skill in the field of commercial and taxation law locally, regionally, and internationally. Gavin was dedicated to Trinidad and Tobago and did all that he could to represent this country to the best of his ability. We are grateful for his contribution to our party and to Trinidad and Tobago. And we'd like at this point to once again wish his wife, Alison Dimas, and his daughter, and the entire family and his friends, our sincerest condolences on his passing.
Mr. President, it was a deep sense of respect that I rise to pay tribute to our former colleague, Senator Gavin Simonet. The Simonet family is well known and well regarded in our national life, and the loss of Gavin is not felt only by his family, but by many communities across Trinidad and Tobago. I knew Gavin for over 50 years. He was a couple years below me at St. Mary's College, where he and one of my brothers, were classmates. He had formed very close friendships with that brother and with Ian Georges. They were class buddies. We also played rugby together at St. Mary's College. Gavin distinguished himself even then as a committed sportsman, earning selection for the national under-15 team, playing in the second row of the scrum. Those who know rugby understand that this is a position that demands discipline, strength, teamwork, and courage, qualities that Gavin carried into every stage of his life. Although we were not particularly close like my brother and he was, our paths continued to cross over the decades in different realms. As attorneys at law, we worked together on a number of matters, particularly in the spheres of commercial and construction law. I always found Gavin to be highly capable, industrious, and steeped in the finest traditions of the bar. He was meticulous, fair-minded, and committed to the highest standards of professional conduct. We later served together in this chamber during the 11th Parliament, and as other senators have indicated, his contributions were invariably well-researched, thoughtful, and delivered with scholarly elegance. Gavin brought to the Senate the same qualities he brought to the rugby field and to the courtroom: discipline, clarity of purpose, composure, and integrity. My interactions with his beloved wife, Alison Dimas, an acknowledged authority in copyright and the collective management of intellectual property rights, added a further dimension to my respect for Gavin's family life, one grounded in learning, principle, and service. So having known Gavin in these various capacities, a loyal son of St. Mary's College and the old white and blue, as a sportsman, an attorney, and a legislator, I can say he remained remarkably consistent in character throughout. He was a man of principle, hardworking and respectful, circumspect yet eloquent, and always possessed of a generous heart. He regarded virtue, moral and intellectual excellence as a central guiding value. He lived according to reason and conscience. He treated others with fairness and respect and kindness, and he met adversity and the everyday challenges of life with integrity and quiet courage. Today I speak for myself, my brothers, for the old boys of St. Mary's College, and for the independent bench in offering this tribute to a truly decent human being. To his beloved wife, Alison, to his children, and to all members of the Simonet family, we extend our deepest sympathies and condolences. We share in your grief, but we also share in pride for a life thoroughly lived, honorably and well. It has been said that all of life is a dream walking. All of death is a going home. Garvin has gone home, a journey each of us must someday make. May he rest in peace, and may perpetual light shine upon him. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, I join with you as we pay tribute to the life and public service of former Senator Garvin Simonet, a man who brought intellectual poise and an unwavering respect for democratic institutions to every space he entered. His contribution to national life, though concentrated within a specific period, left a disciplined and dignified imprint on our parliamentary history. Garvin Simonet's professional journey was one built on rigorous preparation. I am told that as a commercial attorney trained both at the University of the West Indies and at the London School of Economics, his work reflected mastery of detail, strategic clarity, and an appreciation for the rule of law. Those same qualities would later define his service in the Senate of Trinidad and Tobago. Guided by this conviction, he accepted the call to national service and entered the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago as a senator. In that capacity, he brought to the national table what he had long brought to the legal world: clarity, discipline, and a commitment to principle. His contributions in Parliament demonstrated a deep respect for governance, accountability, and responsibilities that accompany public office. And when faced with a moment that required difficult reflection, he chose the path of honor by stepping aside from ministerial appointment and resigning his Senate seat. He placed the dignity of public office above personal ambition. That decision, though costly, reflected his belief that service must always be grounded in integrity. Honorable Senators, let us remember him not only as a skilled attorney or as a former senator, but as someone who believed sincerely in the ideals of service, accountability, and national duty. His legacy encourages us, whether in law, politics, diplomacy, or public administration, to hold ourselves to the highest standards of conduct. May his example remind us that the true strength of a democracy lies not only in its institutions, but in the character of those who serve within those institutions. May his memory inspire continued commitment to integrity, respectful dialogue, and responsible stewardship on public office. On behalf of my family, all members of the Senate, and the staff of the Office of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, I extend wishes for comfort and strength to the family of the late Gavin Simonet. May his soul rest in peace. Honorable Senators, I now ask that we stand and observe a minute of silence as a mark of respect. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you, Honorable Senators. The clerk will convey to the family of late Senator Gavin Simonet the sentiments expressed today. Honorable Senators, former Senator and Minister Dr. Daphne Phillips Gaskin passed away on Wednesday, December the 3rd, 2025. I now invite members to offer tributes. The Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise once more, this time to pay tribute to the late former Senator Dr. Daphne Ethelene Phillips Gaskin, who departed this life on the 3rd of December 2025. Dr. Daphne Phillips Gaskin was a woman of extraordinary depth. She was an academic, a nurse, a mentor, policymaker, and a patriot. Her lifelong commitment to empowering communities, uplifting women, strengthening families, and enriching the cultural fabric of our nation will forever stand as a testament to her vision and integrity. Dr. Phillips Gaskin served our country with distinction in the Basil Pandey administration of 1995 to 2001, holding several key ministerial portfolios, to wit, Minister of Community Development, Culture and Women's Affairs, Minister of Culture and Gender Affairs, and Minister in the Ministry of Community Empowerment, Sport and Consumer Affairs. She also served as a government senator during that period and later returned to the Parliament as an opposition UNC senator in 2008. Such was the esteem in which she was held that she was entrusted to act as Prime Minister on multiple occasions, and she carried out that responsibility with calm competence and unwavering dignity. Incidentally, Mr. President, she was the second woman to act as Prime Minister of this country, the first being the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar. Dr. Phillips Gaskin was a stalwart of the UNC, and in 2024, the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar honored her with a Long Service Award celebrating her sterling and enduring contributions to the UNC party and to our national development. Before joining the UNC, Dr. Phillips Gaskin was a member of the People's Popular Movement, the PPM, under Michael Alls. When the PPM merged with the newly formed UNC in 1991, she became part of this party's foundation and never wavered in her commitment to the UNC thereafter. She served not only in the government and the parliament, but also within the UNC's internal structures, including as a member of the UNC National Executive. And her voice, wisdom, and steadfast support strengthened the organization from its earliest days right up to her final years. She was a highly trained social scientist, and she specialized in sociology, behavior modification, health, and the sociology of development. She pursued her studies at the University of the West Indies in Trinidad and Jamaica, and later at the University of Illinois at Chicago. Her early training at Bishop Anstey High School and Osmond High School laid the foundation for a life of academic excellence and service. Dr. Phillips brought her extensive experience in nursing, midwifery, or midwifery, I think it is. Yes, I'm sorry. And nurse education to the Caribbean, shaping countless professionals across the region. She taught later at several tertiary institutions, including the University of the West Indies, where she helped mold future generations of leaders and thinkers. Across her academic career, Mr. President, Dr. Phillips shaped public discourse on health sector reform, the migration of medical workers, violence and social problems in schools, teenage sexuality, class and ethnicity in Trinidad, HIV, AIDS, and public health, and women's development and gender affairs. As an advocate for women, youth, and communities, as minister and community leader, Dr. Phillips championed the needs of the vulnerable. Her achievements included establishing programs for disadvantaged women, introducing one of the first male domestic violence units to address gender-based violence at its roots, supporting youth development through counseling, training, and community engagement, strengthening cultural institutions, including contributions to the National Steel Orchestra and the National Trust. Now, Mr. President, Dr. Phillips's later years were marked by the profound challenge of chronic illness, and the onset of multiple sclerosis changed her life physically, emotionally, and spiritually. Yet, rather than withdraw, she committed herself to advocacy, supporting others through her own struggles with MS. Her lived experience and her profound empathy contributed to the eventual establishment of the Multiple Sclerosis Society of Trinidad and Tobago, giving voice, community, and support to those living with the disease. Dr. Daphne Phillips leaves behind a legacy of public service of the highest order, a body of scholarship that advanced national understanding of critical social issues, a lifelong commitment to women, youth, the vulnerable, and the marginalized, a model of personal integrity, resilience, and faith, a courageous and compassionate fight on behalf of persons with multiple sclerosis. And her life, Mr. President, was transformative, not only for herself, but for the countless individuals, communities, and institutions that she touched during her lifetime. Mr. President, may we extend on this side condolences to her dear family, and may she rest in peace and rise in glory. Thank you.
Dr. Amery Browne.
Mr. President, I too join in respectful tribute to offer some words in respect of the memory and legacy of Dr. Lalite-Ettienne Phillips Gaskin. Offer this tribute as well on behalf of the People's National Movement bench in the Senate. Mr. President, Dr. Lalite-Ettienne Phillips Gaskin was born on the 24th of January, 1944. She lived a long and fulfilling life, having passed on the 3rd of December, 2025. It is no exaggeration to state that this was one remarkable lady. She leaves to mourn a loving family, including 2 children. Dr. Daphne Phillips Gaskin was one of the most multi-talented and multifaceted citizens to have served a public role in this nation of Trinidad and Tobago. She attended Bishop Anstey High School and Osmond High School, and subsequently obtained a Bachelor of Science degree in Sociology at the University of the West Indies, a Master of Science in Sociology of Development at the University of the West Indies, and then in 1993 She earned a PhD also in sociology of health and medicine from the University of Illinois in the United States of America. But that was just the beginning. She was also a registered nurse and certified midwife. And indeed, her family and loved ones must be very proud of her various contributions and her overall legacy. She is one of the most versatile individuals to have served as a senator in this country. From 1991 to 1993, she worked for the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, UN-ECLAC, and also worked as a consultant with the United Nations. She also worked as a research and training officer at the Family Planning Association of Trinidad and Tobago. She also served as a lecturer in sociology at UWI St. Augustine and as a lecturer in behavioral science at UWI St. Augustine. She also served as a lecturer in medical sociology at UWI Mount Hope. And Mr. President, she was there when I was there as a medical student. She was there as a lecturer. Quiet, calm, respectful, and very interested in the medical students' future. In the year 2002, she became the regional coordinator for HIV research in the Caribbean at CAREC. She also lectured at the bar at UWI St. Augustine. She went on to become a senior lecturer in sociology at UWI and then as professor of sociology at the University of the Southern Caribbean. So nursing, medical training, sociology, research, coordinating HIV at CAREC, and work at the Family Planning Association, an extremely versatile and multi-talented individual. We know that she also worked at the Cipriani Labor College and lectured for a short while at the Seminary of St. John Vianney. Throughout this sweep of service, Dr. Daphne would have empowered, edified, and enlightened tens of thousands of students. Who are all grateful. As has been indicated, she served as a government minister of Trinidad and Tobago in several portfolios and as acting Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Dr. Daphne would be remembered as a very serene, calm, well put together senator who was very knowledgeable on matters on which she would have spoken. Quite a non-toxic servant of the people who always sought to get the job done. She's also noted as an exemplary mother to her dear children. Mr. President, I join others in respectful and sincere tribute to the memory of Dr. Daphne Phillips Gaskin, who left her mark on this country during her long and distinguished service in a variety of capacities. May she rest in God's divine peace, and may her beloved family and loved ones find comfort in the knowledge that her legacy will live on in the lives of her many students, of her colleagues in the Senate, and in the endeavors of the next generation whose lives she touched and improved. May she rest in peace.
Senator Dr. Marlene Arts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise this afternoon on behalf of the independent bench to pay tribute to Dr. Daphne Phillips Gaskin. As we've heard from colleagues in their contributions, she was a scholar, a sociologist, a former minister, a former senator, a community advocate, a nurse, and a woman whose public life exemplified the deep connection between rigorous academic work and meaningful national service. In making this tribute, Mr. President, I also pay tribute to my former UWI St. Augustine colleague. Dr. Phillips spent more than 2 decades at the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus. She was my colleague in the Faculty of Social Sciences, and we were actually office neighbors since we occupied offices on the same corridor. I had the privilege of seeing her dedication and quiet strength up close. Before she entered political office, Dr. Phillips was, above all else, a sociologist. She was a scholar who examined the structures, the systems, and social forces that shape everyday life in Trinidad and Tobago. At the UWI Faculty of Social Sciences, she lectured in sociology, social policy, and the sociology of health. Her students remember her as a demanding but deeply compassionate teacher, someone who insisted that social science must illuminate the lived realities of ordinary people. Her research, published in journals such as Caribbean Dialogue and International Sociology, shaped regional thinking on health and society. Her influential 1986 article, The Politics of Medical Dominance in Trinidad and Tobago, published in the SAGE journal International Sociology, examined how structural inequalities and professional hierarchies influence patient experience and access to care. Long before the terms health inequity and structural violence became part of mainstream policy discourse, Dr. Phillips was interrogating the power relations embedded in our healthcare system and calling for a more humane, equitable model. Her scholarly work extended to nurse migration, youth development, community resilience, and the social roots of public health challenges. Across her academic career, she asked difficult but necessary questions, including, why do our healthcare systems continue to marginalize the very people they are meant to serve? How do race, gender, and class shape access to care and justice? What structural changes may be necessary to make development truly people-centered? In many ways, her sociological lens became the compass of her public life. She approached society not as a set of problems to be administratively managed, but as a living system of people whose dignity and well-being required deliberate, thoughtful, and evidence-based action. Dr. Phillips was part of a rare tradition in Trinidad and Tobago, scholars who bring their academic training to bear on national policy. As noted earlier, she served in several parliaments, and her legislative contributions reflected her sociological preoccupations with justice, opportunity, and the structure of community life. Among the bills she debated were the Domestic Violence Bill, the Equal Opportunity Bill, the Consumer Protection legislation, and measures relating to gender affairs, culture, and community empowerment. These are not, Mr. President, incidental details. They reveal a policymaker who saw the state not merely as an instrument of administration, but as a mechanism for equity, protection, and social transformation. A colleague who worked with Dr. Phillips in the sphere of gender affairs remembers her as Minister of Community Development, Culture, and Gender Affairs, and later as a senator, who championed the idea that development must begin with strengthening of people's capacity to participate in society, to work, to create, to belong, and to thrive. Her legislative record shows consistent attention to the everyday struggles of households and communities, especially women, working families, and those whose voices are least heard. Dr. Phillips assumed the portfolio as Minister of Gender Affairs at a pivotal moment, just after the landmark 1995 Beijing conference, when global conversations on gender equality were deepening. It was Dr. Phillips who first moved to shift the national discourse from women's affairs to gender affairs, recognizing that meaningful transformation required understanding the full spectrum of gender relations in Trinidad and Tobago. She was the minister who insisted on grounding policy in the lived realities of both women and men. As part of this work, she initiated projects such as homework centers and skills training programs in non-traditional areas, thereby opening new pathways for economic participation, particularly for women and young people. Her colleagues remember that Dr. Phillips was the first minister to formally engage a committee of men so that she could better understand their perspectives, an early recognition in our national space that progress in gender justice required insights and participation of men as well. What stood out most, however, was her approachability and humility. Despite the trappings of ministerial office, Dr. Phillips was known for truly listening to even the youngest members of her teams. She was not swept up in ceremony or status. She was described simply and powerfully as an excellent minister, one whose sincerity, curiosity, and willingness to learn made her leadership both effective and deeply human. This testimony reinforces what her parliamentary and academic record already shows, that Dr. Daphne Phillips brought to every role, lecturer, sociologist, minister, senator, a profound respect for people and a desire to shape policy that resonated with the social realities of those she served. Dr. Phillips embraced her degenerative illness with extraordinary candor and courage. Rather than retreat, she transformed her private struggle into public advocacy, co-founding and later leading the Multiple Sclerosis Support Foundation of Trinidad and Tobago. Through that work, she helped bring visibility to a condition that often leaves people feeling isolated and unseen. Mr. President, as I close this tribute, I say that Dr. Phillips's journey offers 3 enduring lessons for us in this chamber. First, Dr. Phillips showed that academic insight enhances public policy. In an era when debate can be driven more by rhetoric than reason, she demonstrated that evidence and scholarship still matter, that good sociology could illuminate good governance. Second, her work affirmed that social policy, gender justice, community development, and culture are not peripheral to national progress. They are central to the health and resilience of our society. The bills she debated, the ministries in which she served, and the research she produced all reflected a unified vision, that a nation must be judged by how it treats its most vulnerable and how it builds belonging. Third, Dr. Phillips's courage in the face of long-term illness reminds us that public life is not merely about positions held, but about character demonstrated. Her perseverance, generosity, and advocacy for persons living with chronic conditions speak to the best of our civic tradition. Mr. President, on behalf of the independent bench, I extend sincere condolences to her family, her friends, her former colleagues in academia, the Multiple Sclerosis Foundation, and the communities she served across decades. We thank them all for sharing her with the country. Dr. Phillips leaves behind a legacy made not only of bills debated and policies shaped, but of minds mentored, systems interrogated, communities uplifted, and people empowered. She embodied the conviction that scholarship must serve society and that public service, when grounded in compassion and evidence, can indeed shape a more just and humane Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, in remembering Dr. Phillips, may she rest in peace and may perpetual light shine upon her. Thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable Senators, I rise to add my own words of tribute to our departed colleague and friend, Dr. Daphne Phillips Gaskin, former Minister of Government, scholar, advocate, a national servant. It was more than 3 decades ago that I first met Dr. Daphne Phillips Gaskin, who soon became my comrade in struggle. While she was a scholar of remarkable depth in the field of sociology, her work was defined not by theory alone, but by her profound empathy for the lived experiences of ordinary citizens. She was grassroots in her outlook and interactions. She understood our society, its struggles, its hopes, its contradictions, and she taught others to understand it with clarity and respect. Those who sat in her classroom did not simply learn, they were awakened. Her remarkable brilliance did not remain within the walls of the university. As previously mentioned, Dr. Daphne Phillips Gaskin was a government senator in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago from 1995 to 2001, holding key ministerial portfolios inclusive of Minister of Community Development, Culture and Women Affairs, and later served as a minister in the Ministry of Community Empowerment, Sport, and Consumer Affairs. Her legislative contributions were not symbolic. They were transformative. She introduced and guided the passage of the Domestic Violence Act of 1999, offering greater protection and recognition to victims at a time when these issues were still emerging in national discourse. She championed our cultural identity through the National Art Gallery and Museum Act, affirming her belief that heritage, history, and creative expression are essential to nation building. Honorable Senators, as we reflect on her life, I recall an exceptional human being whom I would describe as a gem, and iconic in her own way. She was gentle in her approach, yet powerful. Full of integrity, decency, and dignity. All this wrapped in one package. Her dedication to service remains unquestioned. And Trinidad and Tobago is better because she lived, because she taught, because she served. It is fitting that within this chamber, the place where her public service found its highest expression, we honor her memory, her work, and her legacy. May her legacy remind us that we too are called in our own areas of responsibility to build communities of dignity, advancing justice, valuing culture, and protecting the vulnerable. On behalf of my family, all members of the Senate, and the staff of the Office of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, I wish to yet again extend sincerest wishes for strength to the family of the late Dr. Daphne Phillips Gaskin during this difficult time. May his soul rest in peace. Honorable Senators, I now ask that we stand and observe a minute of silence as a mark of respect. Thank you, and may her great soul rest in peace. Honorable Senators, the clerk will convey to the family of Dr. Daphne Phillips Gaskin the sentiments expressed today. Clerk. Before you proceed, may I ask you to join with me in welcoming two representatives sitting on my right in the envelope. They are representatives of the CPA, and they are here to help in a program called the Advanced Residency Program, which takes place between December the 8th to the 12th. Could you warmly welcome?
Public Business, Government Business Bill, second reading.
Honorable colleagues, the debate on the second reading of the following bill, which was in progress when the Senate adjourned on Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025, will be resumed. A bill entitled An Act to Establish the Offense of Home Invasion, and in that context, to provide that a person has no duty to retreat when acting in self-defense or defense of his property, to provide that a person may use defensive force, including deadly force, to protect himself, his property, and another person in his dwelling house, and to provide for related matters. Honorable members, on the last occasion, there were some 18 speakers on this particular motion. I do not want to go through the 18 names. The persons know themselves and would not attempt another opportunity to rise because I would not recognize them. So the debate continues. Who would like to speak? Yes, the Honorable Senator Lalla.
Mr. President, I thank you for the opportunity to join this debate that continues on the Home Invasion, Self-Defense, and Defense of Property Bill 2025. Allow me also, Mr. President, the opportunity to sincerely thank the Honorable Mrs. Penelope Beckles-Robinson, opposition leader, for the opportunity to contribute to this bill, to be here today to contribute, as well as Senator Dr. Amery Browne, leader of opposition business in the Senate. I didn't realize, Mr. President, remember 10 minutes, that there were 18 contributions on the bill. I would say, though, that when I was informed that I would be speaking today, or that I would have the opportunity to speak today, I went and I played back all the speeches. I didn't realize I listened to so many. And I want to say thank you, Mr. President, to the speakers on both the government, the opposition side, as well as the independent senators who spoke for their contributions, which I think were very helpful in my preparation for this afternoon. And I would try, Mr. President, not to repeat any area that has been traversed extensively in this debate so far. I intend to cover 6 points, Mr. President. To deal firstly with the issue of victims of home invasion in our country and whether this bill could be expected to assist them. To consider whether we should not be focusing instead on prioritizing enforcement of the laws we already have, Mr. President. Then I intend to go on to what I see as the paradigm shift or fundamental change in the way life is conducted in Trinidad and Tobago if this bill were to become law. I want to touch also briefly, Mr. President, on the issue of the immunity provisions, which we have heard about, which are not in the bill. And I want to touch as well on the issue of the 3/5 majority, which I see as a requirement, a constitutional requirement for this bill, and I will explain why, Mr. President. And lastly, I would, once permitted, touch on some of the contributions that were made by colleagues in this honorable House on Tuesday. This bill deals with, or it attempts to deal with, the issue of home invasions and the protection that should be afforded to all of us, all the citizens and persons who live in this country, in our homes. During the course of my presentation, Mr. President, I intend to refer from time to time to the paper, the policy paper, which was prepared by our Law Commission, or Law Reform Commission, on the direction or the request of the Attorney General. So from time to time, I may refer to it loosely as the Law Reform paper, Mr. President. I almost said my lord. Out of habit. So when I say Law Reform paper, that is what I'm speaking about, Mr. President. As was pointed out in that paper at page 3 thereof, there are certain basic fundamental rights which we all enjoy. And victims, or persons who we see as victims of home invasion, we have to remember at all times, Mr. President, that they enjoy fundamental rights under our Constitution. Under Section 4 of the Constitution, those rights could be considered to be the right to security of the person, enjoyment of property, enjoyment of their homes, their property, their right to protection of the law, the right of the individual to respect for his private and family life. When you are in your home, the sanctity of your home with your family, no one should be the victim of a home invasion to interfere with your enjoyment of your home with your family. And that is a constitutional right. And the act of home invasion, I agree with the Law Commission, that the act of home invasion violates those fundamental human rights that are set out in Section 4 of our Constitution. But the problem with home invasions, Mr. President, is that they occur when persons in their homes or around their homes are at their most vulnerable moments. When you're sleeping in your bed in the middle of the night, when you are attempting to leave your home and going out your gate, when you're unaware of and not paying attention to what is happening around you, that is the time when you are pounced upon. A home invasion doesn't take place, or generally doesn't take place, with persons surrounding your home and saying, "Get ready, we're coming in," allowing you an opportunity to arm yourself or put yourself in a position to protect your family. You'll be lying in your bed and you'll awaken to a gun in your face. All of us know of examples of this. I heard colleagues in the House refer to examples. I know of one example of a relative living in St. Helena, leaving his home at 6 o'clock in the morning to go to work. As he goes out his gate, he's accosted, taken back inside the home, beaten in the presence of his wife and his 2 young children, who, as one would expect, would have been screaming down the place, not understanding the terror that they were experiencing. I heard the Attorney General refer to one of our colleagues in the profession and a video which was circulating when he was in his yard and he was accosted, totally unawares that this misfortune was about to spring upon him. And of course, that situation being what it is no surprise that in the last general election, this was a major issue, a hot issue on the campaign trail, stand your ground legislation. It is not surprising. But the question that we have to confront, Mr. President, is how does this legislation, the 9 clauses of this bill, how do those 9 clauses assist those persons in the positions that I have described? Since the 17th century, we have heard on a number of occasions in this House that the castle doctrine has been around. Since the 17th century, hundreds of years now, persons have had the right, according to law, to take steps to protect themselves in their home, in their castle, protect their family. But that availability in law has not helped any of the victims. It has not served to help any of the persons who have been victims of home invasions in Trinidad and Tobago. The average Trinbagonian, Mr. President, even without knowing the law, even having never heard anything before about the castle doctrine, would know that if someone comes into their home without permission and in a way that is threatening to their own safety and the safety of their family, they would know that they could defend themselves and they have a right to defend themselves. We don't need any new law to tell them that. But the fact is, even with the right to defend themselves that has existed for hundreds of years, that still has not dealt with the problem in Trinidad and Tobago. In the newspapers a couple days ago, on Wednesday the 3rd December, in the Trinidad Guardian, headline, "Woman finds her mother dying at home with her throat slit." A girl had to go to her mother's home and find her mother there just on Wednesday with her throat slit, dying. Somebody went into the house, invaded the house, no doubt, slit the mother's throat and left her dying. The thing is, Mr. President, that no provision, none, in this bill that we are debating and have been debating could have helped that mother, could have helped the man who was leaving his home in St. Helena and was accosted by persons outside his gate, could have helped our colleague who was accosted in his yard and beaten. No provision in the bill that we are dealing with could have helped any of them. The problem, Mr. President, is that we are making all this effort to pass this law to deal with something which is not a legal problem. It is not a legal problem. It is an operational and systemic problem in Trinidad and Tobago today. And that is what has to be dealt with. And that is what, respectfully, the government should be focusing its time on. Not standing up on a platform and talking about stand your ground. That is not going to help anybody. No clause in the bill, and I challenge anyone to point to a clause in the bill that is going to stop the problem and help you to do something that you didn't have a right to do before. So we need to prioritize enforcement of the laws that we have already. We have laws, Mr. President, that deal with just about everything covered by the bill. As I said, we have the Castle Doctrine. In that law reform paper, at paragraph 2.3, Mr. President, if I might refer to it. Paragraph 2.3 notes, and I quote, "It should be noted that apart from the rights enshrined in the Constitution, Trinidad and Tobago has laws which allow for self-defense and provide for the crimes of manslaughter, trespass, robbery, burglary, and housebreaking. These include the Offenses Against the Persons Act, Chapter 1108, Section 7, which provides for excusable homicide and states that no punishment shall be incurred by any person who kills another person by misfortune or in his own defense or in any other matter without criminality." That is one. Then there is the Criminal Law Act, Chapter 1004, Section 4.1, which permits a person to use such force as is reasonable in the circumstances, inter alia in the prevention of crime. Then we have the Trespass Act, which prohibits the act of trespass as well as forcible entry. Trespass as well as forcible entry, that is home invasion. Then we have the Larceny Act, which provides for crimes of inter alia larceny in a dwelling, robbery, burglary, housebreaking, and committing an arrestable offense in a home. So we have all of these laws which have been on our books for a very, very long time. I agree with the statement that was made by Senator Dr. Murray. The average citizen does not want a license to kill, Mr. President. The average person in this country does not want a license to kill. Contrary to what the government may think, they all don't want guns. What they want is a secure Trinidad and Tobago protected by the organs of the state. What we need to do is to get the police, the Director of Public Prosecutions, and our courts to function as they were intended. And they're not functioning the way they were intended. That is the essence of the problem. And this law, this bill that we have spent so much time debating, this bill will not get any of those functionaries and organs of the state which deal with protection of the citizens to function the way they were intended. Just yesterday, or was it Wednesday, in the newspaper again, Headline in the Newsday newspaper, 6 previously held under 2024 state of emergency, discharged on conspiracy to murder charge. 6 people, including 2 women, some of whom were previously held under ministerial preventative detention orders during the previous state of emergency, were discharged by the High Court after prosecutors failed to file an indictment, Mr. President. The group had been charged with conspiring to murder a prison officer, but the court ruled that it could not proceed because the state submitted no evidence. Master Alicia made the ruling after being told that the Office of Director of Public Prosecutions had received no police file and had not filed an indictment required for the sufficiency hearing. Defense attorneys argued that the state also missed all disclosure deadlines set by a scheduling order issued April 12th, which required an indictment, statements, and all intended evidence by July 31st. So that is a very recent example of the point that I'm making. What is the point in passing all these new laws if what we have is not working? That is what efforts should be directed at. That matter involving those 6 persons who are presumed innocent until proven guilty should not have ended that way. If the police took their time to investigate the matter and lay charges, the system should have functioned to ensure that the evidence is filed on time and the indictment is filed on time. And we just can't keep passing laws, and not focusing on getting the system operating properly. I commend what was done under the last government in the passage of a JIPA. Any lawyer that you speak to will tell you that there has been a vast improvement in the progress of matters through the criminal courts. Of course, it's not perfect. It's a work in progress. But that is what is needed. You have to focus on what could be done to have the system operate more efficiently. I'm getting some interference, Mr. President. A Venezuelan station, maybe. The problem in Trinidad, Mr. President, the problem is, and unless we confront this problem, we get nowhere. There are no consequences for unlawful conduct. People don't believe that there are consequences. They believe that if they act improperly, and I don't mean everyone, but those who are bent on breaking the law believe that they could get away with what they do, and that is why they do it. And unless we focus on that, our problems will never be addressed. This little country that we have, and it is small, sometimes it might feel big, but it is very small. Unless we focus on ensuring that those engaged in unlawful conduct face the consequences of their actions, we will get nowhere. But the government has shown that they have no crime plan, Mr. President. As Senator Dr. Atz mentioned in her presentation, this bill that we are debating emerges in a troubling policy vacuum. She asked the question, what is the national security policy? And she made the point, Mr. President, that after their very first budget, perhaps the most important budget that any government coming to office could face, after that first budget, no one knew what was the crime plan of this government because it was not set out in the budget. So if you don't have a crime plan, if you don't explain to the population where you're going, what you're hoping to achieve. How could you be passing law like this, which makes a very fundamental shift in the way the business of the citizens and the rights of the citizens are dealt with in this country? And I'll come to that very shortly. In speaking about this issue of the functioning of the system, though, Mr. President, I should mention, I don't want to sound all negative or be all negative. We have a new Chief Justice. We have a fairly new Commissioner of Police. From the utterances of the Chief Justice so far, it appears as though his mind is in the right place. His efforts will be directed in the right place to do what he could to improve the efficiency of the justice system and the judicial system, and the same thing with the new Commissioner of Police. So there is some hope, Mr. President. But the government needs to do what is necessary to ensure that they could get their job done more efficiently, that those who operate within their sphere and under them could operate in an efficient manner. So let me come to the paradigm shift that I was alluding to, that I have alluded to, which will take place if this bill becomes law. We all remember during the election campaign that talk about load up the matic, empty the clip, knock it on them. Exactly what knock it on them means, I don't know. But that was the term used several times during the campaign. And the Attorney General has mentioned that after the passage of this bill, should it become law, there's legislation to follow to work in tandem with this bill. Well, the law reform paper, Mr. President, makes the link between the stand your ground legislation, the home invasion bill that we're dealing with, and this issue of more guns. If I might refer to page 4, paragraph 2.5 of that Law Reform Commission paper, policy paper. And if I might quote, Mr. President, the Commission notes that some have linked two government proposals, namely enabling more eligible applicants to be granted firearm users licenses in accordance with the provisions of the Firearms Act, Chapter 1601, and the introduction of stand your ground legislation. From these two proposals, it can be deduced that an increased number of people will likely be applying for FULs in order to protect themselves, others, and their property from home invaders. Although the grant of FULs and the use of firearms are not the focus of this paper, this is important. The Commission acknowledges the connection between these two proposals. Our Law Commission is saying in this paper that they acknowledge the connection between stand your ground legislation and the increase in the award of FULs in this country. And, Mr. President, that is a very serious issue. Because, as the Attorney General pointed out in his presentation, the persons who really benefit are the persons who are alarmed, burglar-proof, and armed. With stand your ground legislation, for you to really benefit, you have to be armed, alarmed, burglar-proof, and armed. So that when you're sleeping in your house in the middle of the night, and somebody's attempting to get to you, you have an alarm that they will trip off, a burglar-proof that they would have to get through. But by the time they do that, You are sitting, waiting on them with your firepower. That is how that legislation is going to work. It is not going to work any other way. I heard Senator, the Honorable Mr. Alaha, said, you know, he will pick up his guilt pin and defend his family if he has to. Everyone will do that. No person will resist the opportunity to pick up a cutlass and let a home invader have some of it if he has the opportunity to do so. But that is the problem. That is the problem. As one senator said, you can't take a knife to a gunfight. You will get killed and everybody around you will get killed. So the only way stand your ground legislation works is if we are able to arm the population. And we have to ask the question, is that government policy? Is that the government policy behind this bill? And if that is the government policy, this House deserves the honor and the respect of knowing that. Senator Vera, in his presentation, asked the question, is this bill a prelude to a gun culture? I understand from inquiries that I have made, Mr. President, that at present there are about 20,000 FUL holders in the country. That could be maybe on the low side, maybe on the high side, but around there. The question that we have to ask is government policy in this country now intent on increasing that to 40,000, to 100,000, to 200,000? Does the UNC government intend to make this country a gun state? That question has to be answered. Because if so, we as a nation, all of us, will have to decide how many guns are enough. And we have to decide who will get it and what is the criteria that will be used. Senator Atz, Dr. Atz, in her presentation, Mr. President, concluded that this is not empowerment. What it is the outsourcing of the state's duty to thousands of untrained, frightened individuals, where some households will be more equal than others. Is the plan that, well, everybody west of the lighthouse have enough, so we're going to focus on the southern part of the country or the eastern part of the country? Only 10 minutes ago, so fast. If that is the plan, we need to understand. We just cannot take laws that have existed in developed countries like the United States and Canada and England and Ireland and impose them on our country. Trinidad is very different. We have different behavioral norms. We are not as developed as those countries. We don't have systems that could support householders. In those developed countries, Mr. President, stand your ground law operates and supplements a very efficient police system. Stand your ground law is not and cannot be a substitute for an inefficient, ineffective police system, which is what we are trying to do here. So the point is, Mr. President, that we have to think long and hard, and the government needs to explain to this House the real legislative context in which this bill is going to come. Because I'm running out of time quickly, I'm going to go to what I see as a very important point, Mr. President, that I cannot exclude from my presentation, and that is the issue of the constitutional majority. I agree with Senator Dr. Murray and Senator Al-Rawi that the 3/5 majority is required for the passage of this bill, but for a slightly different reason that they have identified. We have to start off with the premise, Mr. President, that even a home invader prima facie has a right to life under Section 4A of our Constitution. However, the point is that up to today, Mr. President, self-defense and the taking of life in self-defense in our law is based on this whole concept of proportionate force. When we look at Section 9B of the bill, what we see is, if I might read 9.1. 9.1 says, Section 6 and 7, that is the right to defend yourself in your home and defend your property, do not apply where B, the degree of force used by an occupant or a person assisting an occupant is grossly disproportionate in the circumstances. In other words, the defense does not apply where the force you are using is grossly disproportionate. But what the section is saying, impliedly, is that it applies where the degree of force used is disproportionate. And that is the problem, Mr. President. For the first time in our country, in the history of our country, if this bill becomes law, we are allowing persons to take the life of another in defense of themselves or their property using disproportionate force. And for that reason, a constitutional majority is required. And I would refer, Mr. President, in support of that point, to Section 6(1)(c) of the Constitution. 6(1)(c) says, nothing in Sections 4 and 5, that is the human rights provisions, shall invalidate, and I go to C, an enactment that alters an existing law but does not derogate from any fundamental right guaranteed by this chapter in a manner in which or to an extent to which the existing law did not previously derogate from that right. We are seeking to pass a law that will derogate from the right to life in a manner in which our laws have not previously derogated, by allowing persons to take life in self-defense or defense of property with disproportionate force. And for that reason, Mr. President, for that reason, respectfully, and I would ask the Attorney General to consider what I'm saying, respectfully, the 3/5 majority is required if the bill is to be constitutional. How much more time?
Yeah, 6 more minutes.
6 more minutes.
Yeah, ask the President.
Good.
6 more minutes.
May I inquire, Mr. President, as to how much time is remaining?
And at 3:24.
Sorry?
3:24, 6 more minutes.
6 minutes, excellent. So that time that I have is enough time to make a point which I was not going to make because I thought time was running out, but I could make it now. And that is the absence of the immunity provision. And I just want to mention for senators who will come after me, I would like to take a look at that point that I'm making in relation to the change that is taking place in our law by allowing use of force which is disproportionate. I would ask them to read the law reform paper, pages 15 to 18, and see the fundamental change that took place In England, in their law, in 2013, when they passed what is called a householder defense. Right? So those pages will show that prior to 2013, you could not act in self-defense using disproportionate force. In 2013, there was a fundamental shift in their law by passing the householder's defense, their version of stand your ground, which allowed the use of disproportionate force. We are now seeking to make that change, should this bill be passed, and therefore the constitutional majority is required because of Section 6 of our Constitution. In the law reform paper as well, you would see at pages 9 to 10, mention of the immunity provisions. The Law Reform Commission was very well aware that a very important part of stand your ground legislation, Mr. President, is the immunity provision, which is there in the paper, and I would ask others to take a look at it. Yeah. So I would end my presentation, Mr. President, by saying that the real issue confronting this House, is not the right of citizens to defend themselves in their home. They have always had that right. But the real issue confronting the House is citizens having to defend themselves in their homes in the first place, because all our systems, the systems that should protect them, are in need of attention. And that is where the government's focus should be. No reasonable citizen wants a license to kill. Their desire is for a safe Trinidad and Tobago with an effective and efficient police service and justice system. And this bill, with its apparent accompanying militarization of Trinidad, will probably take us, Mr. President, further away from that desire. I thank you very kindly for the opportunity, Mr. President.
So, Parliamentary Secretary, the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. Mr. President, if anyone in the UNC had any doubts, I think they can now breathe a sigh of relief. We had a contribution that was so duplicitous, so lacking intellectual depth, that I really couldn't understand where the gentleman was going. He made a statement that should go down in the annals of this Senate. What is the point of passing new laws if the laws that we have now are not working? Let that marinate a bit. What is the point of passing new laws if the ones that we have are not working? That is why we have new laws, because the ones we have are not working. If we take the example, Mr. President, of the standard of what we call legislation, Lord Bingham, who spoke about the strictity of laws, how precise it should be, how narrow, how it should be unambiguous, how it should have an objective, a purpose, nobility. All of that Lord Bingham spoke about. That is why you codify law. That is why you take common law and you codify it. You make it, you bring it down to the ground, that people understand where the parameters are. You don't just leave it up to ambiguity, to your interpretation of it. That is why we codify laws. So to hear someone, SC, PC, TC, KFC, I don't know, come and say that you don't have new laws if the others are working. Well, I don't know, Mr. President. To say that has left me confused, well, not so much, considering who it came from. The gentleman also talk about this legislation, or we had a budget presented, as far as I'm concerned, probably the best budget read in the last 20 years. A budget that never dealt with a crime plan. Well, I don't know. I have a degree in economics, so does Dr. Arts. I know a budget deals with revenue and expenditure, GDP, projected income. I never know a budget came and dealt with a crime plan. But then again, I think most of the UNC is now breathing a sigh of relief that gentleman is not on this side. You also spoke, Mr. President, about a paradigm shift if this law was passed. Correct. 28 April was the paradigm shift. 28th of April gave the people a chance to breathe,
2 weeks before.
a chance to see what they wanted, and he's quite right. It was seminal, if not extremely significant, to what was going on, because it showed how much our Honorable Prime Minister connected with the concerns of the ground. And this was clearly one of the concerns. The gentleman continued to read out, along with some of those on that side, ad nauseum, how many people have been killed, how many lives have been destroyed by home invasions.
On their watch.
I heard so many heart-wrenching stories from our brother, Senator Browne. Then it makes me wonder, then how can you then continue to even question the attempt to make it easier for victims, for people attacked in their homes, to defend themselves? In the end, Mr. President, it comes down to the value of human life. That's what all of this is about. The value of human life. I have no problem with someone's life philosophy. And I want Dr. Murray to understand this. I want her to repeat the value of human life, because she says it so nicely. The value of human life. I have no problem with your philosophy that the attacker has rights, or we have to consider whether we should use certain force. But I'll tell you the truth, Dr. Murray. No matter how you try to have, not you, but the senators on that side, try to have 1 million permutations to dispute the legislation. It was a young Girl Scout who lose her way and find herself in your house. It was a little black boy going up a mango tree to get a mango. It was a brown leprechaun with a Black Panther hat and a Free Mandela T-shirt. All these permutations to go around legislation to protect us. I tell you what it is. If I find in my house, brown leprechaun or not, on a pink unicorn, by any means necessary, you get in it. By any means necessary to protect my wife and my children, you get in it.
What you're there for?
I can't believe sometimes what comes out of the mouths of people who have their security, their gated homes, their firearms, and come in and tell me about I have to study disproportionate force. And they don't understand when the Prime Minister talking about they're trying to ridiculous, load up the matic, knock it back. All that means is by any means necessary. That's all that means. I find you in my house, by any means necessary. Those in that house getting protected. At the cost of my life, or definitely at the cost of yours. Brown leprechaun or not. So don't come with all the permutations, trying to get around legislation. This is legislation that reaches to the core of who we are as a people. What is our primal instinct? What's our primal instinct? Self-preservation. You know how? You could eat in the grandest meal in the world. Somebody will kill you, you live in our food. You could have the nicest time with your wife. Somebody comes to kill you, you live in that. Why? Self-preservation. It's primal to us. You come in here to tell me, in a time where I have to consider my wife or my children, I had to be weighing things about disproportionate or proportionate. That is the most hypocritical, the most out of touch, out of context, the most out of specious argument I've ever heard in my life. Our job is protect what we hold dear. Point final. Our point. All of this trying to connect it to FULs and all of that, they have legislation for that. This is specific. That's why I talk about the importance of language in law. Look at Lord Bingham. This legislation deals with home invasion. Stand your ground. Protect yourself. For everybody, not just a select few. This is not about FULs. They have legislation for that. This is not about 1%. The other root causes. They have laws for that. Don't try to mix up the two. And that was done quite a lot by both sides on that side. Don't forget, this is not legislation that when it comes into effect, the other organs of the state automatically close down. So when I hear people with this specious argument about, well, it should have included FULs, it should have included, it didn't address the root cause of crime. Anybody address the root cause of crime on that side ever in their life? Ever in their life? PNM for 10 years, crime murder rate went through the roof, up and down. Food insecurity in the communities, out of unbelievable job unemployment among the youth in all the so-called hotspot communities, Lavantil, Tinapuna, Mongdo, under the PNM. They want to come here now with a hypocritical self to talk about, well, they didn't address this and didn't address that. There's legislation for that, and there's legislation for this. What is in front of us here now is stand your ground. What is important to us, protect your family. That is what it is about. All the other things relating to other organs of the state, we deal with that as it comes. But it's not for that. As Lord Bingham states, in such legislation so well brought by the Attorney General, that must be so unambiguous, you have a right to defend yourself. It codifies it. It brings it down. It removes you being subject or you having a subjectification of the law. That is what it's about. To bring in all the other exigent circumstances, to be honest, it's not only out of place, it's out of touch. This law, this legislation is what we are debating. And it's what comes down to, as my friend said, it's a paradigm shift. It really is. Because when you bring all that so-called common law and you put it under one legislation that we can all relate to, then there's no doubt. I find you in my house at 2 o'clock. Whether you want to ridiculous or not, somebody going down. Hopefully it's not me, hopefully it's not my wife, hopefully it's not my children. And I think we all understand that, Dr. Murray, correct? Right. I heard this talk about gun culture. No, I don't laugh at that. I heard, yeah, why? I lived in our country for 28 years. Lebanon, everybody have a gun. Everybody have a gun, 2, 3, 4. You know what is the gun rate per 100,000 people? Gun death rate? 2.1. 2.11 per 100,000 people. And I believe me, everybody have a gun. FUL or none, or not. Everybody have a gun. Everybody have a gun. I could even give you a story. Maybe I shouldn't. Give you a story?
Tell me the story.
You know, everybody is talking about what happened to the victim and the traumatized. Let me tell you something. When you deal with somebody with a gun, you used to be traumatized too, eh? So I'll give you an example. Coming down from my house in Beirut, I hear one big imbroglio, this and that talk. So I hear people, a fellow cursing in Arabic. And so I look in as on my way to practice. My wife was now coming in, cursing. The piano might like this because they like to talk about I went to jail and things. I went to jail for people looking like them, but this is a nice one. I hear the big noise, I look, where this fella cursing? Who he cursing at? I look, the man cursing at Mrs. Nakhid. Serious talk. Well, I went to ask him, why you cursing at Mrs. Nakhid? So he started to curse me too. So, of course, fists ensued, as men do. And he turned around and dipped in his car. Was I to ask him what he dipped for? So I pulled, and to be quite honest, I missed, because I hit him in his backside. I missed, because at that point in time, you disrespect my people, disrespect me, we fight, and I see you turn around in your car. He would later say he turned around to pull out his ID that he was in the defense force or the army. I'm not studying that. I felt my life was under danger. I went to jail, other than the 5 nights and 6 days they like to talk about. I went to jail for 15 minutes. When the police asked me what happened, I didn't last 15 minutes in that station. Because they understand when your life and the life of your people are in danger,
return fire.
By any means necessary. By any means necessary. So all this talk, I just give you the numbers about gun culture. A gun culture comes about if you have a lawless society. And possibly if the PNM was in government, we could be worried about that. But with UNC, where we actually give resources to the TTPS. We actually give resources. We didn't fight down the DPP like they did. They spent years fighting down the DPP, not giving his office resources. And now they want to come and talk about what culture we'll create. What culture did they all create? They didn't give any resources to the TTPS. They didn't give any resources to stop radio larceny. I remember when I was doing research in culture, you had one car for radio larceny. So when they want to talk about is a whole culture they create and a culture that we're trying to fix that they come in here to talk about. I do not care whose sensibilities I offend. Once I perceive that the life of my family, the life of my children is under threat, what the Prime Minister said?
Knock it.
Knock it back. Load up the matic. I don't care.
Load up the matic.
The gentleman, Senator Lalla, also said, Mr. President, he talked about legislation. Oh yes, that the operations and there's operational and systemic inefficiencies. Has nothing to do with legislation. But that shows the lack of proper thinking. It's the legislation and the proper legislation that enables the proper operations and systems to be put in place. So you can't come here in a vacuum and talk about, well, you know, we need to have systemic and operational efficiencies, and that's the problem. But how are you going to get those without the proper legislation in place? So just to come here and talk on a pedestal and find any reason or to try and find any reason, as shallow it might be, as superficial it might be, with a lack of depth, it highlights just how much they want to oppose for opposing's sake. This is legislation that is precise. It's on point. It's timely. It has a noble objective, despite the philosophy. And I respect Dr. Murray's philosophy about caring about life and all that. But you also have to respect mine.
Care about your own life.
No, I'm not saying no. I'm not saying you don't care. She cares. And she cares about life. I love that idealism. But I'm a man. And a man based in reality, who's seen things that I hope you all never see. So I can tell you, this is a law that is necessary. It gives us clarity. It gives us accessibility. It makes it easier for the courts. It's not a law that comes in a silo by itself. There's all the organs of states that supports this law. It's still there. Don't let them give you the impression that this law comes and the other organs of the state, they're not in operation. They are there to support this law. So he talked about disproportionate force. A court determines that. That's what we have courts for. Judges are there to determine that. Yes, it's not a legislation that just comes and you get everything there. No, the courts there will determine exactly was disproportionate force used or not. So, Mr. President, I don't like to say, because nobody knows, Nobody knows in a specific situation how you react. I don't care all the training you had or have. I don't know why. I thank Almighty God that all the times I was in those situations, quite a few, I don't know where it didn't come from me, but courage was there. Courage was there. I'm not saying, and I agree with them, sometimes not everyone will react the same. Some people might freeze. I've seen people with all the training in the world freeze, to be honest. I'm not saying we have to have a culture where everybody has that courage, and it shouldn't be. You might have people infirmed, but we have to give them the opportunity. We have to give them the chance. We have to give them that equitable opportunity to be able to defend themselves in their homes. What else are you going to do? When they're so worried about guns, how can an 85 or 80-year-old man or 75-year-old man or 60-year-old man defend themselves against 4 people breaking in the house? 4 shopping fellas or not? But it's 4 young men breaking in. What opportunity are you going to give him? Tell him about disproportionate and disproportionate. You see why people end up not liking politicians? Because we just come and talk for talking's sake without realizing what is the reality on the ground. Take White and Anil is the last black man in China to be able to talk about it. I always tell them among that. Because you have to understand what's going on the ground. To relate to a bill like this, to relate to this legislation, you have to understand what's going on the ground. You can't stay and talk about all these idealistic things. This is life and death we're talking about. This is life and death we're talking about. Coming on with this kind of talk about past the lighthouse. And people in the lighthouse feel pain as much as people in South and Central. They have to understand that. South and Central, they need to protect themselves too. It's not only Port of Spain or those north of the lighthouse that feel pain, that bleed. Come on. We have to give everybody the chance. So, Mr. President, I never intended, because of the many speakers that went ahead, I never really intended to speak this long. But I heard things here that I think the public watching more than the people here? They're saying, what's wrong with these senators? What's wrong with these senators? Look at the people that they mentioned. What social and economic class they were in? All those people they mentioned who suffered home invasions, were they among the wealthiest in Trinidad and Tobago? Certainly not. Hard workers, middle class. A class that I came from, middle class, solid middle class. Give them that opportunity. They don't have, I didn't see burger proof in my house. I think ever. Ever. We don't believe in it. Although pipers are bonded, we don't believe in it. But at the same time, I know with 5 Nakhid men in our house, you had to come good to come in our house at any time in our house. So, Mr. President, I was very happy with some of the contributions. Senator Vera, let me commend you, one, on that eulogy that you gave, and also on your contribution. I understood the sensibilities, the sentimentalities of Dr. Murray, but as I admire your idealism, admire my practicality. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Etienne.
Mr. President, honorable senators, viewing public, the media. Mr. President, could you give me a 10-minute check when my time is close? Yes. All right, thank you. The Honorable Senate, today I stand. I've heard a lot of the contributions. And it's really great that, hats off to the government, they are trying. Crime is out of control. We know that that's a given. And they have promised on the campaign trail, and they are trying to deliver. And everybody understands that. And I have some concerns, and some concerns which also I am representing the large members of the largest and most diverse minority group in the world. And they have concerns as well. They have concerns as well. And I have been hearing about the most vulnerable people within our society, which is really great. Women, elderly, children, persons with disabilities. And hats off to the government as well for acknowledging the most vulnerable people within our society. We have to face reality. Our culture is not culture of another country. We don't have the same culture as the United States. We don't have the same culture as other developing countries or in the Middle East or wherever. And one of my concerns is if our culture is ready, and our people and our society, yes, people are desperate, they want protections, and yes, government is giving them where they could protect themselves. But are we all prepared? Many people have arms already, and they are prepared. With this legislation, what is happening is that still a lot of people, it will not cover because they will not be able to afford any set of security measures for themselves. And that's one of my concerns, whereby, are we ready for it? Are our security systems ready for it? Do we need to be sensitized? And because I have been hearing from previous contributions that this has to be put in place, and this security will be put in place, and the terms are will be put in place. It's not like currently being put in place. You're putting a very important legislation to be enacted, a very serious one, and this legislation is going to change Trinidad. our culture. We have to face it. It's going to change our culture. So are we ready for it? I support that, yes, people want security. I want security as well. But, is the people of Trinidad and Tobago generally ready for it? One, we know for sure that not everybody will be permitted to have arms. I heard from previous contributions that this legislation is not about arms. It has some sort of connection with arms. And we have to face the reality of it. So we need to be prepared. We don't want to be like the marijuana bill, whereby right now it's out of control and we have to face the reality of it. Marijuana is so easily accessible right now that our future generation, children, is engaging in smoking marijuana. And you know what that is? And it's very concerning for me and a lot of people, because what will be our future of Trinidad and Tobago when our young people are blowing their brains? And that is out of control. So now we have to look in the future to amend that cannabis bill to help curb what is happening. So we don't want another act of it again, whereby we look to put the cat in front of the horse. All right? And the reason why I'm saying that as well is because this is giving way to people having a lot of arms. We have been having a serious surge of domestic violence in the home. Just in January and February, I don't know if people remember Pabati and Miss Thomas, who is no more with us. And that's the beginning of the year. And many people, even a lot of wives, even from people who have arms, have fallen victims because the people have arms. And if you talk especially women, which is one of our vulnerable groups, some women can't even open their mouth in their house to give an opinion, much less if their better half have a gun and say, well, hey, I need to shut you up. So we have to take into consideration all of this. Yes, it's all good. Yes, we need to protect. We need to protect. We need to protect. We all know this. But we don't want to, repeat it again like with the cannabis bill. And we need to have things put in. All right, you want the bill, but it has to be where we're putting things in place right now. It can't be for the future, because we're dealing with putting a lot of guns. Right now it has guns on the streets and they're trying to get it off the street. And the thing about it, loading the streets and our society with so many guns, because everybody wants to protect themselves, what is going to happen? You know what is one of the biggest problems that plague our society and cause this crime problem? Is backing off of the death penalty. And people don't want to realize that, because right now they're taking alive, they're unaliving people, and they realize even though they have to go into the prisons, they just have to adapt their lives. But they take somebody's life and they could still live. They could still communicate with their loved ones. The dear Senator Big over there, I felt his pain, right? But the thing about it is the death penalty. In other countries, I could understand a lot of human rights and courts, and they say it was inhumane. But when you perform an action, you have a consequence. In this country, when you perform murder, you go and you sit in prison for 5 years on death row. And then afterward, what it turns into? Life. And people will just, taxpayers' money have to feed you, and you're happy, while somebody lost their loved one. So one of the main contributing factors to the anarchy that is going on with crime in this country is that death penalty, because people not having respect for life anymore. So that needs to be corrected. You cannot have people taking action into their own hand, and there is no death penalty. So that's one of my main concerns. And then I'm looking to reflect also, to make reflection on the preamble of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, where it says that family is the natural, fundamental group unit in the society and is entitled to protection by the society and by the state. I understand that, right? And also in Article 5 of the same said convention is that everybody has equal rights before the law and protection under the law. And I would like to turn your attention now to persons with disabilities. The disabled community is very, very saddened and very disappointed in the government. It came back to me, and a lot of people want to know what is happening. They had consultations. They went out and participated in the consultations, and their voices were silenced because the only thing in this bill that we are debating, this legislation, for persons with disabilities is the $750,000 or 25 years. And what happens to this is that this is after the fact. This is when somebody's life is already unalived, or we have already been victims. Our Constitution states equal rights for all. So persons with disabilities, they are left behind again. We are one of the most vulnerable group within the society. And we can't wait to be unalived for our voices to be crying out from the grave. So we are left behind again, and people want to know what is happening because this is after the fact. And what people have to realize is that I'm not being ludicrous. You have different degrees of disabilities. And not everybody is blind and cannot hold a gun. Not everybody may have severe disabilities. There are people with disabilities who are still able for protection. Persons with disabilities does not, right now with this bill that being debated here, are not even qualified for a pepper spray. What about the deaf? What about someone who just cannot walk? And someone who has vision, their arms are great, their mind is thinking, everything is fine, but they lost ability to walk. And the thing about it came as it's an accident or something like that. And they are in their home, no protection. They are not given no protection to protect themselves. And Mr. President gave me a way to give an example of a case in Florida. Jason Dims, who is blind in one eye, had an implant in his head at the age of 8, was accosted by someone, and was actually really having a good field day of him all in his head, hitting him all in his head. He is dazed, dozing off. And he had to take out his gun and he shot. He's in self-defense. He spent 2 years, second-degree murder, and it was acquitted because he acted in self-defense. He had a disability, but thank God he was able to protect himself. He was capable enough whereby he could have bore a firearm, and he was able to protect himself. So not everybody under the class of disabilities is according to the degree of disabilities. And I would kindly and please ask the government if they could look into it, because that's the issue, that's the voices I'm hearing in the disabled community. That I can understand we have severe, we have to be realistic, but we also have people who want to be able to protect themselves, and a lot of persons with disabilities are actually living on their own. They are not living in any gated community. They don't have any security officer. They don't have these things. We don't have privilege to these things. I would kindly ask if the government could take into recommendation as well assisting persons with disabilities with security systems, because they are underserved people. They are people who are underemployed and cannot afford it. So you can't just leave us out. So then we will become more vulnerable to these people who feel that they are operating above the law. The dear minister on Tuesday, from Honorable Minister from Ministry of Agriculture, said that this bill is balanced. I don't see it's balanced. The rest of the disabled community doesn't see it's balanced, and other vulnerable groups. Also, the Honorable Minister in the public admin said about walking in one shoe. I would like people in here to walk in a disability shoe, a disabled person's shoe, and see how it feels. What about having one of your loved ones who have a disability and they are not properly protected and leave for work, and when they come back home, their loved one is unalived because they can't afford the security measures, or the person, even though they have a disability, they could protect themselves, because you have a lot of people who are deaf, families who are deaf, and they are living on their own. They talk about, the Minister of Public Admin talk about empathy. Empathy, but you hear the voice in the consultation, but you silence the voice. What we have to look at, and that is what I have been urging with my motion previously. You see how important legislation is? And you can't look to protect the rest of the society because disabilities is in a blink of an eye. You could walk out of here today, and by tomorrow you have either a temporal or a permanent disability. And what you have to do, you have to live with the facts. You have to live. You have to operate. You have to live in the society. You have to live with the changes in the society. You have to adapt to the situations within the society. And what each group within the society looks upon the government for assistance to help us, to protect us, as in the preamble to the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So I am voicing the voice that I've been hearing from since this bill was passed in the House up till now. My phone, my emails of persons with disabilities saying, no, we are not being heard. Then what about us? You cannot wait until we have turned victims. And many times with that part, with the 750,000, also with 25 years, you can't wait till that come to say, well, all right. And many times, if the person come with a mask or a group of people come, sometimes these people are never caught. So our life is gone, sniffed out. We want to contribute to the economy. I am happy to be able to stand up here and contribute today. It's better that instead of giving a man a fish every day, it's better you teach him to fish. And I'm glad for the opportunity whereby I am fishing now. And I, right now, is voicing for persons with disabilities that yes, we understand your effort, but we are totally left out. That part with the 750 and the 25 years, that is after the fact, when we already become victims. But for those that are capable of defending themselves, because you have people who are deaf, and they are very healthy, and they could defend themselves. So we need your support, we need you to hear us, and we need you to acknowledge that, hey, let's see if we could add something, amend something, something with security, something that will be able to more better protect persons with disabilities, because everybody lies are touched with disability some way or the other. And if you don't look at it now, in years to come, when it comes knocking on your door, you didn't get the opportunity now to add it into this legislation. You may not be in a position to add it into the legislation. So I'm kindly asking the government to hear our voice and to look at it. We have a lot of senior council members, the Honorable Attorney General, who is well experienced, and I'm kindly asking if you all could review and include us. We are part of this society of Trinidad and Tobago, and we want to be included and to be able to be protected as well under legislation. I thank you.
Senator Lewis, Senator Francis Lewis.
Mr. President, I understood it might be a... Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I appreciate the opportunity to contribute. If you're strongly for or against this bill, my presentation is probably not for you. My advice would be have a cup of tea, take a break. If you're like me, that you have honest doubt, perhaps it might be useful. In the last week, I've gone back and forth, and I'm in balance, on the cusp. I will vote on this bill, and that vote will not be an abstention. Whether it's for or against, it will be a hard decision. And I feel I owe it to myself, I owe it to my colleagues, and I certainly owe it to the larger public to explain at this point in time what is influencing my decisions in this matter. Thank you. I will share the pros and cons as I understand them, but they are evolving. It's not fixed. I want to thank my colleagues. There's been a lot of persons speaking to this bill. It has really helped me grapple with and more deeply understand the issues. This week has really helped, both earlier in the week and today. We're dealing with uncertainty, and throwing the dice is not, and hoping for the best, is not, in my experience, the best way to proceed. I'm not saying that that's what the bill is doing, but I worry that it is one piece of a mosaic that we require to help make change happen. And something that occurred to me, perhaps it's obvious to some, as a consequence of the decisions we make, somebody's going to die. Whatever happens, there will be some irrevocable changes. So if I voice concern, it's not opposition. It is genuine doubt that I struggle with, that I'm struggling with. The first thing I ask is, do we need a new law? There is a national frustration with crime, especially violent crime. I don't think one has to be political to acknowledge that that's a reality. The fear and anxiety is real, and what this bill speaks to beyond the law is an emotional truth that also matters to people. There is a fed-upness in the land. Much has been promised, not as much has been delivered, or perhaps expectations are out of sync with the realities of delivery. And the question that people ask me in discussing this is, Mr. President, is what will this make a difference in a reasonable period of time? You see that reasonable period of time? That has been a recurring theme. There is, I think, a strong public sense and support for self-defense. But what's interesting is that when we start to talk about self-defense, and self-defense as a principle, it predates man-made law. We didn't create that, and people understand that. And I worry sometimes that righteousness or the emotions that come with that could blur the making of good law and good decisions. What this does, and this is positive, and it has communicated very clearly across, I think, much of the population, is that it restores a sense of agency. So if there's doubt that can I, should I, that sense that you can, you have a responsibility to yourself, your family. The point has been made very strongly in a number of speakers. I think that's something it does positively. The bill is no surprise. It has been long signaled. I compliment the change of name from Stand Your Ground to Home Invasion Self-Defense, and I think it's a more accurate reflection of what the bill is trying to do. I think it does bring clarity and codification in the matter of self-defense, and it appears to my unlettered, not legal mind to be firmly or well established in common tested principles and practices of the common law, and a long history of interpretation. It offers a potential degree of hope, and that is important too. Law mustn't be more than just functional. It offers not just a legal response, but it offers, as has been powerfully and thunderously acknowledged, a focus on the moral response as well. But I have some concerns. One concern is, and here I will have to go with those who know more of this than myself, is the concern for not having beyond a simple majority. When I read what the Law Association had to say, it spoke to me. And if we're dealing with human life in this way, and the life we're dealing with is not just the life of potentially a home invader being taken, it's the life of the person who takes it. It needs, I think, the support of the 3/5 majority. Whether legally it requires it, I can't. So the assertion of our AG that it doesn't infringe the Constitution does not, at this point, persuade me. I worry that the bill may promise more than it can deliver. And there's always the risk of overpromising and people's interpretation being greater than what was intended. I particularly worry, and this is going forward with other bills, the lack of persuasive data and statistics. We're being asked to change something that is fundamental to our country. And nobody could tell me how many home invasions. My colleague mentioned 500 plus. I saw the assertions about robbery and burglary, etc. And it's an indicator. And I do respect that some of the data may not be readily available because it's not tracked in that way. But if you're bringing something as profound as this, I wonder whether putting some researchers and say, go and give me a number that can be reasonably defended. Because without that, we are then forced to deal with the very real human story of what home invasions and the violence that comes from it causes. But this place has to be more than dealing with the emotions as real and legitimate as they are. It needs the data. And so I would hope for future bills that could be provided, as difficult as my request probably is. More concerning is how is this bill to be implemented? Passing it is easy. That's an activity. What we want is an outcome that is positive. And my colleague expressed the concern about it has to fit within a mosaic of law enforcement for change to happen. If that does not happen, this bill by itself, standing alone, cannot help make the changes that we all desire to see in our larger society. I worry that this bill may cause, or people's interpretation of it that goes well beyond what the law says, may cause confrontational behavior. There's much that I admire of our large neighbor to the north. Their gun culture is not one of those things that I admire. We're not a Dirty Harry movie set. We're not Make My Day. I've heard it echoed. Perhaps it is to make a point, but that worries me in a place such as this that needs to be, I think, more profound. So the earlier statements by the PM, which was on the election trail, which has its own context, I understand that, but it worries me when we talk about empty the clip, light them up, etc., because that echoes across and becomes a justification for violence. The signaling that I have heard about easier access to firearm users, the number of people who have approached me or asked, what do you think of it, that have made the fundamental assumption that this bill is about firearms and we will get firearms as a consequence of it, that surprised me. That expectation is out there. The bill speaks nothing to that. And when I speak to members, I don't think that's the expectation. But the fear, very real fear, is that what is the point of having this if you don't free up firearms? And I do accept that we may need to look at our firearms regulations to strengthen them, and that can be debated. What does strength mean? But my concern is this the thin end of a wedge for liberalizing the issuance of firearms? And to be very fair, on that matter, it is likely that I will be one of the strongest opponents to it. I don't think the country will be improved with more guns in people's hands. And I face the very real issue of if those who wish to cause me harm have guns and I can't get one, then what am I to do? And I accept that, I struggle with it, but simply flooding firearms into place is not, I think, a way that will improve my society. Research, and there is fairly strong research, but it does come from different cultures, and the underlying cultures are important, that stand ground laws have had a negative impact to marginalized people, particularly if people look differently. To domestic violence survivors, and in some societies, there is sufficient research to talk about the increase in homicide rates. Misinterpretation of this law can lead to reckless behavior. And often we have talked about war and a war on crime. And that is used so loosely. And if we are at war, who is the enemy? And maybe that enemy is us. And if you start that kind of civil conflict, where do you go? Is this law a sufficient response to the very real domestic terror? And I use that word very carefully, but the domestic terror that a lot of people feel. So my concerns, my caution, my carefulness in considering and perhaps affirming this bill is how might this law speak to the ethos of being a Trinidadian and Tobagonian. And others have spoken as eloquently, more so than me, about the culture of the country. There's a story that I think is worth sharing, Mr. President. For many years, I have worked in export marketing and traveled across the Caribbean. And a fond topic, usually after work on an evening, is how do you think Trinidadians are different from others? And there's a very quick story that is worth telling. The context of the story is, imagine a rum shop and two fellas head bad, and it leads to loud words and a potential brawl. And this was described to me in more than one Caribbean country. In a certain Caribbean country where self-assertion and the rights of somebody is very great, and that person has a partner with them, the body language and the behavior is the partner is behind the person forming the altercation or taking offense to the altercation, and the language is something like, beat him, I'm right behind you. And so I said, okay, I understand that. What is the difference with a Trinidadian? The Trinidadian is standing behind their friend, lifting their friend's arm and saying, hold me back, hold me back. Trinidadians have a view of violence, not that we're immune to it, but how we think about it is fundamentally different. So in that context, if this becomes law, how will the legislation impact the nation's ethos, spirit, the soul of the country? And how will it potentially shift the social emphasis from a duty to retreat, which has a context, to an assertion of a right of self-defense? And will this increase social friction? And will it empower those who feel more vulnerable to crime? Because that too is a balancing act. Are we empowering or are we fostering a shoot first, ask questions mentality? Are we shifting to a more militarized identity? And that has happened in our society over the last 30 years. Will it increase fear and distrust? Could it increase tension and make people more distrustful, more fearful? That's not the intention of the bill. I accept that. And the preamble of the bill is very clear. But its interpretation is a different matter. It will shift, or might it, or how might it shift the rule of law, where force becomes acceptable, force that you've always had the right to use in self-defense? And how does a legal doctrine that we assert, if we assert it, state that the state, this parliament, will prioritize immediate protection of home and property over the potential for conflict avoidance? It's a balance of which I will be first to admit I don't have an immediate answer, but I do see that how to maintain that balance. The law may not benefit all citizens equally, and a number of people have spoken to that. My concern there is how might it deepen socioeconomic divisions and racial divides, where it's not about a reality, but it is about an interpretation of how I live in my life and how all of them, whoever the them is, living their life. How will it be applied consistently? And I'm asking a question for which none of us will have an answer, because if we pass it, we have to see how that happens. But what is the education, the public education that is needed within that? Much has been said about this being a deterrent. I don't know that I buy that. I want to. Our defense minister said bandits must know when they come in your house, there'll be a real chance that they might not be going out. Nice words, powerful words, very inspirational, motivational words. But can that lead, and how might that lead to misinterpretation of rights? And inside of all of this, what is the strain that it might put on top of an already burdened police and judicial system? Critics have argued the government views the bill as a necessary step to addressing crime and restoring peace of mind. Those are legitimate objectives. Critics have argued it risks altering, in some very fundamental ways, the fabric of the society and promoting a more individualistic, potentially more violent approach to security. Earlier today, and not for the first time, the phrase by any means necessary, formerly associated with Malcolm X, has been used. On the positive side, sometimes that thinking approach is needed to bring about real change, to push past traditional methods. Change does not come easily. And sometimes if the very society is stymieing one, and peaceful means haven't worked, more drastic measures may be the only option left. And I understand that, again, contextual. The phrase has often emerged or been used in periods of deep injustice and inequality. And it's a rallying cry for those who feel, I've tried everything and nothing is working, let me get it to work, and by any means necessary. The consequence of that phrase, though, is any means necessary could lead to harm and chaos. There are consequences to action, and we have to question if those consequences outweigh the potential benefit. Who defines what is necessary when we say by any means necessary? Can it be used and we lose sight of the greater good? Is the end, and the fundamental issue, moral issue behind any, by any means necessary, is the end goal justifies the means. I have lived long enough and seen enough to know that is a very slippery slope and a very dangerous place to be. And in violating potential ethical standards, can it really be called justice? Where do we draw the line between noble causes and dangerous extremism? Yes, it sounds empowering. But when people use extreme methods, what society and history has shown is that it creates a different problem that the society then has to grapple with. So what's the line between necessary and excessive? I struggle with that. The government, in bringing this bill, is bringing a necessary, important call to arms for radical change. It is saying we have a dangerous situation to deal with, and it calls for an approach that is different to or different from how we have been doing things in the past. Not only does your mandate as a government justify that, but I think the society is saying, yeah, we need a different approach. Whether this is the right approach, and if it is, because the language of the bill is constrained, I accept that and I respect that and applaud that. But the interpretation is a whole different matter out there. Mr. President, just before closing, a number of colleagues have spoken, and there are a number that I want to, in this forum, just before I close, I want to thank. I want to particularly thank my colleague, Mr. Big. We sometimes argue or present in the abstract, and making or giving a human face to this. And I very much respect what you've been through and your family has been through. But bringing a human face to this and the courage to do that, I was moved, and I thank you for that. I want to tip my hat to my colleague, the Honorable Kamar Moraj, for bringing a different view to this. Yeah, we could argue the law and the minutiae, but saying, guys, we have a bigger issue to fry, you know. We have investors that we need. We got to create jobs. And an area of uncertainty doesn't help us. And I thought it was a very enthusiastic presentation, and I liked it, and I applauded it. I applaud the absolute superb presentation by my colleague, Marlene Atz, Dr. Atz. It was stellar. It put this in a bigger context than the specifics of the law. And it caused me, for the entirety of her presentation, I went back to listen to it, was, wow, yeah, boy, that is really thinking it through. Now, I ain't going to name everybody, so my last person is our Minister of Labor and Small Business Enterprises, Mr. Batiste. There was an honesty in his presentation, and so there are a couple of things that you said that I think are worthy of note. The law does not have to be perfect. better or best must not become the enemy of good. That this law will not fix the problems. But if it's a start in the right direction, then it's deserving of support. That and the context of how, not just home invasions, but the violence behind it affects people in business, small business. There was an honesty and a grappling with it, to me, that I very much appreciate, and I thank you for that. So, in conclusion, Mr. President, will it act as a deterrence? Will criminals really think logically and singularly against home invasion? And let's assume that they don't. Maybe we need it, maybe we don't. I'm still grappling with that. Has our society changed so fundamentally that this is the solution? And the last thing I want is a solution that becomes a problem in its own right. I struggle with that. Ultimately, the bill is going to depend on how it's implemented and how citizens and the institutions will support its passage. The point that my colleague, Dr. Atz, made about it needs a bigger context. It needs to be what budget will go behind this, whether it's for public education, whether it's for the training of officers, whether it is so that it becomes a pillar, but a pillar is not a house. And we want to live in a house with a secure roof. Trinidad and Tobago is known for its vibrant culture, of celebration, of shared values, of a unity in diversity, and a celebration of diversity. It really does make us quite different from other places that I've traveled to. A bill such as this, and practically any law I use as a basic criteria, is how does it strengthen that spirit of togetherness that is our strength, rather than divisiveness? And that's a danger. And in posing the question, I recognize that I'm really trying to see over the horizon. And I can't do that, none of us can. But we have to make a judgment, which is what we're required to do. And so as I look at it, it becomes, how do we balance personal defense and individual rights against a very real need for social solidarity and cohesion? And I don't have good answers. But my colleagues, your contributions have helped me deepen my understanding. And I'm looking forward to both the second reading, as I go through close by close, and to the final vote. Mr. President, thank you very much.
Anyway, yes, Senator Mustapha Abdul-Hamid.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this opportunity to be able to make a contribution on this bill before us. Mr. President, I did not do as my colleague to my right, Senator Lalla, and look at all 18 presentations, but I was able to look at quite a few. In particular, I paid attention to the Honorable Attorney General, and I was particularly impressed by Senator Dr. Atz's contribution. I thought that her contribution was very insightful and comprehensive, and I was very grateful in that it certainly provided guidance to me too. However, Mr. President, having listened to Senator Nakhid's presentation a few minutes ago, I can see in evidence some of the factors that went into the conceptualization of this bill. Senator Nakhid, unfortunately, sounded like someone who has been suffering from PTSD, some kind of post-traumatic stress disorder. And I say so because the emotions that he personified, which appear to me to be exactly the emotions that went into the conceptualization of this bill: hot-headedness, impetuousness, I would say, erraticism, a kind of volatility. And those are the qualities that we see in evidence, a kind of panicked response. And Mr. President, I would like to attempt to be a little more sober-minded in my own presentation. I prefer to aspire to the standards set by Senator Dr. Atz. Mr. President, why do we even have a state? Sometimes we enjoy institutions, and we don't often remember or recall the origins of these institutions. What were their purpose, their raison d'etre, the purpose for the creation of some of these institutions? The nation state didn't always exist. Before the nation state, some of the social contract theorists would describe ourselves as having existed, society as having existed in a state of nature. All of the social scientists among us will be familiar with some of the theorists like Thomas Hobbes, John Locke, Jean-Jacques Rousseau. These were the social contract theorists. And they generally had their own description. They varied. They had some disagreement as to what the state of nature was. In particular, Thomas Hobbes was the most crude, I would say, in that he described our state of nature as being short, nasty, and brutish. In other words, he's saying that the state of nature is untenable because we are likely to slaughter each other. John Locke and Jean-Jacques Rousseau were a little different. They had slightly different ideas, but essentially what they're saying, the state of nature is unacceptable. We cannot continue to exist in a state of nature, so we need to create something. And that something that we have created is a nation state. And that state is a contract between the people who are surrendering some of their natural rights to a state, a sovereign body, in exchange for something. And the something that we are expecting from that state are security, order, and protection. The purpose, essential and primary purpose of the state is to provide security, protection, and order. It is, and we are surrendering our rights, some of our rights, to do that protecting for ourselves. Because as they have contemplated, if we try to do that for ourselves, we are going to end up in a slaughter situation. And that is what anarchy is, Mr. President. Mr. President, I suspect, though, that in those circumstances where, and they all agree, I must say, they all agree on one thing. They disagree on a few things, the purpose, the extent to which the state can exercise force, etc. But they all agree on one thing. And the one thing that they agree is that the state must have a monopoly on coercion. The state must be the only body, the sovereign authority must be the only body, the only entity that has the power to exercise coercion. That is not available to the general population. And that is what gives us the good order that we seek. What we are seeing here, what we are witnessing here, far from being a government, and this is one of the aspects in which this particular legislation is deceptive. It's deceptive in a number of ways, which I will get into as we proceed. But the first way in which it is deceptive is that the government is presenting itself as taking a firm, strong, progressive action, when in fact, Mr. President, the government is actually running away from its responsibilities. This legislation is the government basically saying to the citizens, we are not able to provide you with the security that you need. We are not able to provide you with the order that you need. We are not able to provide you with the protection that you need. So you handle that yourself, Mr. President. And that is a collapse of the state in itself. That is what we must recognize is what it is the government absolving itself from its responsibilities and pretending that it is acting in the interest of the population and labeling it as some kind of, to use Senator Dr. Att's term, labeling it empowerment. That is a sleight of hand. That is a deception. It is a cynical approach to government. And so early in the term, you would imagine that they would have tried what I heard my colleague Senator Lalla, that they would have tried to strengthen the institutions of the state that will allow them to fulfill their duty as the sovereign authority to provide protection, order, and security, that they would utilize the institutions of the state that they have in order to allow them to provide that service to the state, to the citizen, to the citizenry. But so early, what they are in fact saying, Mr. President, we can't do it. And not that they're not saying that we have failed, but they're saying we are going to fail, so we're not even going to try. We are not even going to try. And they have come with this legislation, I say that largely because this particular bill has come so early in their term. They have not made a single effort to strengthen any of the aspects of the state that they have, for which they have responsibility. But, Mr. President, this legislation may not have been as offensive if it had come as part of a package of legislation or a suite of legislation. But coming as it does on its own, it is stranded, and it is related to other legislation that is yet to come that we hear spoken about, but it does not. It cannot survive on its own. It does not address some of the root causes of the crime. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Attorney General, when he spoke, Mr. President, my apologies, sir. Mr. President, the Honorable Attorney General, when he spoke, did make reference to the bill as, and I'll try to quote him, not a one-stop shop for all policy. There are other matters to be dealt with, including the liberalization in a reasonable way of access to firearms and other methods of defending oneself. Mr. President, I want to suggest to you, as I've just suggested, that this ought to have come as a part of a package of legislation. But that the legislation on the liberalization of the firearms, if that is to come, it should have come first. It should have come before this particular piece of legislation. Altogether, it is not reasonable to bring the Home Invasion Act first, Home Invasion Bill first. Because the liberalization of the firearms bill, as we expect it to come, based on the advice of the Honorable Attorney General, will directly impact the way in which the Home Invasion Act works and the way it will manifest itself in the society. As it stands now, and Parliament, Mr. President, Parliament needs to know the true landscape in which this legislation will be applied and will operate. And the liberalization, and by the very word, the use of the word liberalization, notwithstanding it's been tempered by the clause in a reasonable way, but the strength of the word liberalization tells you what's coming. It tells you what's coming in terms of the access to firearms, because it's the words of the Honorable Attorney General were liberalization including the liberalization of access to firearms and other methods of defending oneself. As it stands now, Mr. President, pardon me, sir. As it stands now, my argument is that particular piece of legislation, when it does come, will dramatically change the way, the environment, the circumstances in which this bill will operate. And they are not, and they cannot be separated. And my argument, my suggestion is either they come together or the firearms liberation bill comes first. We need to know how deadly is deadly. What do you mean by deadly? Right now, deadly could be a cricket bat. It could be a pot. It could be, but if the environment changes and deadly becomes a serious firearm, then deadly means something different. And that, I think, Mr. President, and not only how deadly is deadly, you know, how widespread is deadly. Because deadly can be deadly in terms of intensity, but deadly can also be deadly in terms of its breadth, its coverage. Mr. President, bring them together or bring the firearms legislation first. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, I too am surprised. I haven't been here for such a long time, but it appears as though it's still embedded in my mind. Mr. President, I have to question the motivation for the legislation. That is an important factor. What is the motivation for the legislation? Because, as I said at the beginning, it seems to be characterized by a kind of hot-headedness. But it's there, you know, because the Honorable Attorney General said in his contribution that there's been a loss of trust in the criminal justice system. And my honorable colleague, my beloved friend, described that as in his presentation as being part of the justification for the legislation. But is there anything in this legislation that is likely to restore trust in the criminal justice system? Is there anything in this, my honorable friend, is there anything in this legislation that is likely to restore trust? What are the reasons for the lack of trust in the criminal justice system? It's a perception of bias, which, by the way, this legislation can actually make worse. And I'll make a reference to that later in the contribution. Unreasonable delays cause a lack of trust, a backlog, a lack of fairness, no confidence in the authority, in the national authority. The legislation doesn't address any of these. These are the recognized factors for a loss of confidence or loss of trust in a criminal justice system. The legislation says nothing about these. It does not address, I don't mind that the government comes and says, look, we feel to do this, we feel the people want it, we're doing it. If you say that, but don't hide behind a sophisticated concept of the loss of trust in the criminal justice system. Nothing to do with that. Has nothing to do with that. It has to do with believe in the rectitude of your cause, as my old boss used to say. If you believe something, come and say it. Don't hide behind any concept. Don't hide behind platitudes, I might say. And in fact, this legislation can actually make it worse. It can create more delays by piling on, and that's an important point that we will have to address. Now, the Honorable Attorney General recognized himself that the legislation, because he made reference to two pieces of legislation that must come. The other one was trials in a short space of time. Now, yes, bring that. That will help restore confidence in the justice system. Don't make reference to it, but bring it. Bring that first. If you say to me that we are improving the criminal justice system by bringing a piece of legislation, trials in a short space of time. Brilliant. That will contribute towards restoring confidence, not the Home Invasion Act, not the Home Invasion Bill. The other comment made by the Honorable Attorney General was a loss of trust. Now, this is perhaps where we get it closer to what the truth is. A loss of trust in those whom the public has elected to rule in the best interests of the citizens. Now we're getting somewhere in terms of trying to figure out exactly what might be responsible for this legislation being brought now, and being brought now we're talking as this. It may in fact be the real reason for the legislation. Because, as was alluded to earlier, my contention by a previous speaker, my contention is that this legislation was born on a political platform. It was conceived, conceptualized on a political platform, and it was one of 3 policies that were declared on a political platform. You may describe it as a trifecta from hell. It was stand your ground, load up the matic, and empty the clip. That is the suite of legislation that we're talking about. That is the rationale, the true rationale for the birth of this legislation and the presentation of this legislation as we now have it. A small point which I'd like to ask my honorable friend to clarify, some reference as well was made to it earlier, is this question of the alarming increase in violent crime and home invasions. I found it a little difficult to figure out, and I know there is some difficulty generally in trying to figure out where we get these statistics from with regard to home invasions. Because if it's not legally defined as a crime, then I don't know what hybrid or concoction of various crimes that we have amalgamated to create the concept of a home invasion. Maybe we adding up burglary, breaking and entering, and various other crimes in a kind of a hybrid format. But I don't know how the police can collect statistics on a crime that does not necessarily exist in law. So maybe I can get some clarification on that. But if we do rely on, if we accept, or assume, if not accept, Senator Dr. Att's reference to 500 home invasions, my question there would be whether we have done any thorough clinical and sober analysis of that, of those statistics, because you may very well find that if you go deep into the and analyze the various metrics that the analysts use, that your solution may not be a home invasion act. But we have no evidence that any such comprehensive analysis has been done. And so we can't be confident that the solution that has been brought before us is in fact the best possible solution. Especially in light of the fact that we are now aware that it was in the fever, in a feverish election campaign that these policies were born and this particular legislation was conceptualized. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, this question of people and interpretation of law. The law impacts people, and the general population understands language in a very different way from the way in which lawyers, parliamentarians may understand language, in particular lawyers, and the way in which different segments of the society may understand language. When a lawyer says reasonable, that's not the same reasonable, that's a technical term. It may mean something different to the general population. So there are 3 categories of people who interpret this legislation. You have the occupant, defined as an occupant in the legislation, That's members of the general public. You have the police. They have an interpreting role to perform as well. And that is something that the population must be very, of which the population must be very, very mindful. Because the police has a responsibility in this matter. And how the police interprets the law and assesses your actions can have grave consequences for you. And then the court has an interpretation that it has to apply. But your interpretation and the police's interpretation or understanding and the court's understanding may all be completely different. And in those circumstances, you may find yourself, because this legislation is potentially criminal conduct with potential to result in people being killed, exposing you to the possibility of a murder charge, exposing you to the possibility of finding yourself where you have no access to bail. Mr. Speaker, I want to warn the population to read this bill in its entirety very, very carefully. Because if you get it wrong, the consequences can be very, very grave for you. Because what the occupant, what the average citizens may think the law says, what you may have been led to believe the law says, what you are likely to believe the law says, and what the law and what is likely to guide your actions, all of that and what the law actually says might be completely different. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, we have to take this in context of some of the, and why I say that is because the language of the government, in my view, is deceptively aiming to have the population believe that they have privileges that they may not necessarily have. And I suggest that they may be doing that for political purposes. Let me tell you what I mean. The language around Section 6.1, the language that supports that, these are the kinds of words that we're hearing from the members of the government. This is what the population hears. And remember, this is a desperate population looking for a solution. The right to defend, stand your ground, no duty to retreat, reasonable necessity, no precise calculation if the person is defending himself. You know what that means? You don't have to think too much. Right? No precise calculation. Nobody expect you to make too much assessment because we're talking about the instinctive response. You're saying if you're guided by your instinctive response, no precise calculation, that is fine. That is what 6.1 says. 6.1 says if you honestly believe that his life or the life of another was in immediate danger, honestly believes that his actions were necessary and reasonable, believes that the defensive force used was proportionate to the threat he honestly believed to exist. So 6C, there are two sets of believing going on in 6C. There's a lot of believing. And the average citizen is likely to interpret that if I believe and my instinctive response. And I don't have to be precise. But, Mr. President, 6.2 is what the reality is. 6.2 is where you get your, but as I said, that is what is deceptive. Because the population is being led to believe, you go ahead. Load up your matic. Feel free. You stand your ground. But Section 6.2 says that the court, the court, now remember, by the time the court gets involved, you have to go through the police. So what happens between 6.1 and 6.2 that is not here? The police happens between 6.1 and 6.2. Right? And that police based on the unnecessary, the lengthy delays, that between 6-1 and 6-2 could be 10 years of you in jail. You could be locked up for 10 years between 6-1 and 6-2. Between your belief that you did something right and before the court gets a chance to tell you you were wrong or you were right. You, in a 70 or 60 year lifespan, could spend 10, 12, 15 years in a cell because youth believed. But 6-2 gives you a heavy dose of reality, a shocking dose of reality. That dose of reality, the court now will come to tell you, notwithstanding your belief, notwithstanding your instinctive actions, the court will tell you the nature of the force or threat. The court makes that assessment. Whether there were means available to respond, there were other means available to respond to the potential threat. The occupant's role in the incident, the size, age, and gender. Remember, we just heard that your instinctive response. Now I'm hearing about the size. I had to check the size. I had to check the age. I had to check the gender. I had to check the apparent physical capabilities of the parties to the incident. I had to check those things. But I was just told in 6-1 if I honestly believed. The nature and duration and history, the nature, duration, and history of any relationship between the parties. So if we had an argument 3 months ago, I ain't not necessarily thinking about that. But the court will bring that and think about that. I wasn't thinking about that at the point in time. I honestly believe. This is so the history of interaction and communication between the parties to the incident. Mr. Speaker, this is actually a very practical one. So if somebody and I had an argument 2 weeks ago, he was aggressive towards me. Let's imagine. He came to my house. He came to my house. And I might have been aggressive towards him. Let's imagine I was aggressive towards him. He came to my house. I see this person coming to my house. And I do what this, I stand my ground. I use deadly force. The court now coming to take that into account. I was acting instinctively, what I honestly believe. The reason I'm saying is the language of the government regarding 6-1. Their intention is to give the population that they have an authority to proceed along certain lines, which 6-2 tells you you do not have. And the price you pay, the price you are going to pay is going to be it's going to be a very high price that you are going to have to pay. Whether there was a possibility that the occupant could have safely retreated, whether the occupant did what he honestly and instinctively thought was necessary for a legitimate purpose. Mr. President, all I'm saying here is that the language around 6-1 and the reality of 6-2, I want to recommend to every citizen, before you get carried away with 6-1, all right, focus your attention on 6-2, because that is what the reality is. 6-1 is not reality. 6-2 is your reality. Mr. President, as I said to you before, I suspect that this legislation is politically driven, and I'm just cautioning against the population getting carried away, because you see that point there about all of that interpretation that the court has to do. Long before that, the police has to do that. And good luck. All of those responsibilities, the police has to do a preliminary assessment of that. The night that this, or the day, or whenever this incident takes place, you are in a police station subject to the interpretation, the question and the interpretation of the police. And if somebody has died in that process, you are literally facing years and years and years incarcerated before the system can figure out what your fate is to be. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, there were some comments made earlier about I want to read from a University of Oxford article published by the University of Oxford, which has related to the Standing Ground laws, and some studies that were done. It's published on the 23rd of February 2021. This study says Standing Ground laws, I'm reading from it, designed to protect individuals who actively defend themselves from crime, have not improved public safety across the United States, according to a new study, which was published in the American Journal of Public Health. In some states, such laws have led to increases in violent crime and homicides, and evidence suggests the application of legal protections under these laws may intensify racial inequities in the criminal justice system. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the Attorney General ridiculed statements that were made in the other place regarding racial bias as it applies to laws like these. But we have our Oxford study here saying exactly that. When you have plural societies and you have standing ground legislation, you run the risk of there, in fact, being racial bias, which is, in fact, the case as it exists in the United States. Studies also suggest, this is the paragraph, racial bias in the legal rulings on self-defense claims. Cases where white citizens were injured were less likely to be considered justifiable than cases where black or brown citizens were killed or injured. Cases involving white victims were even less likely to be ruled justifiable when defendants were from racial minorities. According to researchers, this suggests the legal protection of such laws depends on the race of victims and defendants. In short, it is when you have a plural society, a multi-ethnic society, I'm not saying that will necessarily happen with us in Trinidad, but if you see it having a particular impact on other societies, you have to ask yourself whether those same input factors may have a similar impact on our society. And just in case we're wondering if that can possibly happen in Trinidad, I don't know, there was a controversial case many, many years ago that with a gentleman, I think his name was Jason Johnson, and Brad Boyce. And that case demonstrated for a lot of people, but let me put it this way, there was a very unsatisfactory outcome. So we are not immune from issues of race having an impact on class, not just race, class, having an impact on the judicial system or any system, any other aspect of the state. So, Mr. President, the question of disproportionate force was raised. And so my closing comment, I just want to go back to this last point about the question of, you see, while Senator Lalla made reference to disproportionate force being allowed, but grossly disproportionate force not being allowed. And my main point is, while they're trying to figure out the difference between disproportionate force and grossly disproportionate force, you may very well find yourself in a very difficult, impossible situation, fighting to save your life in an incarcerated circumstance. Mr. President, I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Senators, I think it's a good time for us to suspend for tea, and we'd like to resume at 6 p.m. This sitting is now suspended until 6 p.m. Senator Sophia Chote, please.
Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this bill. I will go straight to it and intersperse it perhaps with a few comments here and there, but I certainly will try to avoid tedious repetition, having regard to the fact that we have already had so many speakers with so many different perspectives generously shared with us all. When I look at clause 4 of the bill, what it says is this: an occupant of a dwelling house has no duty to retreat from a home invader at the dwelling house, and the right to stand his ground and use or threaten to use defensive force to protect himself, another person, or his property from a home invader. I pause to say that this is an articulation of a principle in this legislation which already exists. We can, before this law is enacted, and at any time before, could have done exactly this. So this particular clause, I don't see it as being controversial. I think what may have caused some difficulty for some people is the inclusion of the words "stand your ground." And I have to say, if any piece of proposed legislation has ever suffered from bad PR, miscommunication, and even, I respectfully say, within the environment of this honorable chamber, a lack of explanation, I think it has been this. And I pause to say this. From my perusal of this legislation, it appears to me that people are talking about what may have been the first incarnation of it, which had been put out for public comment. People may be conflating what was said on political platforms pre-election and post-election and even afterwards, after the talk about the bill began to gain traction. And all of that now is consuming what appears to be the language and intent of this proposed legislation. This could have been corrected, and we could have come before this honorable House with far more clarity than, unfortunately, we had. Stand your ground legislation, and I have to go into this because it has to be cleared up. Stand your ground legislation didn't start in Florida. It started in Utah, in the United States of America, and then became enacted in certain states where racial bias became part of a legislative agenda. And you had Jim Crow laws in the 1960s and so on. Stand Your Ground started in Utah, went to places like Mississippi and so on, places not really known to be big on human rights, especially when you're talking about human rights for minorities. So I totally understand why this dialogue became so confused and so confusing, because people were looking at these three words, stand your ground. They were saying, oh my gosh, what on earth are we borrowing from the south of the USA, and what kind of laws do they enact? Are they applicable to us? Are they relevant to our society? And those were very legitimate concerns. This could have been cleared up before this debate. Regrettably, it was not. And then you had a whole lot of scholarship about what happened in these states, in Alabama and Mississippi and Florida and Georgia. What happened as a result of stand your ground laws? Innocent people were shot and killed. My friend Senator Abdul-Hamid, whom I did not realize but I'd known in a different incarnation when I was much younger. Senator Abdul-Hamid referred to one of the same articles that I found when I was doing my research, and that's the article from the Oxford University Press, where they did some research on what happened in the US with respect to these stand your ground laws. So please, let us try to hive that off and let us see what this bill actually says. And let us see whether it meets the standards that we require as legislators. So first part of it, Clause 4 seems to be fine. Clause 5. Now, I think there is a clarification that needs to be made here. Something needs to be put in at the beginning of Clause 5. And again, Senator Abdul-Hamid hit the nail on the head. Because what Clause 5 is doing, or it's contemplating, is how a legislative self-defense will be run in a courtroom. And that is clear when you look at the second part of it, because it refers, sorry, I beg your pardon, I'm talking about Clause 6. So it talks about the court shall take into account. So it contemplates that you're already before a court. So subsection 1 is talking about your state of mind. You're already before a court. What is your state of mind? And subsection 2 is talking about other things the court may take into account in determining whether self-defense allows you to be acquitted and not held criminally liable. Problem is, though, when somebody is held in circumstances like these, there is a part beforehand. You are held by the police. You may be interviewed. The process may take days, it may take weeks, it may take months. The police don't always decide to charge. I am afraid that if we continue to have this clause as it's worded, what we will be suggesting is now that the police have less of a role to play. And the unfortunate outcome of that is the police may say, well, look, and I have to say police officers tend to look at things very literally sometimes, especially at that level. They will say, look, 6.2 says, the court shall take into account. So that means we have a duty to place you before a court. So someone who may have acted in genuine self-defense and, ticked all the boxes in this section may find himself placed before a court when that may not necessarily have been necessary. The police may have several options. The police may go to the DPP. The DPP may say, look, this is not a case where you want to lay a criminal charge for murder or anything else. The police, or they may decide that this is a more appropriate case to go before a coroner. But we have no mention of that in this section. Instead, I think unless we get clarity, the police might be misled into thinking that they no longer have a role in determining whether someone who has shot somebody, let's say, in their home or used a cutlass to defend themselves, or an ice pick or a cricket bat or whatever it is, whether that person should be charged at all. I think we need to put something in there because that is a right that we all have right now. We all can defend ourselves. And I know a lot of my male colleagues, and sometimes I feel the gender issue in this honorable chamber very strongly because it's a lot of men, with all due respect, getting into their fields, as the young people say, and talking about what they feel they need to do as men. Well, we women also want to defend ourselves, and we also do think that we are capable of defending ourselves and our families. So please, as much as I know you want to protect us, don't underestimate what we can do. So that's the issue, one of the issues with Section 6. Now let me jump back to Section 5. There's a bit of an odd inclusion in this section which worries me a little bit. And I'll tell you how I started or why I started to think about it in this way. November the 25th was the celebration of the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. And after that, we have had 16 days of activism. We are in the middle of that right now. And I thought to myself, from a female perspective, how is this section, which criminalizes the offense or creates an offense of home invasion, how is it going to specifically affect women? And that took me to a consideration of 5(1)(d), and in particular, read in conjunction with 5(1)(i) and (j). So 5(1)(d) deals with the situation, the non-violent situation, where someone has gone to someone else's home and is asked to leave and doesn't leave. That's all that has to happen. And that person, without intimidation, threats, or violence, steals any property, or that person, without intimidation, threats, or violence, damages or destroys any property. Now, this is the only part of that section which deals with a non-violent situation. And unfortunately, such a person faces the additional penalty if they do what I refer to. If they do that in the presence of a child, they face an additional penalty. Fine of $750,000 and imprisonment for 25 years. How does that affect women? I thought of the many occasions when I had to deal with situations where women in the family in the family dynamic have had to ask husbands, partners, common law spouses for maintenance money, money to send the children to school, money to pay for transport, money to buy uniforms. And the number of times we've come across instances where the men fail to make their maintenance payments and they fail to maintain their children. It is not unusual or unreasonable to think that a woman in those circumstances may go to where the man lives, with or without the children in tow, and say to him, "Where is my money? You didn't pay the maintenance for this month. Could I have my money, please?" All he has to do is to ask her to leave. If, as sometimes happens, the woman says, "Look, hang on, you can't mind your children, then I am taking this gold chain that you have here, or this gold watch that I see here, or this $1,000 pair of sneakers lying on the mat, or this new wireless speaker that you put down on the cupboard. I am taking it and I am selling it to get the money for the children." Such a woman intends to steal, and she does steal, and she does it without intimidation, threats, or violence. she can now be criminalized. She can now be criminalized, treated as a criminal, put in the criminal justice system because she may have done this in the presence of their children. And I think that whenever we legislate, we need to put on or use the gender lens. And I think this is a kind of situation which we can see occurring. We can have people who are really not criminals being treated as criminals and victimized by the criminal justice system. I couldn't understand why this section was included in the first place. Now, I could get the first part of it where it says you're asked to leave and you don't leave and so on. But what about the stealing of the property and the damaging or destroying of the property? If she slams the door and the door handle breaks, she's a criminal. She can be charged, she can be imprisoned, she can be fined. Let's use another kind of example. Drug addict, son, grandson, niece, daughter comes home to the grandparents' house or the parents' house, asks for money. He or she might be told to leave, doesn't leave, steals the clock on the wall. Is that the kind of person we now want to make criminally liable for an offense as serious as the one which we are legislating? Another example, you know how in this country we like to fight about land and inheritance. The number of cases you have before the courts dealing with that issue and spin-off issues, I mean, it is just amazing. So you have one sibling going to the house to see the elderly parent who is now ensconced in that house and not able to see the other children and so on. And the other child who is in control of the parent and the parent's affairs says to his brother or sister, I'm asking you to leave. And the brother or sister could take up anything from that house in rage. Or the brother or sister could slam the door as he's going out and the handle falls out. And such a person is criminalized and placed in the criminal justice system. Now, this is something that could be corrected so easily, with all due respect. I think that what we need to do is remove that part of this section to make this section workable, to make sure that we don't penalize people who really are not criminals, who are not acting with criminal intent, and who don't belong within the ambit of this legislation at all. Subsection 4. I think, unfortunately, that this might be a bit of an error because this already exists in the Criminal Law Act 2A. What this does is this says that somebody who kills in the course of a home invasion may be liable for murder, okay, under the murder felony rule. But home invasion, from my understanding of this bill, is an arrestable offense, it's an indictable offense. So it falls squarely within the Criminal Law Act, which already creates the murder felony rule. So I think this might be a duplication, a statutory duplication. I think the Criminal Law Act already allows for the offense of home invasion, if this legislation is passed, it already allows for these consequences to follow. So, to return to section 6. As I say, I see the use in creating, or in articulating, I should say, a legislative position with respect to self-defense. Issues, different kinds of defenses have been the subject of legislation before. Provocation has been the subject of legislation. Diminished responsibility has been the subject of legislation. So I see no reason why somehow we have to say that there is some sort of, I don't know, unique thing about self-defense which insulates it from legislative intervention. I can't understand that. And when I look at how the legislative explanation is articulated, it seems to me that it more or less is the same thing as the common law position. Now, let me go back to Florida because there's so much misinformation about this whole thing that we need to really clear it up. The reason Florida had to legislate to say stand your ground is because they had had legislation saying that you couldn't rely on self-defense unless you showed you had retreated. So that was in their legislation and they had to correct that. That's not our common law position. Our common law position is that we are entitled not to retreat. We are entitled not to retreat, even as I stand here today before the legislation, the debate on the legislation is concluded. That is what we are entitled to. We don't have a duty to retreat at all. In fact, we can take preemptive strikes if we are under attack or we perceive ourselves to be under attack. The reason for the common law situation, I suppose, not really being activated in the way in which it might have been, I think it's perhaps because people were unclear about it. And if people are unclear about it, and they think only police officers or lawyers or judges know about this kind of thing, and they don't know how to regulate themselves, then as Senator de Labastide had suggested when he made his contribution at the very beginning, perhaps it's a good thing that we can articulate what the position is so that citizens will know that if you want to rely on the issue of self-defense in circumstances such as these, this is what you need to take into account, or this is how you must act. This is what the law says. The law is now open to everybody. Everybody can go on Parliament's website and read up on it and ask questions about it. So there is a considerable benefit, I think, to legislating what self-defense means. The other reason people have been fearful of, I suppose, relying on self-defense is because it wasn't clear how law enforcement would react. Let's say an intruder comes into my house, and if I'm a licensed firearm FUL holder, and I shoot that person and that person is injured, or even if that person dies, then I stand in trepidation because I'm wondering, it really depends on how the police react to this. What the sergeant will say when the police come to my house. So there was a great deal of uncertainty as to what are the consequences for using or for retaliating or taking steps to protect yourself and your family in these circumstances. So this is why, I think we need to demystify the whole thing a little bit. Let's look at it with some clarity. So if citizens have a better idea of what they can do lawfully, that's a good thing in my mind. It also lets them know what they can't do. For example, a man comes to steal your mangoes on the tree, you can't shoot him in his back. I would say that's one of the things you can't do under this proposed legislation. And anyone who suggests otherwise, of course, will be legally wrong. I go back to 6(2)(g)(2), and I'm trying to be as specific as possible because we've already talked about so many things during the course of this debate. So I get the impression that what is sought here is to take the domestic violence situation into account. That's all well and good, but I think if we were to look at it a little more deeply, what you are basically saying here is that you will only take it into account if one of the parties had applied for or obtained an order against the other in accordance with the Domestic Violence Act. Unfortunately, many victims of domestic violence never even make a report. Or they may make multiple reports, or may have made multiple reports, and may have suffered or been domestic violence victims for many, many years, but never got a court order. I think they should also be considered. I don't think we should have this restriction here in G2, where you are basically saying it can only be taken into account if there is a court order involving one of the parties. So I don't know how that could be reworded, but I certainly think it needs to be broadened. 6(3). Deadly force may be justified when occupant honestly believes that using or threatening to use such force is reasonably necessary to prevent imminent death, grievous bodily harm, grievous sexual assault, or rape to himself or another victim. We can now, as it stands, without any legislation, use deadly force to protect ourselves in the circumstances identified here. So it sounds horrible and frightening, but if you look at the definition of defensive force in the interpretation section, it includes deadly force, but that is nothing new. Self-defense means that you are put in a situation where you really have no choice but to take these steps to defend yourself, your family, or your home. And you may kill people, colleagues, fellow senators. People do kill. And they are entitled in law to do so, and they have been entitled in law to do so for many, many, many years. So it sounds a bit frightening, I know, when we see, oh my gosh, deadly force, what are we talking about? License to kill. Again, we come back to the misinformation, poor communication of how this bill has been discussed in the public forum. And unfortunately, by some people who should have known better. So, with all due respect, I don't necessarily see any difficulty with that subsection 3. But there is one fact situation which I think should be taken into consideration for inclusion. This is a kind of fact situation where you have someone who comes to the home to grab, to kidnap. So let us say you have a parent and a home invasion is taking place, and it quickly becomes apparent that what is intended is that a child of the family, or the wife, or the husband, the father, somebody is going to be kidnapped from that home and held for ransom, right? I think deadly force should be available to an occupant in these circumstances to prevent that from happening and to protect whoever is likely to be a victim of such activities. That is my respectful recommendation. No, I'm not a killer. I don't think that these are decisions that will be made easily. But at the end of the day, these are real life situations that citizens face. And I heard, I cannot remember which of my colleagues, but one of my colleagues was suggesting that we are a peaceful country. No, we are not. The aftermath of 1990 and the horrible assault on these hallowed halls have posed a challenge to every government which has held office since then. We have become increasingly violent, and gun crimes have become increasingly more prevalent. Let us remember that gun crimes are more often than not committed by persons who hold unlawful firearms. So let's not pretend that we live in a world which doesn't exist. Working within the criminal justice system, I see it every day. I have been the victim of crime myself. I have been a witness to a murder. And I suspect many of my colleagues in this honorable house found themselves in very similar situations. So crime hits all of us across the board. Section 7. I too couldn't understand the difference in language between 6 and 7, as Senator de Labastide had referred, had spoken about when he made his contribution. So I too would like to see a little more parity. I also agree that defending yourself, defending your life, the life of a spouse or a child, should not be placed on the same level as defending your property. I know that in the past, the cases have said that you are entitled to defend your property, yes, but not to the same extent, quite frankly. And reliance on that 17th century case, which speaks about property in equal terms, is not helpful. Why is it not helpful? Because in those days, in order to be a judge, you had to be a propertied person. Your wife was probably your property in those days. You probably owned people in those days, other human beings. So the distinction between life and property was not something that was nuanced in those times. But now I think ethically, it is wrong to equate life with property. That's just my position. Moving on. And if I may go to section 9. This says section 6 and 7 do not apply where, and I'm looking at C, 9(1)(c), the occupant or person assisting an occupant who uses or threatens to use force is engaged in criminal activity or is using the dwelling house to further criminal activity. Now, why I find this problematic is because if we have a young person committing a fraud or using his home to commit a fraud, whether it's on the computer by hacking somebody else's data, whether it is by, printing forged checks or something like that, it means that you can't defend yourself in law. It means that this right to self-defense is taken away from you. I think that what we are doing is we are creating a situation which will have a follow-on constitutional impact. So what we are saying is self-defense applies to everybody. We're now legislating to say that you still have the right to self-defense, but you know what? Some people, you are not going to be able to defend yourself. That is what this subsection is saying. That is dangerous, especially where you have so many fact situations which can occur. And where I think if you are a criminal, you are entitled to defend yourself and your family. Let's take the gang leader. The gang leader is home with his child. You are telling him that he can't defend his child? He can't rely on self-defense to defend his child? I'm sorry, but that's what law is about. To the best of our ability, it must be for the protection of the innocent. And we as legislators can't always determine where the innocents will be. So we should not have anything in this legislation, with all due respect, which treats or aims to treat, I should say, citizens unequally in circumstances where they had the ability in law equally. So a gang leader, even now, can defend his child. If this law is passed, he can't rely on self-defense, from my understanding of it. That has to be incorrect. As unhappy an outcome as it may be, why are we trying to create a piece of legislation which can cause so much potential harm to the innocent? I think this can be fixed. I think there are things in here which can be fixed easily. And I look forward to hearing what the Honorable Attorney General has to say when he does his closing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, the Honorable Senator Vishnu Dhanpaul.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good to see you again. Mr. President, first I'd like just to express my sympathy to all my colleagues in here who have been impacted in one way or the other by any form of criminal activity, especially my colleague, Mr. Senator Big. Mr. President, let me make it clear. We in the opposition are firmly on the side of the law-abiding citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. We are not fear-mongering. It is our duty to present the facts to the population while keeping the government honest. Mr. President, as was highlighted in the last budget debate, and I'm trying to take, after 20-something speakers, Mr. President, it's a classic case of analysis paralysis, so I'm trying to take a different slant on this. As was highlighted in the last budget debate, the government allocated approximately $6.3 billion to national security. Mr. President, this country is only 1,980 square miles in size, 1.4 million in population. And we are allocating 10% of our budget to national security. Any country in the world that you see has an allocation of 10% of their budget to national security is effectively at war. But this $6.36 billion have been funded by taxpayers. And these same taxpayers are now being told by the government that I will give you easy access to your fuels and go forth and defend yourself. Mr. President, what is this $6.3 billion going to be used for, if not to protect our citizens? It is the duty of the state to protect all its law-abiding citizens, all of the time. The state must not be a part-time lover of its citizens. The state must not encourage its citizens to put their lives on the line. And let me tell you, Mr. President, I decided to just check the website of the Ministry of Homeland Security, new ministry. So to see, well, what is the vision of this ministry if not to protect the citizens? First page, our vision, to be at the pinnacle of public safety and security delivery. Correct. Our mandate, maintenance of law and order, public safety, and defense against aggression. Correct again. And then on Wednesday, the 4th of December, the Commissioner of Police, not the armed state, and the DCP of Operations met with the National Business Association. The Commissioner of Police, together with the Deputy Commissioner of Police, convened a high-level strategic meeting with representatives of national business associations to discuss collaborative approaches to enhancing safety, security, and public confidence during the upcoming festive and peak commercial periods. They're actually working with the model that I just discussed. The meeting held at the Commissioner's Conference Room on the 6th floor focused on strengthening operational coordination between the TTPS and the business community, with emphasis on crime prevention, intelligence sharing, and rapid response support in commercial districts. Exactly. That's what the state's supposed to do. Representatives attended several key organizations, including Confederation of Regional Business Chambers, etc., etc., all signaling their commitment to continued partnership with the TTPS in ensuring a safer national business environment. It goes on. The Commissioner reaffirms the TTPS's commitment to providing a secure environment that supports economic activity, protects citizens, business owners, staff, and customers. So given the size of this country, Mr. President, why can't this model be used throughout the country? It's the perfect model of the state protecting its citizens. Mr. President, several speakers before me spoke about 38 states of the United States having stand-your-ground legislation. So what? That doesn't make it good legislation. For the record, and interestingly, the two states that are closest in size to Trinidad and Tobago in terms of population and area, Delaware and Rhode Island, do not have stand-your-ground legislation, interestingly enough. Mr. President, some people will say that the protective services cannot be everywhere at the same time. Rubbish. Nonsense. Yes, they can. I know you do it. Ask the Minister of Public Administration and AI. Simple. Good technology and appropriate AI could lock down this country in a matter of minutes. Ask him. Could lock down the country in a matter of minutes. I have no problem with that. And just to show it, and the police TPS started to think along those lines. They started thinking. Let me quote the Minister of Homeland Security. Speaking in the Guardian media on Monday, and I'm quoting from the Trinidad Guardian, 2nd to the 12th, 2025. Speaking with Guardian media on Monday afternoon, Alexander referred to ongoing collaboration between the U.S. military and the TT Defense Force, including joint training exercises last month involving the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit. Alexander said that the TTPS in the past has benefited from similar programs with U.S.-based agencies like the FBI, ATF, and the DA. He was referring to training courses where local police officers were sent abroad to learn from these agencies on the latest in investigative techniques and trends affecting the wider region. And this is very critical of what Mr. Alexander said here. And this is the point I'm trying to make with the technology and AI. A police officer should not be operating like he's operating in the 1960s. He must be a first world police officer in his thinking and training. Exactly. Do you know, Mr. President, a lot of my colleagues in here have lived in the United Kingdom at some point in their lives. Do you know that when you do there's a traffic violation in the United Kingdom, you get a ticket in your mailbox? Because they literally militarized the country with technology. And you have seen it before. People commit crimes in the United Kingdom, and the suspect is literally shown on camera leaving his house, going on the train, going in the taxi, going in an Uber, until they finally capture him. That's the type of technology we have to look for. That is how the state protects its citizens. Mr. President, in my world, if this was a financial prospectus, the regulator would dismiss it because of the amount of flaws it has in it. Mr. President, I followed the public consultation on the bill hosted by both the PNM and the UNC. What is clearly evident from the consultations is that there remains a significant level of ambiguity among the population on how the bill will impact their lives. Mr. President, let us face the facts. Some members of the public are of the view that this bill is a license to kill. Obviously, the government's arguments are not resonating with the general public. Mr. President, this bill, when complemented with legislation to make access to legally issued firearms easier, could create confusion among members of the public, again, based on what I witnessed at the consultations. I am moving at facts. Mr. President, a law designed to protect the population must never put innocent citizens at greater risk. It must not override constitutional rights unnecessarily, as flagged by the Law Reform Commission and my colleague, Senator Lalla, earlier today. Mr. President, the population should be informed that, contrary to popular belief, if a homeowner kills an intruder in self-defense under the Stand Your Ground law, the homeowner will be arrested and will spend some length of time in jail, whether it be 15 minutes, 1 day, 2 days, 1 week. They will spend some time in jail and, where possible, seek bail. Mr. President, in the other place, the Minister of Defense said that the public should make themselves familiarize themselves with this bill. So, and he stopped short of saying, keep a copy in your pocket. Because, Mr. President, I am going now to help the Minister of Defense. And, Mr. President, while I'm quoting from the bill, I want you to keep at the back of your mind split-second decision. That's all I want you to do, and my colleagues. Split-second decision. Subject to Section 9, and I'm quoting from 6.1, an occupant, and by the way, I am trying to help the Minister of Defense. Subject to Section 9, an occupant has no duty to retreat and has the right to stand his ground against a home invader and use or threaten to use defensive force against the home invader where the occupant, A, honestly believes, and that should have been defined in the bill. As a layperson, I'm not a lawyer, that force was being used against him or another person, or that a threat of force was being made against him or another person. Split-second decision-making. You're not thinking about this bill. that his life or the life of another person was in immediate danger or threat of danger. Split second. He believes that his actions were necessary and reasonable in order to defend or protect himself or another person from the use of threat of force. And C, believes that the defensive force used was proportionate to the threat he honestly believed to exist. Put yourself in that situation. I don't mean to get you involved in a debate, but put yourself in that situation. Split second thinking. To help the Minister of Defense even more. And I think we need to put this on record, because this is no license to kill. 6.2 is no license to kill. It is not a get out of jail free clause. And you are going to court. A lot of people don't seem to understand that. It's not a case where an invader comes in, you get in a confrontation with them, the CSI is coming after, and then you go back and watch television. You are going to court. And I'm going to put this on record, Mr. President. 6.2, when determining whether defensive force used was reasonable in the circumstances, the court shall take into account A, the nature of the force or threat, the extent to which use of force was imminent, and whether there were other means available to respond to the potential force. Remember, you were making this decision in 6.1 in a split second, huh? The occupant's role in the incident, whether any party to the incident used or threatened to use a weapon, firearm, or an explosive device, the size, age, gender, and apparent physical capabilities of the parties to the incident. F, whether any party to the incident is a person with a mental disorder within the meaning of the Mental Health Act. G, the nature, duration, and history of any relationship between the parties to the incident, including 1, any prior use of threat or force and the nature of that force or threat, or 2, whether either party ever applied for or obtained an order against the other in accordance with the Domestic Violence Act. H, any history of interaction or communication between the parties to the incident. I, the nature and proportionality of the occupant's response to the use of the or threat of force, and I hope the national community is listening. J, whether the occupant acted under the mistaken belief of imminent threat or use of force and the mistake was a reasonable one to have made. K, whether there was a possibility that the occupant could have safely retreated. L, that having regard to the circumstances, an occupant acting for a legitimate purpose may not be able to weigh to a precise degree the exact measure of any necessary action. M, whether the occupant did what he honestly and instinctively thought was necessary for a legitimate purpose. And finally, N, any other compelling factors based on the circumstances of the case. And that has to be done in record, because as the Minister of Defense said, get yourself familiar. And please, Mr. President, please allow me now to move to Clause 8 of the bill, which I heard being described during the consultations as the hero clause. That is the person assisting the homeowner or occupant. Mr. President, Clause 8 allows any person, not just the occupant, to intervene during a home invasion and to use the same degree of force as the occupant, potentially including deadly force. This can create a scenario in which private citizens are turned into armed enforcers and private homes into zones of sanctioned violence. Clause 8 drastically increases the risk of wrongful killings and tragic mistakes. A wrong address, a panic guess, mistaken identity could lead to death. Mr. President, an excellent example of this would be you're in your house, a commotion is taking place at your neighbor's house. You rush across your neighbor to assist, and then you realize that your neighbor had guests who you never met. And all of a sudden now, you can't tell, again in split second, in timing, you cannot tell who's a guest and who's an invader. And all hell breaks loose. Mr. President, there are two gray areas to me in which I'm seeking clarification from the Honorable Attorney General in his winding up, if he's so inclined. That's fine. An associated, please. Mr. President, the bill identifies what the law calls an associated place, which includes shared areas in a gated community, for example, corridors, stairwells, car parks, internal road, playgrounds, and other communal spaces. How an associated place is handled in the bill has created a potential flaw which could have deadly consequences. As you know, Mr. President, there are several areas in Trinidad and Tobago, whether there be housing complexes or actually neighborhoods where people have decided that they're going to literally block off public roads and call it a gated community. Any kind of fatal misunderstanding in a case like this, like for associated buildings, could take place where neighbors cross paths with contractors, workers, service providers, visitors, and even each other. Mr. President, the law goes far beyond self-defense in a home. It creates uncertain, risky, and lethal situations in shared spaces. Another area of clarification, if the Attorney General is so inclined, goes and includes if during a home invasion, a homeowner who is the owner of a FUL gets shot and is incapacitated, his wife or his spouse or one of his kids decided to take the gun and shoot the invader. What is the status of the spouse or the child at that point in time? And finally, Mr. President, I would like to see, it'd be very interesting to see this data on home invasions at the same time next year. Thank you very much.
The Senator Nish, Courtney Nish.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You know, I had no intention of speaking on this bill. I read this bill 3 times, only 3 times. And I am satisfied that its intent is not controversial at all. I therefore disagree completely with any notion that this is an attempt by the state to subcontract or outsource its responsibility, because that right already exists. You can't subcontract out a right that already exists, that the person already has. How can you subcontract it? They have it. Because this is simply a codification of the common law. A first-year LLB student doing criminal law knows of the castle doctrine. Yeah, I don't know. Where's Mr. Sturge? He's not here. When I was doing law, I knew of it. It says a homeowner has the right to defend and protect and defend himself against anyone who enters his home uninvited with malice intent to deprive him of his property or to attack his family or threaten him. He had a right to use deadly force. What does this bill say? What is different in this bill? I'm trying to understand why the commotion. Maybe it is miscommunication. This doesn't create a Wild West situation. The best way any citizen can protect themselves with a home invasion is with a firearm. We understand that. I mean, I remember as a young man, my neighbor was home invaded by two young men with a whole bunch of keys. They were going around breaking into people's homes with these keys. Nobody had guns in those days. He trapped one of them and he bust some serious job. He got away. Did he intend to kill him? No. The fella eventually lost his arm. The police came. They took him, this is the homeowner, took him to the police station, seized the cutlass, and he was the owner of a grocery, and he was released. They found the bunch of keys that the invaders had in the yard, because as they were jumping the fence around, the whole bunch of keys. We didn't have this on the books then, so why was he released? He was defending himself and his property, and the common law gave him that right. So indeed, a homeowner now without this has the right to kill. He's licensed to kill in the circumstances. Listen, Senator Nakhid told me something just now. He always tells me, Senator McNish, I'm the last black man standing, and I say to him, I'm the second last black man standing. You grew up in Laventille, I grew up in Laventille. I grew up in 33 Prescott Alley, East Dry River, Port of Spain. I grew up in an area where cars could not pass. The streets were so narrow and small. By the time I was 32, 3/4 of my friends were dead. The area was depressed. If you see it now, you can just burn it down. It's heartbreaking. I have seen home invasion. I haven't experienced it. I have seen home invasions. And I have seen what people have done to protect themselves, to protect their families, and to protect their property. So to my friend, Senator Jeremie, I respect your view with the right to life. But my view is you forfeit that right to live. If you come in my house uninvited to deprive me of my property or threaten my well-being and that of my family. Right. You have forfeited that right. I didn't tell you come, you came. And I always had that right, always. This is not, in my view, generating some gun culture. I've seen nothing coming before us to make acquiring FUS easier. I don't know whether the government has plans for that. It took me 4 years with an application before I got my FUL. I do not think that process has eased up or changed. So I don't see why there's a sense or a feeling that guns will now be, well, guns are everywhere. 90% of them are illegal, but they're everywhere. Crimes are being committed not necessarily by FUL holders, but unlawful firearms. To Senator Abdul-Hamid, who made an interesting observation about the study of stand your ground legislation in the United States, how they disproportionately affect minorities. Well, I think I'm in the majority in this country. Everybody here looks black to me. So if it disproportionately affects the minority, then it is the white people and the sharing it will affect. They don't do housing. I don't know, they engaging in house invasions. I don't know. I think that study doesn't apply to us at all. It's completely irrelevant to our society, how we are in the majority. The America does not have a concept of common law as we do. Hence, as Senator Chote says, they had to pass a legislation to defeat an existing one. We always had the right of no retreat. Always did. And this law doesn't affect anything. If I am the last speaker, I want, however, the Attorney General, I think he missed Senator Chote's contribution. There were only two things in this bill tickled my brain, and they are exactly what two of which Senator Chote spoke about. If you go straight to the court in 6-2, then you're telling the police, well, I have no choice. I have to charge you because I can't determine anything here. It's only the court. This is what you said. Only the court can make those determinations after it considers the nature of the force of threat, the extent that the police can't consider that. That's the court. To me, that means that man firearm get locked up for 3-4 years. He can't defend himself anymore. He may spend a couple of nights, days in prison trying to get bail, or whatever. It says to me that this law is saying charge him. Let the court determine. And 9.1C. So I am running a marijuana business in my house. People come in and buying the 5-piece, 10-piece, and going. Some men decide to come to rob me with my marijuana business. It's illegal. So because I run in an illegal activity, you're telling me my common law right to defend myself in my house is forfeited? You can't do that. I think this was an oversight or an error. How you could tell me because I am selling my weed, making my living, and men come to rob me and my child, I cannot rely on self-defense. Mr. AG, I wish this particular 9.1C be looked at seriously. If we go into committee stage, I really hope that, Mr. President, that we move along very quickly. It is Friday evening, and I think we all wish to hope. I thank
you. The Honorable Senator Anil Roberts, Minister of Housing.
I was on the football field and I get shake like 2 or 3 times already. But you see, God is good. Because I stand here today, Mr. President, in a better mood, having been usurped by the Honorable Senator Courtney Arthur McNish. Arthur. Because if he didn't stand up, I would have come at Senator Dhanpaul very hard and very vexed, but now I'm in a good mood because some intelligence came, some understanding, some good points, so I am happy. But Senator Dhanpaul, let me deal with you anyway. Yeah? First of all, sir, this bill is not about gun, but it's codifying what exists in the common law, okay? But obviously, if you listen to the Attorney General and the Honorable Prime Minister and the government, we want to keep our citizens safe. Because unfortunately, for 10 long years, when your government was in charge, nothing functioned. You didn't help the judiciary. You didn't help the DPP. The DPP at 37%. You didn't buy car. People were under attack in their homes. They call in. Nobody answering the phone. The police had no car to come. They come after the bandits gone and people lying down dead already. So we have to protect the citizens because one life lost, one home invasion, all you asking about if it was the number, if it's 500, 520. If it is one, it is too many. We have to protect the people. I sit here and I hear some of the most ludicrous arguments. And then they talk about a gun. If guns are going to any FUL holder, as Senator thank you. My calm didn't last long, but I was still good. There is a process. A gun is not something that you just hand out like dinner mint. There is training, there is practice, there is psychological testing. You don't get a gun and just say, well, what to do with this? So when you're in your house and bandits come in, you are well trained. Then there's the other thing, the PNM coming up with, creating all sorts of cases. There's no panacea for anything. The baddest soldier in the world could die. Rambo could kill because the guns kill. There may be circumstances where you are caught and you have to understand, and your training has to kick in. If you are sleeping in your bed, and they will teach you also when you're sleeping in your bed, your gun will be right there, turn. So if you wake up and you put your hand so it does hold it correct, they teach you all sorts of things. But if you are caught and you are at a disadvantage, you have to know to go to plan B, which is de-escalate, calm, talk down the bandit, try to save your family. It's not Wild West. There will be training, as there has been since time immemorial. You have to hand out a gun like wildness. Furthermore, they keep saying about going. Anyway, the Attorney General will deal with that because Senator McNish, let me move on. You said the government can't be a part-time lover, Senator Dhanpaul. But you was a part-time Minister of Finance, you get a little kobo sweat. But then you also said that in minutes, we could have locked down this country with technology and so on, but you had 30 days. How come you didn't do it? It was only take minutes, but you didn't do it. So then we have to ask the question. Since it was so easy, and $500 billion you spent in 9.5 years, how come the country not locked down with AI and technology? How come the country not safe? How come the citizens dying? So that means since it was so easy, Senator Dhanpaul, then the mens rea is there to show that you all did not want to do it. And we have to ask the question why. We have to ask the question why the PNM didn't do it. Why they left the borders unchecked. Why they let all the boats sit down there? Why they didn't get diesel? Why they crashed the air guard? Why 23 pilots left? Why no helicopters? Why they didn't fix the radar? I have to ask you why now, because are your team ain't? You see, you should not jump into a team that you don't know about. Because if it was so easy, then why are my citizens dying like that? Senator Abdul-Hamid, welcome back, boy. I forgive you for not being good today because you're rusty. You ain't come here for 15 years. Ken Julian and Patrick Manning must be ashamed at what you came here to debate today. You come to read from an Oxford University study about racial bias in Trinidad and Tobago. The last time I checked as the Douglas here, all are we black and brown. But you're all taking a study that deals with Anglo-Saxon white people oppressing black and brown people and come to tell me that black and brown people go oppress who? Who going to oppress who? The kind of nonsense I have to sit down in the Senate and listen to. All you just research and book anything and read it out to say what, a bright? He said the state has the responsibility, yes, to provide safety and security. But as I just said, for 9.5 years, there's no safety, no security. So what are we to do? So what the PNM is saying, we must leave the citizens at the mercy of criminals that have illegal guns, running up in their house with AR, 9mm, and so on. Don't do anything while we fix the other things that they didn't fix. No, we say citizens deserve the right to protect themselves. Whether the wife protect the husband protect the wife and the children, they have the right so to do. But we will fix everything else also. They talk about that this is empowerment, that we shirk our responsibility and give fake empowerment to citizens. Well, the PNM policy was based on the former Prime Minister, who dead. Well, we say no, nobody must dead. Crime is down 46%. You see us celebrating and drinking a White Oak and soda? No, it's going down, but we're not happy. We have to get our place and our country. No, you don't drink, so you just contribute sober and talk nonsense. So I don't know what to do with you. Senator Abdul-Hamid said there's a desperate population. Now he was in the wilderness because the former Prime Minister didn't want him and didn't have him around, so he obviously didn't have an impact. But the population is desperate because of the failure of the People's National Movement for 9.5 years to provide safety, security, resources to the agencies to protect us. So don't come here and say, well, the country just get desperate from April 29th. No, we will fix it because you all were incompetent and incapable so to do. So according to Senator Abdul-Hamid, Section 6.1 and 6.2, the police wouldn't read the law. They could just reach in on a scene and charge. As they reach a charge, and you're going down. That's how it operates. So the police here have the ability to read the 9 clauses of this bill, understand, look two gun and a cutlass there and 3 dead man. Oh, let me charge him. That's not how it operates. We live in a real world. Senator, so you spoke already and you didn't do very well. Don't interrupt me because I just get worse when you give me crosstalk, right? Senator Lalla, the temporary PNM senator, came in and said, the police, the courts, the DPP, they need to function properly. But he just joined that team and said it's the best team, the red team. 2 days before our election, he jumped across to lose and come to tell us that the police need help, the judiciary need help, the DPP need help, but tell us that the PNM is a good party. It's illogical. We are in this mess because there's a reason: incompetence, lack of effort, lack of resources, lack of understanding. And y'all come here now when we have to fix the mess and making up all sorts of fancy stories like Aesop fable. Well, thank God meritocracy is back. Because for 9.5 years, it didn't matter how bright you were. It didn't matter how much you study, how much O-levels you get. You could have do no maths and become the Attorney General. You could have take 6 subjects, fail 5, and become the Minister of National Security. But on April 28, meritocracy is back. People who are qualified would be in positions so to do the job of the people. So this right here now, it seems that SC, when I listen to the Honorable Temporary Senator Lalla, SC today stands for Sanjeev Clone, because he said he listened to 18. Well, 18 contributions at an average of 35 to 40 minutes. Wow, that was great research. To come here and talk all that nonsense after that research, it's best he had stayed in bed and sleep, because all he did was regurgitate and repeat what former temporary Senator Sanjeev Boodoo said on Tuesday. The exact same points. I just don't bother with the standing orders, or I would have stood up on repetition at least 7 times. So when you see Sanjeev Clone talking, you know that the PNM is lost. Out of the 10 PNM senators here, they're talking about a gun state and a gun culture. If you all have been asleep at the wheel, Trinidad and Tobago is a gun state. There is a gun culture. The criminals have gun, all kind of gun, with weapons and bullets and ammunition coming from the army. 25,000 rounds lost and disappeared under the PNM. So what gun culture you all talking about? You all against law-abiding citizens, even though there's not a gun bill. But the Attorney General said, and the Prime Minister said, we want to give people a responsible attempt and ability to protect themselves. You want a man running with an AR-15, you going and run out with a puya? That is not fair. That is not right. And the principle must stand that this is my house. The amount of excuse I hear, I hope plenty of you all who spoke are not parents, you know. Because if you are telling me and your children listening that, you're running inside Johnny's house with a gun and a knife, they shouldn't shoot you. We have a parenting deficit, and it starts with leadership. I heard PNM speakers on a platform saying to their own citizens and their own people in Red Jersey, is all your children running up, and they did nothing about it. If you know that, why don't you all put in some parenting classes, some discipline, some karate and something, and teach the supporters? No, you leave them so, and come here to criticize this government when we have to try and fix the nonsense that you all have this country in. Well, Senator Lalla advising the UNC government on what to do is like Crow talking about racial harmony and unity. It's like Keith Rowley advising a political party on how to select a prime minister democratically. It's like Senator Al-Rawi advising on how to rent a building properly. That is what I heard here today. And I try not to laugh, but that's the best the PNM have. Our rejects, all they bring here to talk, to advise us after you have failed the country. I mean, at some point, this thing had to get serious. This is not a joke here. The USA has Lollapalooza. It's a music festival, you know, Lollapalooza. Well, today, Trinidad and Tobago have Lalla-di-Looza. We have the competition. They give up. The PNM give up. They capitulate. They surrender when they chose temporary Senator Larry Lalla, a.k.a. Larry the Loser. The man losing everything in politics, in court. And today this debate, last on Tuesday, I thought, I like debate because debate is competition. And I want to go against the PNM, or they could bring 10 of them, whoever, and I would like that competition. But from the time I see temporary Senator Larry Lalla, I know all the laws, because he bunked the laws. Honorable Senator Lewis, I'm going to borrow your word, mosaic. You used it twice. It was beautiful, brilliant, timely. So therefore, one piece of legislation does not a mosaic make. The Honorable Attorney General went to great pains to say this is just one piece. One piece, one thing to try and help. The mosaic is coming. It's building. So one little piece, right? Law enforcement. Okay, and I will have to talk to my Senator Atz also. It was beautiful, it was brilliant, amazing. Senator Atz, with all due respect, we are in the Red House, we're in the Senate, the upper house, downstairs, the lower house. This is the executive arm. We are legislators. We have our function to do. We can't impact the independent judiciary. We're not there to fix that. That's the job of the Chief Justice. Now we, Minister of Finance, could go and give resources, which will happen because the judiciary was starved for resources for 9.5 years. But the government is not to come here with a plan to fix the judiciary. That goes against the separation of powers. Yes, but the mosaic, my lady, Honorable Senator, the Chief Justice will have to create his part of that mosaic. The executive cannot get in the Chief Justice domain, and the Commissioner of Police is in charge of those independent, yes, and then all together it will form a tapestry. No, we don't use mosaic. So we got a tapestry. Yeah. On this side, we kind of bright. We don't starve for words on this side, right? So I just wanted you to know that. So there is an overall plan. Yes, and it is there. And if you listen, you will hear it, you will feel it, and you will see it. You will understand, first and foremost, there is a substantive commissioner of police, and there's not one that has been handpicked by a prime minister going to whisper in a president's ears to thwart a merit list and make the police service commission resign, and everything collapse, and then hand select and number 12 move to number 1 and so on. That doesn't exist anymore. So that's the first piece. Then the plans will be implemented. The Minister of Finance will then get funding to the TTPS to create and increase the technology to lock down the country in minutes, as the Minister of Finance for a month knew but couldn't do it. We will do it. And then we will also deal with the DPP, will give his impact and what his requests are for his office. We can't instruct him. We have to listen and try to get resources for his office. The last report we saw, he was operating at 39% of the attorneys necessary. So we'll have to get more money so he can hire more attorneys, more experts, get a better office. The PNM didn't even put him in an office. They spent $55 million for an empty shell for mosquito to fly around for 5 years. That's what they do, okay? $48 million, you see, my minister is helping me. So, you know, I listen to your contribution, but when you try to blame the executive for things that we don't control, it's like if I were to stand up here and blame a new board member of a corporation who just took up a position in November, but under her corporation, under her board, there's a media house that is totally biased and spews PNM propaganda through editorials and so on for the last 13 years. It will not be right of me to blame that board member for the continuing malady and lack of journalism and journalistic integrity of that Guardian Media Limited that you are now there. So I would hope that you would understand that we must accept our responsibility and not blame people who do not control things. So we are here. We have brought one piece of legislation, part and parcel of our job that we have to do to keep the people safe. All the other aspects will be seen about as much as we can do. And I think it was, he's not here today, Senator de Labastide. Same thing, same sort of theme. He said, what? This piece of legislation, what is this? Just this? There's more, it needs more. Well, you know, we're in the Christmas season. And even though I'm a Douglas, my good ex-wife is a Portuguese and I like garlic pork. So when you're going to make garlic pork, you have to buy the pork. My ex-mother-in-law will do it. She go and buy the vinegar and the Portuguese thyme and whatever they put with the garlic and thing. And then you put it all together. And you leave it to kusumere for about you leave it soaking for about 14 days, and then bam, Christmas morning, garlic pork. So you see, things take time. This is just one ingredient. The garlic pork come in, so don't get excited. Yes. Now, and then the most ridiculous thing that I've heard, PNM members of parliament talking about what citizens getting guns, and this will be a wild west, and some of these very PNM ministers have 5 guns, you know. They have 5 guns. They had one that they say was automatic. They so didn't need it. They give it as a gift to the police. So they keep the other 4, and then they have these 4 guns. And they also had special branch driving them around. Yeah. Even though they weren't Minister of National Security, they weren't Attorney General, they weren't the Prime Minister. They have special branch with them. They have the gun. They're living in a gated community with 3 security by the gate, a thing to arm to come up, and then patrols. And also, the children have special branch in Fatima College, and they are not even the Attorney General, the Minister of National Security, nor the Prime Minister, but them telling citizens that they can't get a gun home to keep their children safe. That is hypocrisy of the highest order. And next PNM, who rent out the own building without the approval so to do, he have residential approval, rent for 6 years, going on 9 years at commercial rates. His children have shooting fancy gun, and he boasts that if in any situation, his children are trained to hold that gun and shoot. So what about we children? That is the difference between the UNC and the PNM. The PNM wants all that is good and safe for themselves and leave everybody else to wean themselves off of everything else. It is hypocritical and it is sad and disrespectful. One thing, all you might say, Anil boy, you just get vexed, you just get passionate, because me ain't this thing for no game. And let me tell you something. I knock on wood, nothing happened to my children or my family, but when it happened to somebody's family, my mother teach me to feel it like if it's your child. That's why I just get vexed. 2007, under the PNM, kidnapping was reared its ugly head. And I was on radio with Dennis Hall, sprang along. Start at 4:20, go to 7 p.m. And the news came in that 2 Nat boys had been kidnapped from somewhere in Grandy or something. And it was about the 12th kidnapping within 3 months and so on. And I went on the radio vexed. And then when we open up the lines, a PNM caller called one time, a Mr. Enterprise. And he said, Anil, what happened to you? Why are you so vexed? I said, sir, because kidnapping is not only the children who get kidnapped, the mother, the grandmother, the auntie, the nenen, everybody nervous, the pain, the frustration, the anxiety. I said, this is a serious thing. He said, your children, anything happened to your children? I said, no, how you mean? And I knock on wood, I knock on the table, sprang along sitting there with the hand on the belly, so. I said, how you mean? He said, well, if nothing happened to your children, why you vexed? And you know what? I hear that attitude in this PNM bench here today, and that is what I can't take. Because they have all the security, they have all the gated community, their family safe and sound. And when we want to make everybody safe and sound, they are coming here to obstruct and talk nonsense. Now, I listen to about 25 speakers in the Senate. And I don't believe that I am the one who's going to go back to basics. Because I might be the least religious or the least spiritual senator here. But not one of the senators went back to the real essence of what we are doing here. You know? So let me take you to the Bible. From the Bible, Exodus 22, verses 2 and 3. The Bible recognizes our man's right to defend his home. When a thief breaks in at night, the homeowner may respond to protect his dwelling. Sources summarizing self-defense in Scripture point to this as a foundation for defending oneself and one home. Nehemiah, imagine all they getting Scripture from the Douglas. This is our first. 4:14. During the rebuilding of Jerusalem's walls, the people stationed behind the wall at the exposed places with weapons in hand to defend their families and homes from attack. This is what we're doing. You feel I just went Christian? Let me go to the Quran then. Quran, Surah 2, verse 190. Fight in the way of Allah those who fight you, but do not transgress. Indeed, Allah does not like transgressors. Some of the PNM come here to tell me that when a man run into my house that I paying mortgage for at 9% interest, and I paying Tiantec bill and Wasa bill, and all of that, when he run into my house to humbug me, and he have a gun, weapon, whatever, and my child they doing she homework, that y'all telling me that if I take him out or I shoot him, that I am as wrong as he is? Madness. I said, man, the Bible, the Quran. Let me continue. Quran, Surah 22, verse 39. Permission to fight has been granted to those against whom fighting has been launched because they have been wronged. This has historically been taken to allow self-defense for individuals or communities under unjust attack, including defense of life, property, and honor. Some of you all are saying, why are you all saying that you could defend your property? If your property in your house and your family and your daughter and your wife and your granny, what are you going to do? Stop and interrogate? Hey, bandit with the 9mm point in my mouth. Where you come for the TV or you come to shoot? What madness? What is wrong? This bill is real life. Is it perfect? No. We could adjust and we could amend. The Attorney General is brilliant. But the essence of it cannot be denied. We need to help the families, people, the citizens protect themselves. We had a former Attorney General who couldn't even read the bill, who said that squatters somehow wouldn't get. So therefore there's a racist, classist thing. The man needs to learn to read. He stayed in law school so long and still can't read. And that's the PNM Attorney General former who brought law after law here but cannot read simple English. Squatters have the same rights under this law as the Attorney General said. And the definition at clause 3.1 will let you know that. I'm not done there. Bhagavad Gita. Protection of the good, chapter 4, verse 8. Protection of the good for the destruction of the wicked and for upholding Dharma. I manifest myself in every age. This conveys that protecting the righteous, the good and the innocent, and removing evil and wrongdoers is a divine principle. Imagine I have to be discussing and trying to argue with PNM, a divine principle. That shows the evil of this PNM. That's why you all were rejected on April 28th, and you all will be rejected again. A divine principle. It underlines that defense of the innocent and opposition to evil can be a righteous duty, morally illicit, even divinely sanctioned. Not finished there. Dharma protects those who protect it. This suggests a reciprocal relationship. Those who uphold or defend righteousness, Dharma, are themselves protected. Interpreted in modern context, this can support the idea that defending one home, family, or community, i.e., standing up for what is right, is just and rightful. Each and every citizen who believes in righteousness, who has moral fiber, intelligence, has to vote for this. This is not just a piece of paper. It's a divine right of every individual to protect themselves from evil in their home. We spoke about manhood. I don't want to talk too much about man, but I can't give the female perspective no matter how bright I am. I am unable so to do. But I understand what Senator Chote is saying. And some of the greatest defenders of family and children are women who do things that when they're protecting their child, they do things that are above and beyond what is humanly possible. And this is the principle. So if that instinct is in the mother, this legislation is just extending that mother's protective instinct to give people the opportunity to protect themselves against evildoers. Will we fix the other things? We are already fixing the flow of drugs and guns and human trafficking by the Kamla Prasad Bisesa, the member for Siparia, supporting the U.S. position against narco-terrorism, against drug runners. So those of you who feel, oh gosh, it's too harsh, the blood has been flowing in our streets. 624 murders in 2024. You heard that figure, you know that figure, Senator Dhanpaul. You saw that one? You didn't see it? You didn't feel it? What about the little girl, 7 years old, when bandits came for her father and he tried to protect her and grab her and hug her? A bullet went through him and killed her. That's not funny. We will fix that. The resources, our country is in a devastating mess because of the despicable evil of the PNM. We know that. So this is just one element brought here by Attorney General who's going to bring a suite of legislation. But legislation alone will not fix it. I agree. The tapestry, all of us need to be on board. All of us need to do the right thing. all of us need to understand that we must not be selfish and live in gated communities where our family is safe and sound, and you're singing and you're drinking puncha crema under your Christmas tree with 3 security guard and patrol with 5 guns in your house, but other people outside there at risk. And then your former prime minister, who probably talking same time now because the election in Tobago coming and another curtail coming, and he don't know that when he talk, the curtail would be worse. He's talking, but he said who dead, and who live, while he sat down with 3 special branch. Oh, I know much time.
10 minutes.
Yeah. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 14.5, I beg to move that the Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. This Senate will continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand. Continue, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Somebody said, it's not, this may not be a deterrent. Well, let me tell you something. Criminals are bullies. And you know what a bully cannot take? When someone stands in their face and fight back. Bullies take advantage. The PNM won't understand this because the last 2 leaders are bullies. One was a bully in St. Mary's College for 5 years until Imran Khan had to eventually go against his character and beat him and throw him in a dustbin. But that's what happens. Bullies, when they are met by equal force and equal power, they are cowards in their heart and essence. So will it be a deterrent? Of course it will be. Because bullies look for easy targets. They look for homes that are unprotected. They look for single mothers and children. They look for places that do not have. But when they know that every citizen who is of good character has the right and the ability to defend themselves, they will get back to basics. The basic principle is, stay out my house, is not your own. What's so hard to understand? Stay out my house is not your own. And these nonsensical anecdotes about if a man climbing a mango tree, who go shoot him? What rubbish are we debating here? Who in their right mind, when somebody climbing a mango tree with both of their hands up in the mango tree, will legitimately say, I feel threatened, and shoot and kill him? Well, he deserves to be charged if he's that stupid. Those things are not realistic. That's nonsensical. Senator Sanjeev Boodoo. The first one, not the one we have today, and Senator Lalla, who regurgitated everything. When he started talk, he talked like if everything was under control under the PNM. There was no crime problem. He said that things were smooth. I don't know where he was living or under what rock he was. Let me just give him July 19, 2022, El Socorro. And to those who say that having a weapon or having an ability to defend does not change, because the PNM was also throwing around downstairs and outside in newspapers, stand your ground. Even one member, the member for San Fernando East, talked on a Facebook and put on a Facebook post that this is racist because the stand your ground legislation with the Trayvon Martin case in Florida. Number one, that had nothing to do with a home invasion. That happened in the street. The public road in a gated community with a racist fella, and they were disputing facts about whether they fought and they didn't fight, and the man's face was bust up and a shot went off. That's a totally different case than what we are talking, but they just want to bring race into it. We in Trinidad and Tobago are one race. Trinidad and Tobago, all of us bleed the same. We don't have any distinction. We don't have Jim Crow laws. We didn't go through no civil rights movement. We don't have states like Mississippi where a black or a brown man will go and they want to beat him just for going in a 7-Eleven. That's a different culture. That's not our culture. Don't try to read studies from that and bring it here. But having an ability to utilize a weapon in a trained, disciplined fashion gives you an opportunity to survive. July 19, 2022, at about 4 a.m., a businessman and his 88-year-old father was asleep in their home at the back of the family's dry goods business when they were awakened by a loud banging on the door. When the businessman checked, he saw 6 armed intruders attempting to break in. The homeowner, four? Oh, I didn't see it. I said 4. You thought it's 2. You know, because you did good and I was happy, don't get on my wrong side. Eh, Senator? We're going good. Thank you. So the homeowner who possessed a licensed firearm fired at the intruders. Police later discovered that 2 intruders were dead and a 3rd one wounded at hospital. The homeowner immediately called the police. But he's alive. His granny, 88-year-old, alive, and children alive. January 2, 2021, Freeport. The incident occurred at 12:55 a.m. when the homeowner heard noises of someone breaking into the house. He left his room and saw a masked intruder wearing dark clothing, face covered. According to his account, the intruder followed him, went back into the room, closed the door, but the intruder forced the door. The gun fell to the floor during the struggle. The homeowner picked it up and fired. The intruder collapsed from the shots. Now this person was lucky, but his fight or flight, he decided to fight, which could end up with bad results or good results. There is no perfect system. Anytime guns are involved, weapons are involved, bad things can happen. But to sit down here and nitpick and say, well, if you're sleeping and a man have a gun, well, if a man have a gun in your head and you're snoring and you're dreaming, well, then hard luck, he catch you. You now have to try to come out of it alive by talking calmly, and there's no fighting there. Some of the best trained people make mistakes. Some of you all may not remember, but there was a video of about 2.5, 3 years ago. A police officer off duty, one of the best trained when they're shooting competitions and so on. He's a marksman extraordinaire, active shooting and so on, quick draw. He and his partner were sitting down. And now he made a mistake. His back was to the door in the bar. His wife was to his left and 2 people forward. A one-armed man came in with a gun, had them covered from a height. His training would have told them, well, they have you covered, stay calm, try to de-escalate. But because of his expert training, his arrogance, he took the gun out and fired. He hit the bandit twice. But a bandit does not immediately die. So while he was falling, his finger squeezed the trigger. The police officer got hit 1 here and died. So there's no perfect discussion. There will always be pros and cons. But the overriding principle is that because of 9.5 years of neglect, the state apparatus cannot protect the people. The people now have to be given the opportunity to protect themselves and their families in their homes. It is divine, it is simple, and we ask you to support it. God bless. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, Honorable Senator, please.
Mr. President, I thank you for the opportunity to join in this debate. Thank you for recognizing me. This debate speaks to one of the issues that is plaguing this country: the unrelenting wave of violent crime, and in particular, home invasion. Home invasion is one of the most frightening crimes facing citizens today. Citizens have been crying out for a solution to this issue. The government has taken full advantage of the vulnerability of citizens and their need for protection. and has framed this debate in an emotional, sometimes hysterical, and politically symbolic manner. And they have given scant regard to the legal aspects of this bill. Now, the legal aspects of this bill, thankfully, have been carefully addressed by various other speakers from the opposition bench and the independent bench. I won't spend too much time on that. But I do want to address some of the issues raised by the government bench. The first thing I want to address is this idea of doing something versus doing something effective. Now, we have heard repeatedly from the government bench that by bringing this bill, they are doing something. That was the crux, actually, of Senator Batiste's contribution in the House. We have heard, he would have said, where's the alternative? To not do it? Numerous other members from the government bench have said that they've brought it because they listen to the cry of the people. But, Mr. President, doing something merely to say you do something for optics, that is not good governance. What we have actually witnessed throughout this debate by government members with this whole we listen to the people and it's what the people want is actually some sophistry. They have just been making these superficial arguments geared towards misleading the population and preying on their vulnerability at this time. So the choice really is not between doing something and doing nothing. What we want, and the only choice is doing something effective. Then we come to the other type of argument, emotional argument that the government sought to rely on, this idea of hope. And that particularly emanated from Senator Smith. That was the crux of his thesis, that the bill provides hope. And Senator Lewis, I would say unfortunately, supported it by saying that, yes, hope is important. Now, I understand the sentiment, okay? I would agree that hope is a powerful thing. Hope has actually supported entire political campaigns. We can look at President Obama. His whole campaign was on the idea of hope, and because of it, he became the first African-American president in the country. So hope is a powerful thing. But hope, much like this bill, does not address the real root cause of crime, nor does it provide any solutions. Now, I would like to, at this point, just quickly, at this juncture, deal with Senator Anil Roberts. It won't take long because in his usual brash way, he spent most of his contribution belittling other senators. And I can understand that because he really didn't have much to say. So in between speaking about other people's educations and just many irrelevant pieces of information that he would throw in there, pork and tapestry, the only good thing that he did was rely or read into the Hansard some scriptures. And I would commend him to do that some more, to get heavily into the scriptures. But he need prayers. But one thing I found very interesting that he did do was call criminals and other people's bullies. That was interesting that he could see that somebody else is a bully. But I would just deal with one thing he said, the only thing that is worth addressing. He mentioned on occasion that this law is just one piece in a tapestry. He relied on the word mosaic and wanted to convince us that more is to come. But the point of the matter is this. You're putting the cart before the horse, as somebody else would have said. This bill on its own right now would be ineffective because you have not done anything else to address the deficiencies in the system. Bringing the bill will not change anything unless you address our prosecutorial issues, our policing deficits. Now, at this point, I want to get into something a little more personal. Many individuals in this chamber would have been victims of home invasion or would have known someone who was a victim of home invasion. And unfortunately, I fall into that category because I know someone who was a victim of home invasion. And I would, again, like many other individuals, want to express my condolences to Senator Baig, because when I heard about his aunt, it reminded me of a situation with my aunt this year. Earlier this year, my aunt and my cousins were victims of home invasions. A home invasion that actually happened in broad daylight. My aunt as she normally does, was at home watching cricket, fell asleep. Next minute, she opened her eyes to see a man hovering over her with a gun. Apparently, he had climbed through the window because she fell asleep. He heard it outside, and there was another one there with a gun, basically tying up her son-in-law and keeping her grandson, 5-year-old grandson, guard. And then the one who was treating with her went to open the door to let another in. Long story short, they took what few $100s they have, because they're not wealthy people, took their cell phones, and then they took my aunt's car. When my sister called me to give me that story, my heart skipped a beat. But I could do nothing but thank God that my other female cousins were not home and that they didn't sexually assault my aunt or do anything worse. So I did reflect on that situation when I was thinking about this bill. But really and truly, when I had to face the truth of it, could this bill have really prevented these violent criminals from coming into my aunt's house? Would this bill have stopped them from taking their few belongings? And the truth of the matter is no. This bill could not do that any more than any of the laws that exist now. Because the fact of the matter is, as we are standing now, my aunt already had the right to stand her ground if she had the strength or the appetite to face down some criminals like that. My cousin-in-law indicated to me that he actually burst the tie strap at one point, the first tie strap. But when he thought about it and he looked at his 70-something-year-old mother-in-law and his 5-year-old son, he had to make the choice. He wasn't going to stand any ground. He would just cooperate because he didn't want to escalate the situation further. So, really and truly, how realistic is this idea of standing your ground when the criminals come armed? And I think I want to stick a pin right there to address something that Senator Nish would have said. He kept asking, he doesn't know where the idea of getting ease of guns has come into play in this debate. Because several persons would have expressed in this debate, it makes no sense to tell people stand your ground unless you are going to do as you would have said, make it easier for people to have FULs, because when you go and stand your ground with a, what was it, a puya, somebody said, it makes no sense. So I actually want to refer Senator Nish to an article in the Trinidad Express dated the 3rd of June 2024 entitled Easier Access to Guns Coming. The reopening of the former Petrotrin refinery, a removal of VAT on 7,000 items, and easier access to guns for law-abiding citizens are some of the plans from the United National Congress has if it is returned to government. That is where the idea came from, Senator. Oh, he's not here. Well, it will be on the Hansard. Further to that, in the Law Reform Commission's paper, Protection Against Home Invasion and Trinidad and Tobago, dated July 2025, paragraph 2.5, the Commission notes that some have linked two government proposals, namely enabling more eligible applicants to be granted firearm users license in accordance with provisions of the Firearms Act and the introduction of stand your ground legislation. It's written there. It is a government policy. Easier access to guns for eligible applicants. So, Senator Nish, I would commend you to look at the Law Reform Commission. My concern with this, although some would say that this bill would only work if you indeed make it easier for citizens to access guns and all of that, and you're emboldening citizens stand your ground. My concern with that whole rhetoric is that the criminals have also heard the government's messaging. Whether a citizen has a gun or not, they will be expecting resistance now. They will be coming armed and more aggressively because of this idea that citizens now are going to stand their ground, they're going to have guns, they're going to have their puya, they're going to have their cutlass. We have to be careful the ideas that we're putting out there. The other proposition that I've heard throughout this debate is that the penalties are so severe, they would act as deterrents. The government has promoted this bill as a major deterrent because of the penalties. 20 years and $500,000 for home invasion itself, 25 years, and $750,000 if the home invasion is committed by a gang member or in the presence of a vulnerable person. And the most extreme of it all is liability to be convicted of murder if someone is killed during the course of this home invasion. Again, I had to ask myself, would these stiff penalties have deterred these hooligans, these criminals, from attacking or breaking into my aunt's home? And again, I would have to say no. Because as the law stands today, without home invasion, we have many other laws in place with very stiff penalties that do not deter individuals from committing crime. The penalty for stealing a car, they stole my aunt's car, is imprisonment for 15 years. The penalty for theft of money or valuable in a dwelling house, as they stole from my aunt, is 10 years. The penalty for burglary, which is breaking and entering a house, is 15 years. And the penalty for murder, as we stand today, is death by hanging. What is our crime rate? Has the idea of being hung deterred anyone from committing murder or any crime in this country? No, it has not. The idea of a penalty of 20 to 25 years, that it sounds so strong and the criminals would think twice, there's no empirical evidence within our Trinidadian context that these high penalties deter violent criminals. There is no empirical evidence. The government hasn't provided it, and our lived experience does not show it. The fact of the matter is, if criminals, I guess if they thought some more, it's the likelihood of being caught that deters them, not the sentence. And in this country, the likelihood of being caught is low. I think somebody else already gave the figure of what our detection rate is in this country. Far less for the prosecution rate or the people being convicted of a crime. You could read the papers every day. Before April and after April, you will be seeing article after article of individuals being set free, either at the sufficiency hearing stage or at a trial, for various reasons. So what the government should be focusing on, if it just wants to do something, is improving the detection and prosecution rates. Criminals in this country operate with near certainty that they will not be caught. And that's because police response times are low. As I said, detection rates are low. DNA, CCTV, and forensic is poor. Case compilation is poor. And trials take a long time. Thankfully, with a JIPA, it should get shorter. There has been improvement. But historically, 5-10 years before you even know your fate, guilty or not guilty, it's ludicrous. So respectfully, the severity of any offense is irrelevant. A new law will not magically create enforcement and prosecutorial capacity. Now, I want to address the contribution of the Minister of Trade, Investment and Tourism, Senator Maharaj. He would have lamented that despite his ability to mesmerize anyone with his language, let me use the word, yes, mesmerize anyone with his language, those were his words, he was unable to convince some senior executives of an airline and Nucor from investing in Trinidad. And, of course, he blamed the crime rate. Our crime rate is a contributor, I must admit. And then he lauded this bill as somehow being something that would contribute or enable or assist with him in the future being able to use his language to, again, mesmerize individuals to come and invest here. He sought to make some sort of connection with or draw an analogy between the new severe penalties for illegal gambling and the new severe penalties in his bill. I don't know how he could have drawn that analogy since these new severe penalties only came into place in October, but yet he wanted us to believe that he went to these places where there were these illegal dens of gambling and, oh my God, the machines were gone. And therefore, with these severe penalties, home invasion too would vanish, much like the illegal payway machines. He said that this bill with these penalties would show the local population and international investors in tourism that we are taking a hard line. With all due respect, Minister, Seriously? Investors do not care about the legislation you have. What they care about is your police capacity, your crime detection rates, your conviction rates, stability. They are not going to examine your home invasion bill. What they are looking for is results. That is what they want. And I know this is a concept also that Senator Nakhid would find hard to understand, because in his usual condescending manner, he dismissed Senator Lalla's call for us to prioritize enforcement of laws and strengthening the organs of the state. So, since he won't take the word of Senator Lalla, I would commend him to the words of Garvin Hero, strategic security consultant, in an article in The Guardian entitled "Crime, a Disincentive for Foreign Investors." So it is accepted that crime is a disincentive. An article dated the 3rd of January 2024. Mr. Hero identified 4 real requirements for investor confidence. He said, 1, you need to strengthen your border controls. 2, crime prevention and law enforcement. Deploy more targeted and sophisticated policing efforts. I think Senator Dhanpaul was giving us an idea about what these sophisticated methods could include AI. But again, the government bench chose to miss the point. You have to dismantle your gang networks. You have to restore law and order. The third thing you have to do is you have to institute programs addressing the socio-economic drivers of crime, such as poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And the fourth thing, you need to strengthen international collaborations to share intelligence, strategies, and best practices in combating organized crime and terrorism. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not one of them was a suggestion that we needed new criminal offenses. Because the problem is not the criminal offenses, the problem is not the penalties we have currently. The problem, as identified here, is crime prevention and law enforcement weaknesses. Though that's the problem. The socio-economic drivers of crime, that's the problem. Mr. President, my entire life has been shaped by the law. Sorry? My entire life has been shaped by the law. I'm glad you're listening so intuitively. Straight out of Form 6, studied law, came back home, fulfilled my scholarship obligations, working with the state, and I remained with the state for years in various legal departments because I care and love this country. Mr. President, I know about things like mens rea, actus reus, voir dire, no case submissions, evidential bills. That's what I know, because why I'm a lawyer. What I am not is a police officer. I have no training, and I have to read what it is because I have no training. I have no training in control and restraint techniques. I can't take down nobody, I can't throw down nothing. I have no training in weapon defense and retention. I have no training in tactical or firearm response. And Mr. President, I submit to you, most citizens are like me. Teachers, sanitation workers, Pennywise workers, Sasha cosmetic workers, clerical workers, restaurant workers, ordinary citizens who have no training in combat. How will this bill put us in a better place than we are today? How? Senator Smith declared that this bill empowers citizens, but empowerment without capability and knowledge is dangerous. Respectfully, I don't think most citizens ever want to be in a situation where they have to stand their ground. We don't want more laws telling us what we can do. Various people have said it instinctively, you would defend yourself, but that's not what we want. What we want are more laws, policies, initiatives to prevent crime. We don't want to have to stand our ground. The fact of the matter is that if after 7 months, citizens are being told to stand their ground, I submit that's because the government has lost their ground already in 7 months. If citizens, and I think somebody else mentioned this, I'll mention it briefly. If citizens without the knowledge were to go recklessly and stand their ground, shoot somebody, harm somebody, and the police find that what they did met the threshold that they have to appear before the court, I just want citizens listening to remember, this law does not give you the right to just go start shooting people. You have to think about it. You have to think about what happens when the
Mr.
police
President,
arrest you.
Mr. President, I rise on Standing Order 53-1B. Persistent, tedious repetition. What we are hearing from the Honourable Senator is matters that have been repeated by several previous speakers. And if the Senator can add anything new to the contribution, please.
All right. I would advise that I'll follow what you're saying, but I know that tedious repetition is stepping in because of the length of time that we have been here and the number of speakers and 9 clauses. So continue, I'll guide you.
Mr. President, I will not trouble my friend. I have but 2 more minutes. I'm at my conclusion. So he will not have to be troubled. So I'll just go to the conclusion. The conclusion really is this. We do not need more legislation to codify what is already in the law. We don't need more paper to tell us what anybody would do if they're faced with a harrowing situation. We need rapid response from rapid response units. We need proper patrol coverage. We need community policing. We need intelligence-led policing and a justice system that works. That's what we need, really, to address this whole aspect of home invasion. This bill creates an offense, but it does not create safety. Until the government strengthens detection, enforcement, and prosecution, no new penalty, whether it's 25 years, whether it's 100 years, will stop a single home invasion. And with that, Mr. President, I thank you.
The Honourable Foster Cummings. Senator Foster.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to contribute in this debate on the Home Invasion, Self-Defense, and Defense of Property Bill 2025. This is the second day of the debate in the Senate, and of course, many speakers have gone before me. Mr. President, the government has sold this measure to the country and to citizens as a mechanism of empowerment to protect their person, their loved ones, and their property. And on the face of it, no one can have a quarrel with that. We are all, in large measure, law-abiding citizens, fathers, mothers, husbands, wives. And no one would like the idea of someone entering their property, one, without invitation, but more so to commit harm and injury to life, limb, or property. And I would be the first to, one, express concern for any such situation or any citizen who would have encountered such a situation. In the course of the debate in the other place, I heard a member referring to an article of an incident in the past where even our Honorable Attorney General may have been the victim of such a situation. That is not something that we smile about or should make any fun or joke about. I also heard that Senator Big and his family may have had similar experience. It cannot please anyone to have to go through that type of experience. Mr. President, and therefore citizens would be very concerned about how these matters are addressed. What a government puts forward as law as policy to help guard citizens against the threats from the criminal element. And there are some people in this country who feel that they are above the law, who feel that they have a right to enter into people's home, cause them terror, cause them harm, steal their property, and collectively, as a parliament, we must say no to that type of behavior in this country. I think what causes some concern, and I'm not sure how the policy evolved, but it appears that in marketing this policy to the population, that some members, and was not all certainly, but some members of the government probably did not read the policy, did not acquaint themselves, but may have gotten caught up in emotion during the consultation process and would have made certain statements that people are now tagging on to this legislation. Because on the face of it, the legislation does not say what some members of the government would have said during the consultation. And when people listen to government spokespersons, when citizens want direction on policy, they take it from members of the government because it is the executive that is charged with policy making. So when you have ministers of government making what can be perceived as irresponsible statements, and it happened on more than one occasion in relation to this particular policy, it places in the minds of our citizens that they can shoot somebody in the back when they are running away from your home, that if somebody looking like a policeman and you ain't sure, it's better you shoot him first and ask questions after. Those are by far irresponsible statements. And I don't think that anybody can make any excuse about that. And then coming on the heels of what has been happening internationally, when you call it stand your ground legislation, and when you promise stand your ground legislation in a campaign, and you have a mantra of promise made, promise delivered, and you want to deliver stand your ground, then we have no choice but to look at what stand your ground is in the international reality. And what is the international reality? The international reality is that stand your ground legislation in particular states in the US has not worked to deter the criminals at all. As a matter of fact, it has had the effect, and I'm sure other speakers would have quoted from several instances, so I'm not going to detain us at this time. But it has had the effect, it has had the opposite effect. As a matter of fact, in particular states, it has had the effect of giving persons, some of them who their belief system is one of hate for other races, would have been motivated by stand your ground legislation to commit acts of violence against persons that they do not like and attempt to hide behind stand your ground legislation. In Trinidad and Tobago, I don't think we have gone that far in terms of our race relations, but we are not perfect by any means. And we may have persons who like to mimic what happens in some developed countries. We can't say, I did hear the Honorable Attorney General say that Trinidad and Tobago is not Florida and that we are different space. That might be so. But we know in this country that citizens pattern a lot of what they do from our friendly neighbor in the north. We have Halloween celebrations here. I have oftentimes been invited to 4th of July celebrations. A lot of how we dress. We have Black Friday sales at several of our retail outlets here. So I don't think it's absolutely true to say that we don't pattern our behavior from our neighbor in the north. Halloween, 4th of July, Black Friday, citizens leave here and in November head across to North America to celebrate Thanksgiving. So that we adopt a lot of that type of behavior, so that citizens listening to stand your ground, just the term, there are some who will feel that that gives them the right to take a gun if they have access to one, and if somebody walks onto their property who they prefer not to be on their property, discharge that firearm and satisfy themselves that that person should not be on their property, it could be fatal. And that has happened in the past, in other parts of the world. And it can happen here if we do not properly educate our citizens. If we play on the emotions and say, well, we're giving you stand your ground, that will make you feel safer. Then there are people maybe visiting from Glencoe and going into Beetham to visit a friend. I mean, I've been concerned about the citizens from Glencoe who may go to visit a friend on the Beetham estate and end up at a wrong address, and the licensed firearm user from the Beetham may take that firearm and discharge it and might cause the demise of the citizens from Glencoe. No. Not strictly on race, on the basis that they don't recognize the person is a stranger to the environment, and they feel threatened. Because what does the legislation actually say, Mr. President? If we go to 6(1)(a), all it says, it starts off by saying, honestly believes. All the person has to satisfy, the person must honestly believe that they are under some threat from the person who is on the property. And another area of concern, Mr. President, is shared communities. When we're making law, we have to take into account that it is open to interpretation by those who have to enforce it, but also by those who use it as a guide for their behavior. And if in a particular communal environment, there are certain spaces where, based on the law, a person feels that they feel threatened. So for instance, let me draw an example. Let's say a maintenance worker comes onto a property like that, dressed in a particular way, and that individual, a neighbor, feels threatened by the presence of that person. That person may feel, based on what is in this current legislation, that they can protect themselves from the person they don't recognize, who might be dressed in a way that they feel threatened by. And we therefore have to take those things into consideration. So as much as we want to put protection in place for the homeowner who is threatened, we also have to put protection in place. We have to make sure that persons who are innocent do not fall victim to those persons who may feel that they have to protect themselves using this legislation. And many persons before me have said that the common law already provides remedy for persons who fall victim to home invasion, etc. But let me move on. We are already in a scenario where we are strained by gun violence, gang activity, and poor detection, Mr. President. And therefore, when we say, the Attorney General and the Prime Minister have said that this is part of a suite of legislation, I think Senator Anil Roberts, in his normal exuberant style, pointed out that this is just part of a tapestry of legislation that is to come. It would be good for us if we had gotten some insight into what the government policy in relation to the firearms expansion for persons who wish to get more firearms if we get an idea of what that is to look like, because this is going to dovetail into this particular piece of legislation. Is it really a solution to provide more guns in a scenario where we already have significant gun violence? Because I can tell you that for the criminal mind, it is a motivation for them if they feel there's a firearm in that particular home, that the occupant of that home could be overpowered, and that they can get their hands on another firearm to continue their criminal trade. So that I don't know that the firearm existing in the home is a deterrent at all for those persons who move. One senator spoke about an experience of a relative, and from my counting, it appears that about 2 or 3 persons were part of that criminal act, with one person at home owning a pistol and several persons coming in with probably automatic guns. And in that scenario, are you really in a better position to protect yourself and your family? Or are you becoming a target just because people know that there's a gun residing in that house? I'm not sure that we should be, it benefits anyone to advertise if you are the holder of a firearm, a legal firearm, because there are people out there who may want to relieve you of that, unfortunately. And then we had, Mr. President, what I consider an example of why we should pause and think twice about what are some of the things that can come out of this legislation. Because we had a member of the chamber saying to the world, the international community, that I hit him but I missed, because I hit him in the hip, in the butt, because he was drawing for his ID card. And I thought it was something else, so I felt afraid. And I hit him. I discharged and hit him in the butt while he was drawing for his identification card.
Imagine that.
And then, if that wasn't enough, went on to say, by any means necessary, we must get them. Well, I feel it for the former soldier, as described by the member, who left with a bullet in his butt because someone felt afraid, had a firearm, and discharged it in that manner, and will say to this country and those who hope somehow to be protected by this legislation that the way to go is, as soon as you're afraid, discharge, hit in the butt. And if you hit in the butt, you really miss because your intention should have been to kill. I don't think that is what the Honorable Attorney General intends with this legislation. I really don't think so. I really don't think so. But you are the proposer. Mr. President, the Attorney General is the proposer of the legislation, and I am saying I don't think that is what he intends. And when he has the opportunity to wind up, he will speak for himself and say whether, in fact, that is so or not. But I do not think that that is the intention of the Attorney General. Mr. President, there is the RAND, Gun Policy in America Research Review, published in July of 2024. And the study spent some time reviewing stand your ground laws across various states in the US. and to look at what the effects or the result has been in the various states. And I'll just read a short part of it with your leave, Mr. President. Self-defense has long been available as a criminal defense for fatal and non-fatal confrontations. Traditionally, this defense imposes a duty to retreat before using force, if safe retreat is available. Castle doctrine removes the duty to retreat when a person is in their own home. Stand your ground laws remove the duty to retreat in some cases of self-defense outside of the home. But, Mr. President, what we pick up from this review of the stand your ground laws in several states is that in 6 of the studies, it found that the law had no effect of reducing homicides. As a matter of fact, it increased incidence of homicide. Mr. President, it increased violent crimes. It increased homicides by firearms. And the list goes on, and the study could not produce any positive effect of the stand your ground legislation that has been used across these states. So it might be a good and a positive that the government chose to change the name of this legislation to in fact refer to it as home invasion self-defense instead of stand your ground. And it has not, we know that we have a problem with detection. We have several other pieces of legislation that already criminalizes, many speakers spoke before about that, the housebreaking, the Larceny Act. All of these acts already exist and provides these sorts of remedies. So I will skip past all of that so that my friend does not invoke the standing order. The most alarming feature of this bill, Mr. President, is not the creation of the offense of home invasion. It is the combination of Clause 4, Clause 6, and Clause 7. Together, they reshape the law of self-defense and defense of property in ways that go far beyond what a responsible common law jurisdiction has ever accepted. Firstly, as I mentioned earlier, the clause allows the use of lethal force based on the occupant's personal belief that it is necessary to protect himself or another person from death or very serious harm. That alone, Mr. President, is a significant broadening of the current law because it greatly elevates the weight of the individual's subjective belief, even in situations where that belief may be mistaken or poorly formed. And Mr. President, the difficulty with this approach is obvious. After a fatal incident, I honestly believe becomes an almost automatic explanation. That is the explanation that the person involved in the situation is more than likely to give in such a scenario. Mr. President, I do not intend to use all of the time allocated this evening because it's already late into the evening and many persons have spoken before me. But I wish to say that whilst I want to repeat the point, if I didn't say it before, I want to make the point that as much as the government is anxious to fulfill its campaign promises, if we are serious about curbing crime in this country, it is not just about generation of laws. It is also about some of the decisions that the government takes to place people on the breadline. Because some of the very persons who have been robbed of an opportunity to earn an income by the very government policy are some of the persons who will find themselves in the homes of persons trying to take things from them that do not belong to them because they feel they have no other opportunity. So the government cannot, on the one hand, say, we want to protect you and what you have in your home, but then dismiss 10,000 CPEP workers. It just does not fit. What is this caring about? And where are you sending these people that you are placing on the breadline? It sounds good to say, we give you stand your ground so that you could protect your home. That sounds very nice. I'm not sure, however, that the persons who will rely on this legislation will have the wherewithal to do so. We will wait on the other law that has been promised us in relation to firearm users license. But I caution that we are on a slippery slope if we sell this legislation as an answer to the criminal element entering people's home, and we have copycats of behavior outside of Trinidad and Tobago that none of us would be proud about. And when we open that door, Mr. President, it is almost impossible to close it thereafter. We sit as a parliament, we often say this side and that side, and now in this house we have 3 benches. But when we leave these halls and we exit into society, we are all just citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And today, we are in Parliament, and some of us, some of us are in government. We don't make laws only for when we feel we are in government, because there's no security of tenure in that office. You may find that you are 7 months into government, and you may feel that it is somehow a journey that's going to be taken years to be completed. You'll be very, very surprised how quickly 5 years will come and go. And the citizens will judge you for the behavior that you exhibit now. We have a responsibility to give responsible government to this country, and part of that responsibility involves understanding the culture and behavior of our citizens. And there are many persons who feel that if they get a gun in their hand and they have this law behind them as proposed by the government and sold by some government ministers, that they will have a right to kill people in a way that we do not want to replicate in Trinidad and Tobago. And Mr. President, I hope that the government will take pause and listen to good reason with regard to this legislation. I thank you.
Senator Dr. Amery Browne.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It's almost 9 o'clock. I want to thank you at the beginning for your management of this protracted debate. Mr. President, it is common knowledge that this topic of so-called stand your ground legislation has captured the attention of the national community right across Trinidad and Tobago, and there's some attention even further afield than that. Members of our diaspora are certainly paying attention and looking on quite keenly to the proceedings that occurred in the lower house and the 2-day debate thus far in the Senate of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, I also paid as close attention as I could to all colleagues that have contributed to this debate. And a lot of information has been presented already. It's a little bit of a challenge for me to identify, as you know, Mr. President, aspects that may not have yet arisen, but also it's an opportunity as a responsible member of this chamber to share a few of my perspectives and observations on this bill and some of the broader social implications for my country, our country of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, one of the common themes of every presentation thus far that I have noted from the independent bench, from colleagues on the bench of the People's National Movement, and even from members of the government who've spoken on this bill, is to underscore a reality that citizens, as of today, before any passage or proclamation of this bill, already have the right to defend themselves, their homes, and their properties with deadly force when necessary. And Mr. President, I heard the government, some of their speakers, were trying to work out their way around that reality to justify why we are here, why is this debate even necessary? And it appeared to me that there was a suggestion that just by nature of codifying what is already the law, the common law is the law of the land, by codifying it, we somehow move the needle in a significant manner that would benefit a society besieged by crime, Mr. President. And I couldn't help get a strong sense that there's very little that this bill gives our citizens that could not have been bestowed by a properly implemented public education campaign on the rights that they currently have. It appears the government is looking at a serious crime situation and feels that somehow persons could be more courageous in exercising the right that they already have, or they're not seized by that knowledge. I don't agree with that perception, but it appears that's the perception of the government. And just by virtue of codifying and debating, somehow that will help us change the home invasion scenario, the larceny, the crime, the violent crime situation out there. And again, I strongly feel that a properly implemented public education campaign, know your rights, Mr. Homeowner, know your rights, Mr. Father, Miss Mother, Mr. Adult Child in the household, could make a tremendous difference. And what worries me even more, Mr. President, is notwithstanding all of the concerns expressed, well, not on that side, that's not their job, they're members of the government, all of the concerns expressed on this side, even by some senators who appear to be inclined to support the bill, I didn't hear the government indicate that such a public education campaign would accompany the proclamation of this bill. So what you have is citizens who will be, many of them persuaded by the narrative around the bill, by the chatter around the bill, by some of the misinformation around the bill, who are now further unleashed with this just general sense that they can do more now. Those who already have firearms, those who will get firearms in the future, are they sufficiently informed to make the right decisions when such a scenario is unfolding, Mr. President? I am not sure that is the case at all. I want to pay a little bit of attention, unfortunately, to some of the submissions of Senator Roberts, because I think a few of them, well, the first point I want to make, and I've made it before with Senator Roberts, and that is, he's not here, unfortunately. Mr. President, the quality of a contribution is not related or proportionate to the decibel level of the presenter. And I mean, I'm not hearing impaired. I don't think many senators are, but I would be very concerned for any senator who is sensitive, because it was a very, very loud decibel, and I didn't get too much content. I must stand, Mr. President, in defense of Senators Lalla and Senator Mustapha Abdul-Hamid, who seem to bear the brunt of some of the, can I use the word insults? The sharp insults thrown across the aisle by Senator Roberts. I don't know why that would have been necessary in the context of a debate like this, particularly when many senators have expressed concerns about the level of hostility in the society. But Senator Roberts seemed to have felt that necessary. And I heard phrases like Lalla the loser, was it Lalla the loser, or Larry the loser, and so on. I just want to condemn that kind of language or reference to any senator in this chamber, Mr. President. So I want to stand in defense of my colleagues. And with respect to Senator Lalla, Mr. President, what I can say about him, I have never heard him accused of putting money in the hands of gangsters or criminals or murderers in Trinidad and Tobago. I've never heard such an accusation leveled against him. Senator Roberts went on to say loudly and repeatedly, this is not going to be the wild, wild west, as if that was an assurance that we can take to the bank. This is not going to, because I say so, this is not going to be the wild, wild west. There will be training, there will be training, there will be training. And I waited to hear some details about this training that there will be. Mr. President, Senator Roberts never gave us any such detail. He never said who will do this training, who will be the beneficiaries of the training. He never indicated the duration of this training program. He never indicated who will pay for it. But that was thrown into this debate as a placebo, a plaster on a sore, or to try to assuage a broad swath of concerns expressed that the population is not ready for the heightened potential that could be unleashed by persons being told, well, we have a new bill now that empowers you to stand your ground. Mr. President, the fact of the matter is, many of those listening aren't even clear that this legislation refers specifically to your property. There are those who are hearing stand your ground. Stand your ground is soon to be the law. Who would apply that to many scenarios, to car theft, to walking in the street, to being in a party. If they have the means to defend themselves, some of the narrative around this bill can lead them in a very, very dangerous direction. And I underscore my strong recommendation, notwithstanding the water that's already under the bridge, that this government needs to take strong measures to properly educate the population. Otherwise, yes, we will have further elaboration of the wild, wild west in Trinidad and Tobago. That's a prediction. It's not a prediction I'm happy to make, but it's a prediction that I would want to posit onto the Hansard record at this time. Mr. President, the fact is we have a serious crime situation in Trinidad and Tobago, and we have something else, a serious perception of crime situation. And this is not the first government that would be confronted with a responsibility to treat with that. I was part of an administration before, besieged in a country besieged by crime, and there were administrations before that. This is not a new challenge, but it is a very serious challenge. And I empathize with the Attorney General because, yes, citizens have been crying out for answers, for responses, for reaction from the executive. In past iterations, we've had cameras, the sense that if we put lots of cameras in the country, that will help us, Mr. President. And there were some challenges around the implementation, and still are. There was the blimp, what was colloquially known as the blimp. The Attorney General would be very familiar with that, Mr. President. That was another reaction in response to concerns by citizens. There were the OPVs. The Attorney General will also be very familiar with that and where that went and why it went away. I heard Senator Roberts mentioning the regional narcotics situation. There were the OPVs and other strategies deployed as responses. So the government has come with this one with a premise that this is going to help us make a difference. Mr. President, I was part of several consultations around this legislation. The People's National Movement took it upon itself to arrange a series of consultations, not with a political backdrop and the way the UNC went about their so-called national consultations, but I would say it added to the exposure of the population to discussions in preparation for this debate. And one of the things that struck me in those consultations, and in listening to the UNC's consultations, is there is a general sense, I would say, among the population that with this bill, you will be able, if a criminal comes into your property, you will be able to discharge a firearm or use a weapon. You may disable them or kill them, and the next day you move on with your life, exempt from any consequence because this law would have been in place. Mr. President, I regret to say that that is not the truth at all. And giving people that false expectation or false sense of security without proper clarification, and I don't think the government did a sufficient job in fulfilling their responsibility in that regard. Because the reality even now, Mr. President, which will not change, is if you, I, or anyone as a homeowner would discharge your firearm tonight at a home invader or whenever the proclamation occurs, let's say on January 16th at a home invader, you strike that individual or you kill that individual, you will have to engage in a process which includes, Mr. President, the surrendering of the weapon that you would have used to defend your family. If I am presenting misinformation, of course the Attorney General will correct me. So even with this legislation in place, even with the proclamation of this highly, keenly anticipated legislation, you will have to surrender your firearm, which will then undergo a process of, what is it, Mr. Attorney General? IBIS, Integrated Ballistics Identification at the Forensic Science Center. There is processing that will occur. And guess what happens, Mr. President? After that violent incident, when you and your family are traumatized, I join with the condolences and commiseration and sincere empathy for all members, including senators who would have shared very personal experiences. You are then left with, one, some degree of publicity around the incident that occurred, the violent incident. Two, you are now without the weapon that you would have utilized. And three, given a very hostile social environment, you are now at risk of retaliation or a further perpetuation of violence from the family members, the gang affiliates, or other individuals associated with the person that you've killed. The reason I'm saying this and putting this on the record, Mr. President, is not to make a bad situation worse, but I think we have a responsibility to let the public know what is in store. It is not just a case of killing someone and you move on as normal because this bill has been proclaimed. So I really, really want that to be crystal clear at this stage, Mr. President. I join with Senator John Bates in, I don't want to say congratulating, but giving recognition to the fact that Senator Roberts quoted from a range of religious texts here today. He seemed to have surprised himself and all in so doing. But again, all of that time was based on really a false premise, which is that there's a right to defend yourself given by these books that we don't currently have, and this law is going to bestow on us. So none of that really was relevant to the advancement of the government's case, Mr. President, none of it. Mr. President, I just want to indicate what I see as a few fallacies that require clarification at this stage. One of them, dwelt on by several government senators, is the fallacy that this bill gives certainty and clarity to the situation of home invasion, right to defense of your property in Trinidad and Tobago. This bill gives certainty and clarity. And I want to point to a number of aspects in which there still is a lack of certainty and clarity. And in fact, to some regard, this bill now introduces a new level of uncertainty. For example, Clause 2A gives reference to what is a dwelling house, Mr. President. A dwelling house includes the curtilage of the dwelling house. I wouldn't read out the definition because it should be familiar to all senators at this stage. But, Mr. President, it's worth examining exactly what this curtilage is. And you would ask, how is this relevant to my point? Clause 3.1 describes a curtilage as an area immediately surrounding or adjacent to the dwelling house, to your home. The area immediately surrounding it, connected to human habitation. But this bill also clarifies in plain English that that area does not have to be enclosed, nor does it have to be fenced or have any boundary whatsoever. Mr. President, that might have one interpretation in Florida or Utah or somewhere like that. But in this Trinidad and Tobago, it is a potential recipe for chaos and confusion. Because if you think about where the ordinary citizens of Trinidad and Tobago live, many of them live in shared compounds. Many of them, I can think of Oasis Green.
Mr. President, I rise on Standing Order 53(1)B, persistent tedious repetition. That matter has been raised by several previous speakers.
I want to guide the Honourable Senator, and I want to agree with the standing order quoted. That issue has been raised by several senators. So I would say that if you want to summarize it, you can, but I would advise you not to go into detail because it has been explored and examined. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to thank the senator because he's taking me right to where I want to be, which is an example of the danger in this particular clause. Mr. President, I'm going to quote from a newspaper. Mr. President, there's a little bit of a drone starting.
No, it's a bit late. Members can be. I know it's a bit late, and we have been here for a few hours so far, thus far. Let us just conduct ourselves. I think Senator Browne is the last speaker on the opposition bench, And I think there are no further independent senators, unless I'm wrong on that. So the AG will speak after. So let us give the Honorable Senator the time and the space and the attention. Continue, Honorable Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Very kind of you. So I was going to an example of the type of challenge this clause can introduce to Trinidad and Tobago. This example is drawn from a newspaper article published on 20th of May 2025 by the KPH newspaper in Gilbert, Arizona, state of Arizona. The title of the article, Renter Accused of Killing Landscaper Sent by Landlord to Trim Trees in Front Yard. Mr. President, this article outlines a very tragic scenario where an Arizona man was accused of shooting a landscaper, someone who came to take care of the greenery. The police reported that a Mr. Wyatt Ford, 28 years old, was arrested following the shooting death of a 51-year-old immigrant by the name of Manuel Vega Lopez. I suspect there may have been a language barrier as well in this scenario, also relevant potentially to the Trinidad and Tobago of today. I won't dwell on that aspect. But basically what transpired here, Mr. President, is that a landscaper came onto this property to trim the trees, and the tenant drew his firearm and shot the individual. Now, this is a single compound, but if you extrapolate this to the common scenario in Trinidad and Tobago, I wouldn't give you the examples around the country of these settings where it is not clear where one yard begins, where one curtilage begins, where one curtilage ends. A strange individual is seen, such as Mr. Manuel Vega Lopez, whether or not he can speak English or Spanish. And it is very easy, especially with the hype and the narrative around this legislation, for a tragedy to occur. So I don't want us to make light of these scenarios, because it is very likely, unless the government takes further action, that we might see some of those scenarios unfolding. I also want to respond to one of the points made by the Attorney General. So he started the debate, Mr. President, of course, in piloting, but he saw it wise to give reference to some of the transmissions in the lower house. And the Attorney General seemed very concerned to inoculate this debate against a narrative about ethnicity, socioeconomic status. So right in the piloting, the Attorney General put some language on the Hansard with respect. He made a vigorous point that the bill does not, and the government's bringing up the bill is not intended to discriminate based on race, ethnicity, and socioeconomic status. And so I listened to that point very carefully. But I don't think it was backed up sufficiently by the Attorney General or any other of the speakers. Because the fact is, in the Trinidad and Tobago of today, the possession of a firearm makes a big difference as to how this legislation protects you or doesn't protect you. It makes a big difference. You cannot compare a gun to a penknife or a tree line or something else. Mr. President, how is that related to socioeconomic status? It should be obvious, but apparently it wasn't obvious to the government. I just want to put a few facts on the record that have not yet been established. Mr. President, the cost of a firearm, a legal firearm in Trinidad and Tobago today, is in the range of $7,000 to $10,000 TT dollars. In that range. I'm sure some members who are smiling probably have a higher level, but that's the basic range. Mr. President, a proficiency course to qualify for a firearm user's license. The costs vary. I wouldn't even say what it is. The costs vary. But I would say they average in the range of about $7,000 to $8,000 for a full sweep of training. So you're talking about $7,000 to $10,000 to purchase a firearm. You're talking about $7,000 to $8,000 for the training course. And then, Mr. President, you're also required to have a safe to place the gun in. Of course, if you have children, that's an even sharper concern. Do you know the cost of a safe, Mr. President? It's in the range of $5,000. Now, the government is shrugging their shoulders and trying to make light of it. But this really belies this fantasy world where we're all on the same playing field. There's an even playing field with respect to socioeconomic status, etc. And this law is passed and everyone is going to be safe. It's not going to work like that. Nope. I haven't heard any initiative to change the cost of this. Senator Roberts talked about training. I don't think he was making the case that this basic proficiency training is now going to be free, because even if it's free, somebody has to pay for it. I don't think the government can afford to do that. So you're talking about, for any householder, anywhere in Trinidad and Tobago, any part of the country, a minimum of $20,000. So there are a lot of people out there, and in this sense, the government may have achieved some of their objectives. I realize some people feel a bit pumped up and emboldened by the prospect of this legislation, but the truth is, this makes no difference to their reality whatsoever, unless, as has been said before, it is connected to some change in their accessibility to these weapons. But no one has spoken about the economic barrier. That is real, and I don't think the government is capable of doing anything to change that particular reality. So, Mr. Attorney General, I beg to disagree, Mr. Speaker, through you, that there is a level playing field when this bill is implemented. There will be the haves, there will be the have-nots. There will be the cans, and there will be the basically, practically cannots, Mr. President. That is the reality. I'm not going to get into the debate, the public debate that's already underway between the government and the Commissioner of Police with respect to who gets to approve users' licenses and so on. That will be the subject of further considerations. But I've certainly been paying attention to it, Mr. President. And then a few more points. I listened to all senators, but Senator Murray gave quite an exposition, which included a bit of Latin, Mr. President. I haven't heard so much Latin in quite a few years. But she referenced mental health and post-traumatic stress disorder. And Mr. President, that got me to thinking about what happens to an individual after they've killed someone. What happens to an individual after they kill someone? You listen to Senator Nakhid and others with a sense of bravado. I've defended my family, it's success, the person is dead. But Mr. President, in a society like Trinidad and Tobago, you can anticipate a strong mental and emotional reaction to having taken a life. Is the government and the society prepared to treat with those consequences? Are counseling services available? Will they be available to citizens emboldened and empowered by this narrative around this bill who will find themselves taking a life in the future? What is in store for them? Even our police officers, every single one of them, who in the course of these are trained, the most trained in the entire society, Mr. President, to treat with firearms. their discharge and the consequences of that discharge. After they fire their gun, they wound someone, or they kill someone, they receive mandatory counseling and support. I've heard nothing from the government to indicate that they've contemplated this aspect of the implementation of such legislation, or they're putting anything in place to treat with those realities. Mr. President, I'm not going to be distracted by my friend, the Attorney General. Mr. President, the truth is, within this chamber, there's a wall with all the laws of Trinidad and Tobago.
Colleagues, I know some of us are getting a bit restless, but I urge you, I'm getting this distraction, disturbance, and I'm not able to hear properly. So I ask colleagues to be silent while another member is speaking. Continue, please.
Thank you kindly, Mr. President. The point I'm making is there are very few citizens whose home library or living rooms would have the details of the laws of this country. And this bill, when it becomes an act, without some program of enlightenment and awareness for the population, will remain something on the parliamentary channel. All they will retain is a reality that I can now stand my ground. And when you hear that door open or that window smash, they are left, as was said earlier, with what is my instinct in this situation? What is my instinct in this situation? Mr. President, there is a grave danger in underestimating the degree of smartmanship and conmanship in the society of Trinidad and Tobago. And in a scenario in which dead men tell no tales, I am very concerned about the prospect of staging of crime scenes and stagings of home invasions after someone has been killed, whether it's a case of domestic violence, whether it's a case of a dispute among family members, whether it's a case of mistaken identity, whether it's a case of someone with a disability. Mr. President, there are adults, young adults, teenagers, and children with autism and other neurodivergent conditions in this country. Sometimes you'd see on the newspaper, child found, young man found at the police station in Aruca, and with a photo. Can you identify? You know why that is so, Mr. President? Very often these individuals will wander, whether in the day or in the night, and very frequently enter the wrong premises. If you have a population misled by some of the narrative, charged up by some of the other factors that have been mentioned, aren't these individuals who are classified as differently abled, Senator Alicia, who are classified as differently abled, are they not more vulnerable now after implementation than before? Mr. President, the danger of staging of crime scenes, the danger of someone, an elderly individual who may have Alzheimer's, who may forget their address. It happens. It happens in our families. Are they more at risk now? And has the government even contemplated in this wild, wild west scenario their own safety as well, Mr. President? No, that's not tedious repetition. I've heard no such reference, Mr. President. Can I make my contribution?
Please. Listen, I think Senator Ravi Rathiram, you made your standing order. I have ruled. this crosstalk will not be permitted. Senator, you have 4 more minutes to wrap up. Continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, I'm concerned about the implications for road rage. I'm concerned about the implications for intimate partner violence. I'm concerned about the implications for settlements of dispute. We've become a very querulous society, Mr. President, and very often already disputes are resulting not in mediation or dialogue, but in hostility and violence. The narrative around this bill, the hype around this bill, I'm afraid takes us very much in the wrong direction altogether. It takes us in the wrong direction. So, Mr. President, what about Jehovah's Witnesses or other individuals who are in the routine of visiting premises, going up and knocking on a door, sometimes entering if it's an open curtilage, there's no gate, there's no fence, there's no yard per se that's identifiable to the public? Are they now in greater danger than before? We have to think about all of these aspects of society. I remember, and I want to talk a little bit about election time. I remember seeing a closed circuit feed during, it actually was an internal election. Someone, a candidate, was in Toku. And so you're seeing the feed from the house. And so the car pulls up at the end of a footpath leading to the front door. And you see the individual, the candidate, get out of his car, and he's looking, and he's calling, and he's not sure whether anyone is home. And eventually you see him walking down the path towards the door. And then he knocks and calls. It turns out no one was home at the time. Even at election time when persons are doing canvassing, etc., are we now, without further public preparation and education, putting all of these persons in potentially increased danger? These are some of the things I really worry about, Mr. President. Not to mention the risks to our children, whether playing sports, a ball enters a yard or other things, someone being hasty, someone recognizing someone maybe dressed in a different way, looking different to them, might be hasty and put our innocent lives at risk. So, Mr. President, I understand where the government is coming from in trying to offer a solution. I don't think they've moved the bar at all in the right direction. They've introduced a significant degree of uncertainty within the population, which can have dangerous consequences for our future. The answer cannot be a more militarized society, Mr. President. The answer has to include addressing the root causes and working together to reduce hostility, not increase it, especially in an era of domestic violence, substance abuse, alcohol abuse, and rising mental illness. The government has to consider very carefully the consequences of the actions they introduce to this society which we love. I thank you, Mr. President.
The Honorable Attorney General.
Something intelligent for a change.
Mr. President, I thank you. I thank all senators for what has been a lively and a very long debate. I think I tried to work out exactly how long we've been at this. My math says 30 hours. I might be wrong. Math was never my strong point. But if you look at it, Mr. President, the bill before us, I think we all agreed, including members immediately opposite, that the bill has 11 clauses. As Senator Chote said, and I missed much of her presentation because I had to be in the other place where we were doing the finance bill, but I did get some notes. The building blocks of this legislation are not controversial. That is a point that was made by Senator Chote. It was a point which was echoed by Senators Vera and Senator Nish. Now, in my opening, I thought that I had canvassed the main points in the legislation. And in the main, I think this is one debate in which I felt that the opposition had a particular view. They stuck to that view throughout, and that view was defined by the inertia, the lack of action that they have engaged in for the past 10 years. So they would have us do nothing. And there are various arguments that buttress that. They would have us do nothing because they say, well, the bill adds nothing to the law. Well, the bill adds uncertainty to the law. I'm not sure how the two are the same, but it adds nothing. It adds uncertainty. And then I think I heard them say that it might even be dangerous. Now, how all of that could be accomplished by a codification law, which the independent bench correctly states is built on constructs which are known to the common law, sometimes for as long as 400 years. I fail to understand. Now, I don't wish to ascribe motive to them. I simply say that their attitude and their positions, which have been articulated over the last 2 days, have been, for me, puzzling. Now, if I could just thank in particular Senators Vera, De Labastide, Chote, Atz, Senator Abdul-Hamid, of course, is my friend, and I'd always thank him. But today I have to criticize some of what he said. Now, and I'll begin with him. He's the only one that I'm going to take on the independent benches. I'm going to ignore Senator Browne. I'm going to ignore, for different reasons, Senator Cummings, Senator Dhanpaul, I'm not sure what you said, Senator Lalla,
Nothing much.
The same. But Senator Abdul-Hamid said, well, a couple of things. One, that he felt that we had got taken up with electioneering and that this was too much about elections. Well, I have something to tell him, and that is this. We are here because of an election. And in that sense, the rhetoric, as he put it, disparagingly, the rhetoric, I prefer to say the statements and promises made on the election campaign are the reason that we are here. Now, what the Prime Minister now captured on the election campaign was that people were sick and fed up of doing nothing about crime. And they were sick and fed up, however you define it, of being in their homes and disrespected, killed, robbed, raped, however you describe it. Home invasion was known to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. They decided that in April of 20. And they made a decision in April of 2025 to bring this government into being with a mandate to do something about serious crime and home invasion in particular. Now you ask, well, why home invasion and why not firearms? Firearms should have come first. Home invasion could have come afterwards and so on. Well, that's different from what some of the independent benches said in the sense that there was the comment that we are privatizing security. That is not the case. The fear of crime is real and has gripped all of us and all of our constituents. Now, if passing a law which only codifies home invasion, and that is not what this is, but if that is all that we had done, that would be something for those who have elected us. Now, the law does more than simply codifying home invasion. It makes home invasion an offense. And that's a starting point. And it is an important starting point because before that, you have larceny, which is not home invasion. You have burglary, which is not home invasion. You have a number of other things, trespass and so on. I said all of them in my opening. Home invasion is new. I think, yes, stick break in the ears. That is exactly what it is. So you begin by describing and saying home invasion is something that is serious. We define it as a social problem. Identifying it as a social problem means that we are going to put resources to fix it. We are going to ask the police to treat with it, and we are going to establish a framework to deal with it. What is wrong with that? So we begin by doing that, and then we go on to say, listen, in respect of the occupant, there are these defenses. Yes, these defenses are largely known to the common law. So that the defenses are self-defense, defense of property. Both largely known to the common law. And we give aggravating circumstances. We elaborate on the defenses. We do as much as the British have done in their Criminal Justice and Immigration Act of 2008. I mean, why is it wrong for us to pay attention to something that others have recognized to be a serious problem, and they have legislated to treat with it? Now, it is completely separate and apart from firearms. We said, or I said in this place, I also said in the other place, that we are going to do something about liberalizing the distribution of firearms. But at the same time, we said that this is not the wild, wild west, and we are going to act responsibly. And you know what? It is our job to act responsibly, and you have failed to do so. That is why you are there. Now, one point which was made by a number of independent senators, and it is something that I think I need to spend some time on. Now, one of the opposition senators raised it and said it was not an issue, but he disappeared. Did you all realize that? Yeah. He disappeared overnight. Yeah, he appeared, he said the bill was constitutional, and then, as if it was magic, he disappeared.
And they bring our next SC.
I'm not sure who came in his place, but somebody came in his place. As I say, I wasn't here throughout. But I would not be surprised if that person raised a constitutional point about the bill. So let me just deal with that point, because I noticed that a couple of the independents raised it, and I think I should spend some time on it. I know that it is late.
Nah, you take your time.
So that the point there is this. And I want to start with Senator Arawi, who is absent today.
Collecting rent.
Now, in a bill in a piece of legislation that we dealt with in this place, the TTRE. Do you all remember that? Yeah. Okay. So, Senator Arawi stuck a certificate, we call it a constitutional certificate, on that piece of legislation. It lapsed. I don't think he felt he had the legs to pass it. Well, time passed. He stuck the certificate on again. The bill lapsed again. And you know what? It happened a third time. It lapsed a third time. So what did he do? He took the certificate off. And he passed the bill without a constitutional certificate. No, I'm not saying, those are the facts. I'm not saying technically that he was wrong to take the certificate off. I'm just giving you the facts. He stuck the certificate on 3 times and then sipped it off. Now, the bill was challenged eventually. It went right up to the Privy Council. And you know what the Privy Council said? It didn't require a special certificate. So I start with that, and then I want to come to this. The state's Law Reform Commission stuck a certificate on. I looked at it. Before it came here, I said they were wrong. But I'm fallible, I'm not the Pope. I sought independent advice. And that advice, Mr. President, was to the effect that the bill did not require a special majority, that it could be passed with an ordinary majority. And I'll tell you why. You see, there are a couple of cases, Suraj and Surat, which my friend Senator Arawi is fond of referring to. In those cases, there were bills which dealt with it sought to balance the rights of the, Because of the lateness of the hour, I don't wish to go into the details of the case. One dealt with the COVID regulations, and of course, those regulations imposed serious controls on what people could do, where they could go, who they could be with, and so on and so forth. Passed without a certificate. It goes up to the Privy Council. It's challenged by someone who is known to us. I think it was Mr. Ram Logan. He lost because the Privy Council took the sensible view that, listen, not all rights, even fundamental rights, are immutable and absolute. They are subject to give and take. Almost every law that you pass takes away rights, gives rights, and so on and so forth. So you have this doctrine developing quite separate and apart from the certificate doctrine, which says you have to test law on the basis of, well, is it reasonably justifiable in a society that has a decent respect for the rule of law and democracy and so on. So you have a separate doctrine developing in which the courts are saying, well, we aren't going to be second guessing you at every stage. So Senator Al-Rawi was right to take off the certificate. And you know what? I know that we are right to take the certificate off here. Now there are three possible challenges. There is one with respect to that is murder, and to put not to find a point on it. It deals with something that Senator Chote would understand, something called the felony murder rule. If you kill someone, if you go somewhere to injure somebody, you go with a couple of fellas and somebody dies, well, that's murder. Now, there are a couple other issues that the Law Association flagged, dealing with, the main one dealing with self-defense and defense of property. The point is that in the Criminal Justice and Immigration Act in England, the English Parliament recognizes that you can use self-defense as a defense of property, and you can use force which you think is necessary to defend your property. That's what we do in this legislation. If this ends up in the Privy Council, I suspect that they will understand that this does not require a special majority. And that's, in a nutshell, the reason why and that is our outside counsel, and I thought that this could do without a certificate. I felt that if I had put a certificate on, the only people who would vote against it would be those 6 fellas in front there. And not even those 6. I think 5 of them would vote against it. But the young man who was here yesterday and said he has a background in constitutional law, I think
they moved he first.
He disappeared, as I say. He appeared and then disappeared. But he was with the program. He said
they move him faster than you could say Masai Sai.
We might not see him again in these parts. Okay.
We tell him bye-bye.
The point is that, Mr. President, I know the hour is late. the issues have been traversed. I accept one point made by my colleague, Senator Browne, who I respect a great deal. I noticed that Senator Cummings has disappeared. I'll say nothing about that.
And that's your first untruth.
But Senator Browne, who I respect a great deal, has said that some public education is required. And I agree that public education is required. It often is in respect of serious legislation and legislation that we think is really intended to bring about, well, not only legislative focus, but executive focus on an offense that is terrorizing the lives of many of our citizens. Public education is required. I have no problem with that. And I have no problem in terms of committing the government to something like that. As a matter of fact, we've already begun to talk about it. And the fact that the Law Reform Commission, which is a body separate and apart, established by statute, is going out, has engaged in public consultation, quite separate and apart from that which my friend Senator Browne has engaged in. Although his was a criticism of the way we conducted our, I'm not criticizing him for how he conducts his public education or consultation. I don't think he should criticize us for that. I participated in one. I went to a constituency and I spoke. And I was well received. I got all questions are intelligent questions. I got questions and I tried to explain as best as I could what the bill as it then was is intended to do. Mr. President, I said a lot of this is repetition. I don't know if it's tedious repetition or not. I'm not going to engage in any of the banter that my friends opposite engaged in. But I did say that there were other measures that the government is looking at with respect to crime. It is not a state of, as I said in the other place, it is not the state of emergency, which incidentally has been in place at the same time that our homicide figures have dropped by 46%. It's not a crime-fighting measure. We had an existential threat to the state. We dealt with it without any apology. We dealt with it. Now, there are other things that we are doing. There are amendments to the AJIPA, which are designed to, well, as colleagues who have been in this place for some time would have known, designed to encourage prosecution, the prosecution of crime in a more efficient manner. There are amendments to the Firearms Act, several amendments, not only those which would result in liberalizing how firearms are approved, but there are also going to be controls. We are not crazy people. We are responsible. It's not the wild, wild west. I said that in the other place, and I repeat it here. On the other hand, we have, and Senator Browne asked about it, I think I said it here, if not in the other place. We have in contemplation legislation to deal with victims' rights.
In your opening, you mean?
I think I would have said that before. It too is a promise which was made on the political hustings, whether you describe that as rhetoric. If you want to describe it as rhetoric, that's your problem. It is a promise made by the political leader, and it is one that we will keep. There are other rights, there are other measures, a constitutional right to speedy trial, and so on and so forth. Now, those are just pieces of legislation. We are doing things with respect to the justice system, the creation of special courts. We are doing things with respect to enhancing the capabilities of the protective services and the intelligence services. I'm not going to talk here about cameras and how many cameras you put up, because none of them work. And while we're at it, I mean, I'm trying to restrain myself because it's 9:45.
Yeah, don't hold back, don't hold back.
But those boats that you left us,
oh Lord.
None of them work either, right? So if we had a problem today, I don't know. We'll have to jump on my friend Dr. Browne's back, or Mr. Cummings's wealthy back, and go out in the ocean. Perhaps he'll buy a boat for us with the money that he has earned over the last 10 years or so. I say no more on that for the time being. I say no more on that for the time being. I imagine that we'll all be hearing some more about that in the not too distant future. Mr. President, with those few words, I beg to move.
Honorable Senators, the question is, that a bill entitled An Act to Establish the Offense of Home Invasion, and in that context, to provide that a person has no duty to retreat when acting in self-defense or defense of his property, to provide that a person may use defensive force, including deadly force, to protect himself, his property, or another person in his dwelling house, and to provide for related matters be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Establish the Offense of Home Invasion, and in that context, to provide that a person has no duty to retreat when acting in self-defense or defense of his property, to provide that a person may use defensive force, including deadly force, to protect himself, his property, or another person in his dwelling house, and to provide for related matters.
The Attorney General.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 66-1, I beg to move that the Home Invasion, Self-Defense and Defense of Property Bill 2025 be committed to a committee of the whole forthwith to be considered clause by clause.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the Home Invasion, Self-Defense, and Defense of Property Bill 2025 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall now go into committee of the whole to consider the bill clause by clause. Yeah, I think enough. Just at the end. Colleagues, I would like to suggest that we pause for a cause and we take just 10 minutes, stretch our legs, and we come back exactly at 10 p.m. where we will go through the bill, as we said, clause by clause. So let us just suspend the committee stage of this process for 10 minutes. So this committee is suspended for 10 minutes.
I guess the government members coming to settle, so let's just map the approach. Right, so there's 9 clauses. We have an amendment from 2 of the senators. You have but there's one aspect of the amendment I want to just highlight. That's from Dr. Murray, so these so Murray and Joan Simmons. Right? So do this.
Two amendments, yeah.
Yes. And you don't need this one because you have it here. Right. So I'm going to skip out the preamble and the new clause because those come after the amendments.
Right.
So I'll do clauses 1 and 2. The first, sorry.
I'd like to call this meeting to order. And I'd like to ask colleagues, we should either have it on the electronic devices, copies of amendments, or access it from the rotunda. copies of amendments coming from Senator Dr. Desiree Murray and also Senator Candace Jones Simmons. Members, you're supposed to have these amendments. As I said, you can access these amendments electronically via the rotunda. Now, there are 9 clauses in the bill before us. And I just want to indicate that whilst I'm prepared to allow some degree of interventions from those who have not circulated any amendments, I want you to be advised that you'll have to be very brief. And we wouldn't want any prolonged interventions because we are not restarting a debate at the committee stage, especially where we do not have any written submission for amendments. So I'd like members to be guided accordingly. Now, I think the first amendment we have all right. So the first amendment that we have is to clause 3 of the bill. No, preamble come after. That's the last thing we deal with. And new clauses come last. Last. Okay? So we will deal with the first 2 clauses that of the bill. There are no amendments to those clauses, so we will go directly to those 2 clauses.
Clauses 1 and 2.
The question is that clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 3.
The question is that clause 3 stand part of the bill. Dr. Murray, I think you have an amendment to clause 3. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My proposed amendment is to delete Part E in the definition of occupant, which states that a person who at the material time is visiting a dwelling house as an invited guest. Now, we've heard in the debate a lot of possible scenarios where an invited guest may be simultaneously or in close succession be an occupant and a home invader. So I think that this subsection brings a lot of ambiguity to the law and is best deleted for greater clarity.
General?
We are unable to, well, thank you for the suggestion. The expression occupant is defined in the common law, in particular the civil law tort, and this is synonymous with that definition, consistent with the policy of the bill as well. So we're unable to accede to it.
The Attorney General is saying, Dr. Santa Marie, that he wouldn't be able to accept your amendment. Would you like me to put your question?
Yeah. Yes, please. So the reason being that it's not consistent with the common law, is that correct? Because there are many things in the bill that are not consistent with the common law, so I don't understand that as a reason for...
I mean, it's often used in the law to distinguish, well, occupier's liability is used to distinguish trespassers. So it's a term of art which we, the draftsmen, are familiar with. It is in sync with the policy of the Act, and we do not wish to change it.
I understand that, but it has implications for what comes next when the invitation is withdrawn. So this is why I'm bringing it up, because if somebody's asked to leave, I mean, that's another clause, so I don't know if it can be considered jointly, but it has implications for another clause in the bill. Okay. Okay.
Would you like me to put your question, ma'am? Or you would like to withdraw?
No, I'd like to put the question, please.
The question is that clause 3 would be amended as circulated by Dr. Desiree Marie. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. No. I think the noes have it. The question is that clause 3 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 3 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 4.
The question is that clause 4 stand part of the bill. Dr. Marie, you have an amendment?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, you can. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. This amendment has to do with withdrawing the words to stand his ground, and the reason being that we've heard a lot during the debate about the possible misinterpretation by the public of what stand your ground actually means, because stand your ground is a legal term in the Florida context, and the Honorable Attorney General did disassociate himself with the terminology of stand your ground in the Florida context. And I think that the word stand your ground in the context of this bill does nothing to add to the objectives of the bill, and has the potential to encourage people to not withdraw, even though it's not retreat, even though it may be safe to do so. So because we should legislate for people of different temperament, I think that removing the word stand your ground where it appears in the legislation is likely to make this bill less likely to result in confrontation and damage or loss of life unnecessarily. So I don't think the words add anything to the bill, and I don't believe that removing them will detract anything from the bill. So that's why I'm asking for it to be removed.
Thank you. Attorney General?
Chairman, we think we agree that the expression has a particular connotation in Florida, but they are English words, and they have an ordinary English meaning which is consistent with the policy of the government. So we do not wish to, we cannot see ourselves acceding to this request.
There's no duty to retreat.
Dr. Murray, you like to?
Yes.
You like to put it?
No, I'd just like to have a follow-up.
Yes.
Could the Honorable Attorney General please explain to me how the words "no duty to retreat" and "stand your ground" differ, and why it is that both terminologies are included in the same subsection when, in my mind, they mean the same thing, unless maybe the Honorable Attorney General could explain the difference?
The words are used interchangeably.
They are used interchangeably, but they appear in separate subsections.
Correct.
Senator Vera?
I can help. I think in Palmer, the Privy Council spoke about the possibility of retreat, and it said that, it's not required as a matter of law. But what this act is doing is it is clarifying and codifying the law. So on the one hand, it says, okay, look, there is no duty to retreat, but B goes even further. It says you have a right. You have a right to stand your ground. So one is the possibility of a retreat. Now we'll be talking about the right to stand your ground. So I think that they're interchangeable, but I think it's very clear that it takes away the whole Palmer concerns off the table.
Yes, Senator Desiree?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, but Honorable Attorney General, you were saying that this bill is codifying the English common law, and stand your ground doesn't appear anywhere in the English common law.
I said it codifies, but it carries the law further. So it codifies in many respects, but it does also enlarge the common law. I think that's exactly what I did see.
Any further intervention, Senator Desiree?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Desiree Marie, yes. All right. Honorable Senators. Yeah. Honorable Senators, the question is that Clause 4B as circulated. Clause 4B amended as circulated by Dr. Desiree Murray stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. Clause 4. The noes have it. The question is that Clause 4 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 4 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 5.
The question is that Clause 5 stand part of the bill. Senator Dr. Desiree Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, this deals with the invited guest clause that came before. So if someone, the amendment proposes to delete section 5(1)(d), which is when an invited guest fails to leave immediately on being asked by an occupant to do so. So this puts persons at risk of committing the offense of home invasion, having been invited by an occupant into the dwelling house, and exposes many potential friends, partners, parents of, well, a long list of people to the offense of home invasion, with the quite significant penalties associated with it. So I'm uncomfortable with that clause being included.
Attorney General.
I'm not sure that I understood. Could you repeat, please? You want me to delete the entire clause?
Correct. Well, the entire sub-clause, 5(1)D.
So that is inconsistent with the policy of the bill. So the policy is that if you come in as an occupant and you cease to be welcome, then so be it.
Yes, Senator Vieira.
I think it's also important to read the word "and" because it's not taken in isolation.
Senator Dr. Jeremie.
Yes, I agree with that, but if we can then take it, because if we go down to sub-clause K, J and K, if someone is asked to leave and refuses to do so immediately and damages or destroys property without the use of intimidation, threats, or violence, then they have committed the act of home invasion. So somebody can be an invited guest 1 minute and commit the offense of home invasion literally the next minute. So that to me seems disproportionate.
Any further clarification, Honorable Attorney General? Senator Chote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question because I had concerns with respect to subsections I and J in particular being read in conjunction with subsection D, but I did not know procedurally whether I was allowed to speak on those two subsections during the course of the discussion of Senator Murray's proposed amendment. Am I?
Yeah, anyone can speak, but I'm just saying that we want to keep it tight.
Yes, understood. Through you, Mr. Chair, Honorable Attorney General, these two subsections taken in conjunction with D basically criminalizes persons who may be doing nothing which is unlawful, and they may be acting without violence. And I gave some examples of the mother going to ask for maintenance, mother, the drug addict, young man who steals a clock off the wall, family members in land disputes. And I was saying that when D is taken in conjunction with I and J, it appears as though this narrative doesn't fit in with the rest of the section, which purports to criminalize essentially somebody who's come into a place and is acting with violence or in a threatening manner. So I just had a concern about that.
Attorney General.
Well, so the policy of the Act is also to criminalize, and that is why D is, well, not qualified by, but there is the conjunction and. While armed with a weapon, we could understand that. While armed with a firearm, we could understand that. Intentionally causes, we could understand injury. But then we go further to say steals property with or without the use of intimidation, threats, or violence. damages or destroys. We wanted the policy to be broad enough to capture those as well.
This is not a self-defense offense, this is an offense.
Senator Chote?
I said this is a self-defense.
Any further clarification, Senator Chote?
No, I think the Honorable Attorney General has made it quite clear that there is no room to move, so to speak. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Vera?
Again, I think we need to understand that there are a number of elements that must take place. There's a sequence. So first, you are a guest. Then you have been asked to leave. Then you have failed to do so. Up to now, no offense has been committed. All these elements have to line up. And then you have either intimidated because you have an armed weapon, you use force, or you intentionally cause injury, or you steal, or you damage. At that stage, the offense of home invasion is triggered. I don't really see a difficulty with it. It's not as though the offense has been committed because you were a guest or you were asked to leave and you failed to do so. It's all of these other things that add up that create the offense.
Senator Amery?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, Senator Vera, I do understand that. But for example, if you were to bounce a gate at the curtilage on your way out or something, there are scenarios where they could line up, and something that is really not a criminal, there's no criminal intent, you can end up being charged with the offense of home invasion without the use of threats, violence, or intimidation, which to me is not the spirit of this bill. I don't think this bill is intended to criminalize domestic disputes or disputes among friends. And I think that this bill has the potential to do that the way it's worded, and removing that sub clause would avoid those scenarios.
Okay. I think Senator Lewis wants to speak. You want to take both, or you want to just?
So, I mean, in I and J, if that is what we're still talking about, I don't think friends steal property, and I don't think they damage or destroy property. So, it is the policy of the bill, and I don't see that this applies to friends.
Senator Lewis?
Just a point of clarification through you to the AG. The occupant is clear, to me, being a person in lawful possession. And somebody's invited in, and then they are asked to leave, and they fail to leave immediately. But what if a property, AG, is jointly owned, husband and wife? Something happens, and one person says, "Get out of my house," and the other person says, "No, it's okay." To me, there's that by an occupant suggests a singular relationship. If you have two persons, or you have two or more persons owning the property, and one of those persons says leave, then this suggests that the person who was invited in as a guest is suddenly in breach. That maybe I'm reading it wrong, AG, but it confuses me.
I think the short question is that if you own property, you can't steal it and you can't damage it.
It is if you have two people who jointly own a property.
One invited, but the other one asked the person to leave.
and the guest was invited by one and asked to leave by the other. Suddenly, the guest is in conflict and potentially in conflict with the law because the way it's worded, I'm sorry, I'm not against the wording. The way it's worded suggests a singular relationship, a single person owning. What happens if you have more than one owner? As can have very frequently happen with a home.
Okay, so again, I want to challenge the premise that if you jointly own property, you can't invade it.
If I can help, what Senator Lewis is saying, two people jointly own the property. One has invited this home invader in, but the other one says, no, I want you out. So one, you're getting mixed signals. One is saying, leave, the other one had given you permission. But I would simply say that once you are co-owners, each of you can independently say, look, I don't want you here, and you must leave. The point here is that we could get into all kinds of minutiae and situations that may be extreme. First of all, I think it has to be sufficiently serious for the police to feel, look, you know what? We're going to charge this person with home invasion. And then, assuming that the person has been charged, that's why you have courts to figure it out. You will always have messy situations, but the legislation has to factor for all of these different parameters, in my view.
I find myself in agreement with Senator Vera again.
Chair.
The legislation cannot conceivably deal with every single situation that might conceivably arise.
Okay, Senator Chote.
Yes, Chair, the classic example of this, I'm keeping it short. Two parents, adult child, father says get out, mother says stay. Are we going as legislators to rely on the good sense of the police constable called to the home to determine whether that person is a home invader? Don't we have a responsibility as legislators to address it now, with all due respect?
Again, I come back to the and, you know, because in the situation you're describing, you have two parents. The child may be a drug addict, the child may be a danger, and it only kicks in when you're armed with a weapon, you intimidate, you do some injury, you damage or destroy property.
Or, sorry, if I may, or steal, so the one might say they've stolen and the other one may say, no, I gave it to them.
So we think that the word and is sufficient here and that the courts will figure this out. I don't think it's for us to...
Okay, I think that we have ventilated this matter sufficiently. Senator Desiree Marie, you'd like me to put your question?
Yes, please put the question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The question is that Clause 5 be amended as circulated by Senator Dr. Desiree Marie. Those in favor say aye.
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 Those against say no. No. I think the noes have it.
Division.
Mr. Allaha? Who? Mr. Jeremie S.C.? Mr. Roberts? No. Dr. Swarat Singh? No. Mr. Maharaj?
No.
Mr. Batiste?
No.
Mr. Alexander?
No.
Mr. Ratiram?
No.
Professor Prasad?
No.
Mr. Big? No. Ms. Charles? No. Mr. Zakru? No. Mr. Smith? No. Mr. Nakhid? No. Dr. Browne? Mr. Dhanpaul?
Yes.
Mr. Cummings?
Yes.
Mrs. John Bates?
Yes.
Mr. Lalla, SC?
Yes.
Mr. Abdul-Hamid?
Yes.
Mr. Vera, SC? Ms. Chote, SC?
Abstain.
Dr. Atz?
No.
Ms. Jones Simmons?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis?
No.
Dr. Marie?
Yes.
Ms. Lalite-Ettienne?
No.
Mr. McNish?
No.
Ms. Phillips?
Yes.
Mr. President, the result of the division is as follows. 9 members voted for, 20 members voted against, and there was 1 abstention.
Honorable Senators, as a result of the division, 9 members voted. 9 members voted for, 20 members voted against, and there was 1 abstention. Clause 5, as amended, as proposed rather, by Dr. Desiree Murray, has not been accepted. Okay. The question is that clause 5 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 5 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 6.
The question is that clause 6 stand part of the bill. Dr. Desiree Marie, you have
Yes,
an amendment.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. The proposed amendment is that the words "and has the right to stand his ground" be deleted from this subsection. The Honorable Attorney General made it clear previously that the words "no duty to retreat" and "the right to stand and stand your ground" are being used interchangeably. So if that's the case throughout this bill, then essentially this subsection would be saying no duty to retreat and no duty to retreat, or has the right to stand his ground and has the right to stand his ground. So that's why I'm asking that the words "has the right to stand his ground" be deleted from this subsection. Thank you.
Yes, but seeing that that was put before and it didn't carry, you want to put it again? Or you want to withdraw?
I do, because it's the same subsection, whereas previously it was 2 different
Attorney
subsections.
General, would you like to comment?
Chair, with respect, my answer is the same as it was before. The argument is the same, and the government is not able to change it.
All right, well, let me put a question, please. The question is that clause 6 be amended as circulated by Dr. Desiree Murray. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the noes have it. The question is that clause 6 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 6 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 7.
The question is that clause 7 stand part of the bill. And we have amendments from both Dr. Murray and Ms. Candice Simmons. Dr. Murray, you'd like to go with yours?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on the previous discussion on my earlier amendments, I'd like to withdraw the first amendment about deleting the words "and has the right to stand your ground."
Yes.
However, I just want to expand on the other 2 amendments to delete the words in clause 7A2. delete the words or do anything else that he honestly believes to be necessary. Mr. Chairman, I find the words do anything else quite expansive. And 7(1)(a), 7, let me get this right. 7, my error, I'm so sorry. Clause 7(1), Part 2. Or, no, 7(1). Okay, sorry, just 7(1). Oh, yes, so my apologies. Just 7(1). Or do anything else that he honestly believes to be necessary. I'm asking that those words to be deleted because that is quite expansive, or do anything else that he honestly believes to be necessary.
You want to deal with the rest?
And the other part says, after the words home invader and, insert the word may.
Okay.
And then street E.
And then there's B.
To delete 3E.
You like to elaborate here, Senator Desiree Marie?
Sorry, I'm getting lost because I don't have a paper version. I'm just using.
All right, you have 7, you have clause 7, and you have B. Delete subsection 3A. That is the other amendment that you are proposing.
In subsection 1.
You wanted to delete the whole section, right?
Any comments on this particular clause? Clause 7.
So, Chair, the version I had was on 7(1), Roman 1, and has the right to stand his ground. I saw a revision.
Yeah, that has been withdrawn.
So, or do anything else that he honestly believes to be necessary. We don't agree with that because it actually qualifies its defensive force against the home invader, and there are a number of other things that may be done which are not, well, defensive force. I mean, in my note to the legislation from the Law Reform Commission, I have against or do anything else, examples, press an air horn, activate a car alarm, scream for help, run to another room in the house, call the police in response to the home invader. And the comment from the law reform is that legislation should not be overly prescriptive. So I would leave those words.
Okay. Yes. Senator Vieira.
Thank you, Chair. Again, when I look at 7, and I think it's important to put these things on the record because the courts do look at what we discuss. And we're not rubber stamping what has just been brought here. But when I look at 7, It's a number of elements coming together. You don't have to retreat. You have a right to stand your ground. And you are at liberty to take such action as you honestly believe necessary to do certain things. Now, it's not up in the air, it's not carte blanche. Do anything else that he honestly believes to be necessary, A, to prevent entry, B, to cause you to leave, C, to protect your property or the property of another person, or D, to prevent a home invader from committing. So it's not wild, it's contextual.
I understand Senator Murray's concern, but I would recommend AG leaving this as it stands. There's a difference between the first part that says use defensive force against the home invader. That's taking an action. The anything else is qualified, but if someone chose to scream for help, that's not using defensive force, but it's a different action that is legitimate. Now, I'm supposing, and there are many suppositions one could make, but I think there is a flexibility that this affords, and in that way I would agree with my colleague, Senator Vera.
Attorney General?
Nothing further to add.
Okay. Senator Murray, do you want to withdraw? You want the question put?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'd like to put the question because, to me, defensive force is defined in the interpretation section, and it's used in this subsection, so I don't see the need to add anything to defensive force when it's already defined in the bill. So I'd like to put the question. Thanks.
All right, the question is that clause 7 as be amended as circulated by Senator Dr. Desiree Murray. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. No. I think the noes have it. The question is that sorry about that. Senator Candice Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it is my recommendation that we delete subclause 4 because it permits the use of deadly force that may be disproportionate in circumstances where someone has acted to protect their property in the absence of any imminent threat to life or limb. And the rest of the bill preserves a person's right to stand their ground and to act when reasonably necessary to prevent imminent death. So I believe that this section is disproportionate and its removal doesn't offend the objective of the Act.
So, Chairman, we believe that clause 7.4 adds nothing to the common law. It is not disproportionate. The section says, for the purpose of this section, the use of deadly force may be justified where an occupant honestly believes that using or threatening to use such force is, and is qualified, reasonably necessary to prevent or remove a home invader from his dwelling or to protect his property or that of another person. So the difference here is that we are looking at property which has always been protected from the 16th century in Semin's case, and which is protected in the English Act at section 76. We, if a man comes to your house at 3 o'clock in the morning and says, hand me X or Y or Z, and you retaliate, and of course your actions have to be based on an honest belief and that force is necessary. We think that that is appropriate.
Yes, Senator Vera.
Yeah. So in a home invasion, threats often escalate rapidly, and the courts recognize that a homeowner may reasonably believe that serious violence or lethal force is imminent. So the appropriate question then becomes, was the occupier's belief of imminent harm honestly held? Was the force used reasonably and proportionate to the perceived threat? If the intruder's conduct suggests intent to inflict rape, grievous bodily harm, or murder, a preemptive defensive strike, including lethal force, could be justified under already established principles of Palmer and Beckford. So we're not changing anything here. The law already recognizes for the use of lethal force in such a situation.
Except, Mr. Chairman, this section makes no reference to imminent threat.
Chair, I have nothing to add.
Okay. Senator Cummings, you want to propose, you want us to pursue, or you want to withdraw?
I do not wish to withdraw. You can put the question for the vote. Thank you, Mr.
All
Chairman.
right. The question is that clause 7 as be amended as circulated by Senator Candace Jones Simmons. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. No. I think the noes have it. Somebody want a division? Oh. All right, no. And then, so the question is that clause 7 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Clause 7 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 8.
The question is that clause 8 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 8 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Clause 8 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 9.
The question is that clause 9 stand part of the bill. Senator Dr. Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You have something here?
Yes, I do. Through you, Mr. Chairman, my proposal is to delete F, 9(1)F, which states that the mental faculties of an occupant or person assisting an occupant who uses force were, at the time of the alleged offense, substantially affected by the voluntary consumption of a drug which is not therapeutic. The reason for my proposed amendment is that this implies that if the occupant's mental faculties are affected by a drug that is therapeutic, that they would be protected under this law, under the claim of self-defense. But if they were to have their mental faculties impaired by alcohol or marijuana, which are both legal drugs in certain contexts, then they would not be protected. So if somebody is on morphine or Valium, they would be protected even though they may be their mental faculties may be more impaired than somebody who has consumed alcohol. So I cannot rationalize why therapeutic drugs are included, but non-therapeutic drugs are excluded. So for that reason, I would like to delete the subsection of this clause.
Okay. Attorney General.
Okay, so the section is targeted at drug use, which is not therapeutic, and we think that that is in keeping with the policy of the Act. If you use a drug for a non-therapeutic purpose and you behave badly, then you stand the consequences of the law. That's it.
Chair.
That's our policy.
I take Senator Murray's point about the inconsistency between consumption of a drug which is not therapeutic and you're still impaired for another reason. But to my mind, what that section is really saying is that where the mental facilities of the occupant or the person helping the occupant is mentally impaired, then that doesn't qualify. So I'm wondering whether, if we were to delete the bit about substantially affected by the voluntary consumption of a drug which is not therapeutic, Senator Murray, whether that would satisfy, because then you would still have the primary part about the mental faculties being impaired. So I would just replace it with were impaired.
May I be permitted to just piggyback on the question? Thank you, Chair. I wonder, and I don't have I'm just piggybacking. The clause says, substantially affected by the voluntary consumption of a drug. I am familiar with someone who's doing social work, and occasionally they deal with people who did not take their meds. So it's not that the person took a medication and is affected. It is they are schizophrenic. There is medication that helps them, but for whatever reason, they were off their meds. But it doesn't change the fact that their mental faculties at the time are substantially affected. I just wonder, AG, how in that situation where it's not the commission of taking a prescribed drug, but it's the opposite, maybe in error, they fail to take it, but then their mental faculties affected, how would that play out in a situation such as this? Because it speaks to the impaired mental faculties, but not the consumption of, it's the non-consumption of. I hope my question is clear, and it really is a clarification.
Attorney General?
So we aren't willing to shift on the voluntary consumption of a drug which is not therapeutic. I'm trying to get my head around the non-taking of a prescription drug, which, I mean, to me, not as remembering my old criminal law, if diabetics don't take their medication and they do things, it's a challenging question. So, Senator Chote, can you help?
Regrettably, I too can't wrap my head around it.
A matter for prosecutorial discretion.
Dr. Desiree Murray, you'd like to?
So,
Dr. Chaitan Maraj, the floor is yours.
If I can take a crack at clearing it up from a medical point of view to understand AG's wording, it says, to understand AG's wording, correct me if I'm wrong, he seems to be veering towards a person would not be covered if they make the voluntary conscious decision to take a medication, to take a non-therapeutic drug that will impair them. That's different from someone who becomes impaired because they have a medical condition that isn't managed, or if they have a medical condition whose management that they need impairs them. Say it again. I think what AG is gearing for is that a person will not be covered only in the instance where they make the conscious decision to take a non-therapeutic drug that impairs them. That is the condition where they will not be covered. They will be covered if they have to take a medication for the medical condition that impairs them, like the morphine. They will be covered if they do not take medication that they need and then become impaired because of their underlying medical condition.
If
Which
I
is
may,
your
that's not quite
schizophrenia and
correct
I don't take the
because
meds.
2A says that. Sorry.
Okay.
2A says that the drug has to be consumed in accordance with the directions of a medical practitioner. So if the drug is prescribed, but the patient is not taking it as prescribed, then they're not covered.
I was addressing the issue of the non-therapeutic drugs.
So it doesn't take care of my question because I'm familiar with at least one case. A person is suffering from schizophrenia, did not take the medication because he could not afford it or the family could not afford it. The condition deteriorated to the point where in an appeal for help, the drug was administered and recovery started. But here was it, Doctor said, it's not a case of the person consciously say, I'm not taking the drug. It is they were in a condition that can happen to anybody where I couldn't afford it. And they could afford, and they say, well, it ain't a matter. But over time it deteriorated. And in a situation such as this, and I know you can't write for every single instance.
So I think the general law might provide some assistance. If we could say that it's a matter for prosecutorial discretion and that one of the factors that a prosecutor should take into account is whether the person was reckless, what the state of mind of the individual. So I would leave it as it is.
Okay, can I put the question?
No, sorry, Mr. Chairman, I still am not clear on my original amendment because the point is that somebody's mental faculties can be substantially impaired by a therapeutic drug and they could claim self-defense. Yes, according to this. However, if somebody's mental faculties are substantially impaired by alcohol, which is a legal drug, but it's not therapeutic, then they are not covered and they cannot claim self-defense. And this is quite common. Carnival, Christmas, birthdays, anniversaries. You're in your home, you have an event, you consume alcohol, and then your home is invaded, but you're not covered, you would not be covered by this law because your mental faculties would have been substantially affected by alcohol, which you are perfectly entitled to consume in your own home. So this cannot be a fair application of the law, the legislation. Thank you.
So I think the general principle in criminal law is that the use of alcohol combined with the commission of an offense is not a defense. I think that is the general proposition. I mean, subject to some refinement. And I would like to keep it. I think the legislation, the policy of the legislation is in sync with that. There are some interesting questions that arise, but prosecutorial discretion, that's what I would suggest. So I would like to leave this section as it is.
Okay. Senator Jeremie, it doesn't appear that the AG is prepared.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would prosecutorial discretion also apply to the term substantially affected? Because that is a very vague term. So how does one define substantially affected in law?
Again, it has to be after the fact assessment, and after the fact assessment by the prosecutor of the court. Assisted with medical evidence, I'm not saying that the medics don't have a role.
We just set the standards.
Okay. All right, I'd like to put the question at this time. I think that we have exhausted this particular. The question is that Clause 9 be amended as circulated by Senator Dr. Jeremie. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the noes have it. Okay.
Mr. Alaha? No. Mr. Jeremie SC?
No.
Mr. Roberts?
No.
Dr. Swarat Singh? No. Mr. Maharaj?
No.
Mr. Batiste?
No.
Mr. Alexander?
No.
Mr. Ratiram? Professor Prasad?
No.
Dr. Chaitan Maharaj?
No.
Mr. Beg?
No.
Ms. Charles?
No.
Mr. Zaku?
No.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Nakhid?
No.
Dr. Browne?
Yes.
Mr. Dhanpaul?
Yes.
Mr. Cummings?
Yes.
Mrs. John Beats?
Yes.
Mr. Lalla SC? Yes. Mr. Abdul-Hamid?
Yes.
Mr. Vera SC?
Abstain.
Ms. Chote SC?
Abstain.
Dr. Axe?
Abstain.
Ms. Jones Simmons?
Abstain.
Mr. Lewis?
Abstain.
Dr. Marie?
Yes.
Mrs. Lalite-Ettienne?
Abstain.
Mr. Magnish?
Yes.
Ms. Phillips?
Abstain.
How many people voted? The result of the division, we have 7 members voting for the amendment, 16 members voting against the amendment, and there were 7 abstentions. So the motion has not been carried. So the question is that Clause 9 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 9 now stands part of the bill.
New Clause 2.
The question is that new Clause 2 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The noes have it. Because clause 2 has not been carried and the preamble is critically important for clause 2, then the preamble falls aside.
President, just for clarification, is there an opportunity for the senator who proposed the amendment or other senators to comment on this at all? Is there an opportunity before the vote for the senator who proposed this new clause or any other senator to offer a comment on this proposal?
Well, I've put the question already and a vote has been taken. I understand the point that you're making.
Special majority aspect of it.
It's a special, yeah. I think that the question has been put and it has not been carried. So I wouldn't want to reopen this at this time.
Mr. President, just for the record, prior to the question being put, wouldn't an opportunity normally be availed to the senator?
It has to be read a second.
There's no opportunity.
It has to be read a second time, but and once it's read, that's it. It have a
Thank
different
you.
approach when you close it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Honorable Senators, the question is that the bill be reported to the Senate. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be reported to the Senate. General.
Mr. President, I wish to report that the Home Invasion, Self-Defense and Defense of Property Bill 2025 was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments. I now beg to move that the Senate agree with the committee's report.
Honorable Senators, the question is that this Senate agree with the committee's report on the Home Invasion, Self-Defense and Defense of Property Bill 2025. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Attorney General.
Mr. President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Establish the Offense of Home Invasion and, in that context, to provide that a person has no duty to retreat when acting in self-defense or defense of his property, to provide that a person may use defensive force, including deadly force, to protect himself, his property, or another person in his dwelling house, and to provide for related matters, be now read a third time and passed.
Honorable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Establish the Offense of Home Invasion and in that context to provide that a person has no duty to retreat when acting in self-defense or defense of his property, to provide that a person may use defensive force, including deadly force, to protect himself, his property, or another person in his dwelling house, and to provide for related matters, be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Establish the Offense of Home Invasion, and in that context, to provide that a person has no duty to retreat when acting in self-defense or defense of his property, to provide that a person may use defensive force, including deadly force, to protect himself, his property, or another person in his dwelling house, and to provide for related matters.
The Honorable Leader of the House.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, December the 9th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. Before you put the question, Mr. President, out of courtesy to members, I wish to announce that on Tuesday, we intend to take the finance bill through all its stages. I understand that there were some amendments in the other place, and those amendments and the bill shall be circulated to all members as soon as they are received from the House.
What time? 1:30. Honorable Senators, the question is that the Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, December the 9th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to Tuesday, December the 9th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m.